Why can't I post? Okay, I got it. I couldn't post on Facebook there for a second, but I think I'm live now. We're going to end up being... What y'all up to? No, I couldn't post on,
What to think about when you're born into a fight.
I couldn't post on Facebook for some reason.
Burn, let them burn it out. Sell them to the richest buyer. They wanna let
I couldn't go live either a second ago. The computer kept, I was playing this game, right, earlier today.
fade away, we feel betrayed.
Because I really wasn't, what the hell is going on? Oh, I was playing this game because the campgrounds is everything got taken care of. I told them, basically put myself on call, but, so I didn't do a whole lot today. Well, then the game kept shutting off my computer and it said I needed a graphics update or whatever, probably. At least that's what Reddit said. But every time I tried to update, it would just, I don't know, it wouldn't finish the update, but I'm here now. We're going to be kick only as soon as we get started here. Kick.com/coldbeerconfessional. Kick.com/coldbeerconfessional. Yeah, I didn't go live last night. I was killed, man. Especially if you were watching, or if you were on Telegram, I was just killed. I did I did on Bonfire and a bunch of work, mowing, weeding. I worked all the way till 7. Or till 8 p.m., I guess. But we're getting, yeah, I mean, I just kind of took the night and just watched some videos and messed around. I came to the office. I was here. I just didn't do a whole lot. Play my video game. Nobody likes to watch me play. Oh, I guess that's the music there. We'd let the other 40 seconds play.
This about if this douchebag happens to see this particular show, you don't have the forking balls to call out the people on this planet by name and tell them exactly who they are and tell them the rest of the world who they are. You don't have the forking balls. You don't have the balls.
Okay, Scott.
Here we go, I think I started some shit. Listen off, it's about to get lit. Get the place in the best, you know that stage is set. You better buckle up, cause you ain't seen none yet. Here we go, I think I started some shit. Listen off, it's about to get lit. Get the place in the best.
I think that's the timer there.
You better buckle up, cause you ain't seen none yet.
See if I can. I'll just pause that there and we'll roll the intro. We're doing Kick only tonight, so if you want to watch the full show, it'll be on Kick. I know I'm broadcasting basically everywhere right now, but yeah, it's going to be Kick only. So join us over there after the intro and introduction and stuff. We'll be on Kick. Friday, Saturday, Sundays on Kick.
Hey Daddies, it's me, the Linda Binda from TikTok. I wanted to make this video because
I wanted to thank you for watching Cold Beer Confessionals with Will Bird. I think that's just incredible. I've watched a few episodes and I'm just like very intrigued. But you know what I'm most intrigued in is Big Daddy's meat stick. I heard that it's very thick, like a good old German sausage. You know, Linda and her coochie loves that. Oh, never mind. Let's not go there. Anyways, I hope you have a good show and enjoy it as you can. There's a lot of weird things that go on, especially when it comes from the realm of Linda Bindeland. So, enjoy the show. Thanks for watching.
Welcome.
Peace out.
Oh, welcome everybody. I am Will Bird. That was Linda Binda. Thanks for joining me kind of late. I'm trying to make sure this game will work. I had a graphics driver update that turned into a Windows update, and then nothing would work. So let me see if this will work. Either way, thank you guys for joining us. Like I said, I'm Will Bird. This is Cold Beer Confessional. We're on Kick only tonight. And we will we'll be there. We'll turn that off in just a second. Let me make sure this is working, and then we'll save this and get the show. Phil released a bunch of deposition stuff. That's what I want to go over. I think it'd be very interesting. Let me change the screen around. If you want to contribute to the show, you can do that at coldbeer.fund, coldbeer.fund. Let me get through this dialogue, and we'll save and close this game. It looks like it's running. I'm not playing a game tonight. I was just trying to make sure it works. So give me just a second.
Gladly.
I just want to get somewhere where I can say.
Follow yonder path, and soon you will find him.
And then we'll be able to go. What the fuck? Follow yonder path. What the hell does that mean? Sorry, I'm in the middle. It won't let me save because I'm in the middle of a mission, but I don't know what the fuck that meant. Because it just put me into... The fuck was that? Okay, maybe I just go to sleep. I don't know. It saves when I go to sleep, but I was supposed to meet that guy. Anyways, I'm not trying to play this. I'm just trying to make sure it saves now that I rebooted it. I lost like probably the last 4 or 5 saves I had, which kind of sucks, but it is what it is. It is Baldur's Gate 3, but I'm incapacitated. Okay. Let me get through this dialogue and then we'll talk about it. Phil put out a bunch of his deposition recordings, and he picked and chose. So he was in depositions for over 8 hours. I know that for a fact. And he would go through and pick and choose maybe, I don't know, altogether 6 or 7 minutes of it. 6 or 7 minutes out of 8 hours. Now, even if half the time the lawyer was talking, that still would be 4 hours of content. He picked 6 or 7 minutes to make himself look good. That's what we're going to go over tonight.
Almost believe.
Let me skip through this.
The timelessness of
this is the game I've been playing, Baldur's Gate 3. I just now got to the last act, I think.
Fantasies.
But a 13-year-old kid said he did great. He got the most beautiful fantasies, see me especially, whatever.
This may be my luck. I thought this place might bring me peace.
It's all about killing this guy that took over. I don't know. It's like D&D, but I just can't get past this.
But I'm not so sure. Babe or crone, I am.
I really don't want this guy to die. He's thinking about sacrificing himself to...
Oh my... Damn you. If there is a way, any way, stay with me, will you?
Okay.
I don't want to think of it anymore, but I don't want to be alone either.
Alright, did the game save? Then we'll close this and grab those videos. I actually downloaded them because I was afraid Phil knew how dumb they looked, that he would delete them. How do we know the deposition was real? It's real. I've confirmed that all the taped portion is real. It took place over the day he said it did. Oh shit, he's still got an arrowhead, an exclamation point above his head.
I was hoping to speak to you, as a matter of fact, about the night you were kind enough to keep this melancholy wizard. I wanted to. You may well have prevented me from doing something very rash. Careful. I may just take you up on that.
Okay, that should be good. Now we can leave the game. Sorry. I had to make sure it worked. I fired up the stream first because I didn't want it to get much later. It was already after 11 o'clock. Anyways, if you want to support the stream, go to coldbeer.fund. You can use DonoClip for a text-based message, or I'm sorry, an audio or video message. You can use Buy Me a Coffee for a text-based message. That's this website. All these links are at coldbeer.fund. If you're joining us on YouTube or Facebook, that's getting ready to turn off and go private. Go to kick.com/coldbeerconfessional. Now that we're getting started. I think I sent myself some stuff today. At least we can start with until we cut the other stream loose. Let's see what this is. This is coldbeer.fund, by the way. All my links are there. Twitch, Kick, YouTube, Twitter, Instagram, Telegram, Facebook, TikTok, Rumble, Discord, and Bovada. Bovada is an affiliate link. Let's see what this is. Oh, this is pretty funny.
Michael.
Did you hear what Mike Pence said? Did you hear what Mike Pence just said? So he climbs on a tractor with a guy at a tractor show. He grabs one of the levers. I don't know if it's the gear shifter. Gear shifter is usually between your legs and the maybe PTO or what output or whatever, high, low output. Anyways, he grabs one of the selectors and shakes it and says, "You want me to work that for you, big guy?"
Michael.
It looks like it's a range selector, high, low range, man.
Michael Pence, that was too aggressive. You're supposed to say hello to a man before you say, "Can I work that for you?"
Short and sweet, to the point.
You want me to work that for you? Well, I just get a photo.
Michael.
What the hell was he thinking, dude? I don't even think he used to allow gay people in Indiana.
Michael Pence, that was too aggressive. You're supposed to say hello to a man before you say, "Can I work that for you?"
And I got one more to show you, and then we'll cut Facebook and YouTube loose while everybody's moving over. Let me see. I uploaded mine today, but I know everybody's not got. TikTok. But this is what I saw at the gas station the other day. All right, look what I saw at the local gas station. Not making this up.
447 to be changed.
Look at those toes. Look at those toes. Wait a second. We're going to zoom in. Why are there holes? Why are there holes drilled in his toe? There are two perfectly round holes. Did he used to have a prosthetic now? This one's dead. This one's growing straight down. This one's cut in half and jagged. This one's like a fucking animal's tooth. This one has two holes. It almost looks like you could plug a Lego into it. It almost looks like you could plug a Lego, like a 2-brick Lego into it. What is going on with this guy's toes? What is that? I was at the gas station, and it was weird already because there was like some basically like crackheads there. They were like all methed out, doing meth head things, picking stuff up, putting it down, asking questions that no one wanted to fucking answer. Just a bunch of weird shit. And there was 2 guys and 3 women, and they were all doing it, and this was one of them. And they all rode bicycles there, like they were part of like a crackhead bicycle gang. And they had like trailers with like, I don't know, shit in them. Probably shit they stole in them. Like it was supposed to be the little bike trailers that you put your kid in and pull behind a bike. You know, it hooks onto your bike seat post or whatever. That you put your kid in to ride along with you. They just had a bunch of stolen shit in there. Anyways, the one woman's like freaking out of the drink machine. Like, "Oh my God, what's this? Oh, did you see this? Hey, they got this. Is there any way that I could get a bigger cup?" And the lady's like, that's all the cups we have. There's 3 sizes. That's all we have. I don't, what do you mean a bigger cup? And they were just yelling and screaming. And then I noticed this guy's toe when I got in line. That is insane, dude.
All right, look what I saw at the local gas station. Not making this up.
At like 3 o'clock in the morning.
447 to be exchanged.
What is that? That is terrifying. That is terrifying. The first person I sent it to was Miss Priss. She said just when I had enough, that's when you zoomed in even more. I thought I timed it pretty good. Anyways, if you're watching on one of those other platforms, come join us on Kick. Replay will be back up on YouTube tomorrow. We're going over some Phil deposition videos he posted. So if you're doing this on Twitch, YouTube, or Facebook, sorry I had a yawn. I heard Mariah yawn and it made me yawn. So if you're joining us on one of those other platforms, come join us on Kick. I would appreciate it. Let's see. First, let's make YouTube private, and then we'll shut all that down. We'll grab the videos. Content. Live. I'm trying to keep my numbers up on Kick, hopefully. Monetization on. I know it'll probably be under review. It's always under review. That's good. Make that one private. Save. All right, there's YouTube. Let me turn off the other ones. Hold on just a second. There's Twitch is off and Facebook. Come join us on Kick. And Facebook is off and Kick should be on. I don't know why it's showing off, but let's do this. Make sure it's on. Obviously, you guys are watching on Kick. It should be on. I've been having a lot of trouble with updates lately. I don't know what's going on. All right, let's grab these videos. It does show that I'm streaming to Kick now. Thank you. Let's grab these videos and we'll talk about them. I don't know if he still has them posted, but if he does, I'll just use their instead of the download. I think they get worse and worse. He considers them getting better and better because the last one he posts is like, best one yet. Best one yet. Oh, he's posted some more too. Oh, God. All right, here we go. Here we go. Oh, God, there's so many of them. I have to turn my camera off, go get something to drink. I'm thirsty. All right, here we go. Go with the pop-out player. All right, Phil Godlewski.
So whenever I refer, if you look to 3720...
You guys hear it?
...through 3723, I'm talking about the Chris Kelly article.
Got it.
So looking at that, let's keep that...
So they got him going through his pages. Now, what is deposition? The judge is not there. There is no judge here. There is the Scranton Times legal team and Phil's legal team. So you're going to hear a lot of objections and nobody addresses them, right? The judge is not there. So he can't address the objections and say overruled or sustained or talk to them privately. There's no judge there. This usually happens at a law office a lot of the times. Sometimes it'd be like a mutual place. They peek together. I can't stop yawning. Anyways, there's no judge there. So the objections are only being said so they can be reviewed later. So the judge will watch this, and if there's an objection said, he'll rule on it at a later time. So some of this is going to make it into court, and some of it may not if the objections get sustained. Now, the only people that are allowed to call up these objections are the lawyers, okay? The lawyers call it objections. Objection, and then they'll state something with that objection. Sometimes they'll just say objection, but they're supposed to state a cause with that. So one of the ones you'll hear a lot here is asked and answered. So if you've already been asked once and you're trying to get them to answer it again just to get them to say it differently or slip up or whatever, they'll say objection, asked and answered. That's the only people supposed to be calling out objections are the lawyers, unless you're representing yourself. Like Daryl Brooks. Grounds. But Phil gets so comfortable with the process, and he's retarded, so he starts calling out objections. You'll see that in a minute. He'll say, asked and answered.
That open for now. 3721. You're familiar with the article, correct? That's why we're here.
Yes.
And
So he has a little fake laugh there.
what's false and defamatory about the article?
Objection.
I don't know why he's pausing it to laugh, but his claim is that the article is false and defamatory. So the lawyer asked him what's false and defamatory about the article, and we hear his lawyer say, object, and then he pauses it and laughs. So what is that not a viable question? I don't understand. That sounds like a decent question to me, but whatever. Next video.
That was my choice to reach out to that girl. I did.
Sorry, I'm gonna grab something to drink.
She was a lunatic, but we'll get to that in a second. But I shouldn't have done that. Did I read that correctly?
Yes.
And that's the truth, right?
Now, so we just heard him talking about, he's going to claim he was talking about BD, right? Bree, I guess we can call her, the girl. Now, when is this comment being made? It's actually being made when he was at the 7K convention. I think he says in Las Vegas. He'll say it in a minute, okay? Did he videotape this himself? No, it was they pay to have someone just put a video camera. Like, it's honestly a good money racket. If you can get into the courts to be a videographer, you have to use court-approved videographers because they've been through the training about personal data and blah, 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 whatever. They charge outrageous amounts, like thousands of dollars, to record depositions, depending on how many people are going to testify or whatever. And they're the only ones allowed to do it. They don't have to have high quality. They don't have to put in like crazy microphones. It's not like you're recording like a movie, right? You're just recording this to make sure it's documented. But yeah, it's actually a pretty good money racket. Anyways, he's talking about BD, saying I should have never contacted her because she's a lunatic. And he's talking about this at one of his 7K conventions to one of his followers. So that tells me that one of his followers and a member of 7K has now spoken to attorneys and has come forward and said, well, Phil talked to me about this girl at 7K. And they didn't go to Phil's defense, right? They didn't go to Phil's attorney. They went to the Scranton Times attorney. So they have to be claiming that Phil said something that would help the Scranton Times. As if, like, I shouldn't have contacted her. She's a lunatic. And now he cuts off most of the context around this. But for some reason, he's asked specifically about a statement he made to somebody at a 7K convention. Hell, it might have been somebody from the actual 7K business. I don't know. But someone from the 7K convention that was at the 7K convention he told that he should have never contacted that girl because she was a lunatic. A lunatic. Now, I think that the word lunatic is very interesting because if he's going to make a judgment on how stable someone else's mental capacity or whatever is, then maybe it calls into question his mental capacity or aptitude or whatever you want to call it, right? If he's going to call someone else a lunatic, does he have the bearings to do that? Can he decide who is a lunatic? What are his beliefs and what does he hold dear that would make him justified in calling someone else a lunatic and not be called a lunatic himself? And I think that's interesting for sure. And I think they probably use that to set up a question like that or to set up a line of questioning like that. Like, are you capable of judging if someone is crazy or a lunatic? And you're capable because why? Oh, that's just my opinion. What other opinions do you have that some may call, the opinions of a lunatic? Let's check some of those out. Anyways, back to the video. Here we go.
All of that is the truth, except I was 24 and Joe was 22. I think those ages are wrong. But yes,
That's another mistake you made in your interview?
I wouldn't say it was a mistake, but again, this is a 3-hour-long conversation that I was having audio only while I was being distracted.
By the way, Phil is claiming, so audio only. I guess he was must have been on a phone call, and they've testified or recorded it or something, a recorded one. or maybe it was a question he answered. I don't know, but he said something about a 7K convention, I remember. Anyways, I also find it kind of interesting that Phil's claim, now to be clear, Phil's claim is that this crazy girl got too attached to him when he was in high school and wanted to be with him. But he's like, no, I'm an outstanding man. I will just text you and help you through getting over the death of your boyfriend, but we will not be together. Then she turned psycho, right? She wanted to break up their marriage. She wanted to, get Dory out of the way. So she was a psycho. So Phil breaks it off with her. She claims that Phil ended up having sex with her and took him through court and made up text messages and had her friends do it and her mom do it and tried to ruin Phil's life for years. Cost him hundreds of thousands of dollars, tried to ruin his life, ruined his name, blah, blah, blah. Then, when she becomes an adult and Phil's marriage is on the outs, right? They're getting a divorce. He calls her up and is like, hey, you want to fuck? You want to hang out sometime? I've been missing you, baby girl. Like, what the fuck who does that?
Distracted by other events that were going around me in the room. This is during, I think, the 7K convention.
Okay.
In Las Vegas, I believe it was. So
maybe he was... Damn it. Maybe he was just on a phone call. What?
I wouldn't say I was
Yeah, I always sneeze twice for some reason. Maybe he was just on a phone call at the 7K convention.
purposely misleading by misstating the ages, but I would say that I did make a mistake, possibly due to a number of factors.
Okay, but you did call Bree a lunatic.
Oh, yes.
Okay, and that's what.
Wait a second, hold on.
I was having, all of that is the truth, except I was 24 and Joe was 22. I think those ages are wrong. But yes.
That's another mistake you made in your interview?
I wouldn't say it was a mistake, but again, but yes.
That's another
I was 24 and Joe was 22. I think those ages are wrong. But yes.
That's another mistake.
All of that is the truth, except I was 24 and Joe was 22. I think those ages are wrong.
I was 24 and Joe was 22. So Joe would be the previous girlfriend. I'm allergic to Phil's bullshit or something. I don't know what the fuck's going on. Jesus Christ, my eyes are watering too. Anyways, I was 24 and Joe was 22. So Joe would be the former boyfriend who unalived himself. Jesus Christ, I don't know what's going on.
I was 24 and Joe was 22. I think those.
Ryan, do you have a cat in here?
Those ages are wrong.
You'll see it on the show in a minute.
That's another mistake you made in your interview?
I wouldn't say it was a mistake, but again, this is a 3-hour-long conversation that I was having audio only while I was being distracted.
Another mistake in your interview. Interview for what, I wonder?
Long conversation. Again, this is a 3-hour-long conversation that I was having.
Another mistake you made in your interview?
I wouldn't say it was a mistake, but again, this is.
I think it's very telling that the lawyer said another mistake. So obviously they brought up other mistakes before. Another mistake you've made in your interview.
I think those ages are wrong. But yes.
That's another mistake you made in your interview?
I wouldn't say it was a mistake, but again, this is a 3-hour-long conversation that I was having audio only while I was being distracted by other events that were going around me in the room. This is during, I think, the 7K convention in Las Vegas, I believe it was.
Who was he on the phone with for 3 hours doing an interview during the 7K convention in Las Vegas?
So I wouldn't say I was purposely.
His own lawyers asking him questions, maybe?
I would say that I did make a mistake, possibly due to a number of factors.
Okay, but you did call Bree a lunatic.
Oh, yes.
Okay, and that's what you thought of her, was a lunatic.
Not at the time.
What?
That's what I.
All right, so he's going to get all kinds of fucked up right here. So that's what you thought of her. She's a lunatic. He's going to say not at the time. Not that at the times when he called her a lunatic. Okay? At the time is when he called her a lunatic, but he's going to say not at the time. but he's going to try to clarify 10 years ago, 13 years ago, whatever, when she tried to break up my marriage, she was a lunatic. Today, I think she's a lunatic. But at this time, when I had this specific conversation, I did not think it was a lunatic. But that's the only time I'm on record calling her a lunatic.
A lunatic.
Oh, yes.
Okay, and that's what you thought of her, was a lunatic.
Not at the time.
What?
That's what I think of her now.
Okay, but when you didn't realize when she said she wanted you to leave your wife and stay with her that she was a lunatic?
Oh, yeah.
Okay, so you knew it back then when you were communicating with her?
After that point.
Okay.
Yes.
All right.
So you knew it after the point that she wanted to break up your marriage for no reason whatsoever. And you know it now, but at some point during the 7K convention in Las Vegas, you're like, I don't know. She seems pretty good. She seems like a good guy. So that's his answer. Oh my God. There's no way he could keep his lies straight through 8 hours of questioning.
Why did you call Bree a lunatic?
Objection, asked and answered. Because she's a lunatic.
Okay.
So you just heard it.
And
you just heard it. Why did you call Bree a lunatic? And we hear objection, asked and answered. Now, there's no ruling on that again because there's no judge. But the lawyers are who do that. The lawyers do it.
And so when Bree told you to leave your fiance and be with her
engaged.
instead, it was at that point that you said, you're a lunatic.
Yeah.
And that's when you determined she was a lunatic.
Yes.
Okay. Why did you...
Now, so the next logical question is, but then you got back together with her as an adult. You asked her on several trips, according to you, you asked her on several trips. You wanted to speak to her about this lawsuit and a gigantic financial windfall. You were okay hanging out with her and her friends together and potentially her alone, but you knew the day in 2009 when she asked you to leave your fiance, she was a lunatic. And you know now she's a lunatic, but there was some gray area for what, multiple years? Because Phil doesn't even claim that they got together recently. When he submits in his affidavit that they had sex as adults, it was like as soon as she turned like 18, basically.
You call Bree a lunatic?
Objection, asked and answered. Because she's a lunatic.
Okay. And so when Bree told you to leave your fiance and be with her instead,
I don't think he's wearing makeup. I've looked at this a bunch. I think he's sunburnt really bad.
it was at that point that you said, you're a lunatic.
Yeah.
And that's when you determined she was a lunatic.
Yes.
Okay.
I want to look at something right quick.
Why did you call Bree a lunatic?
That is the, I was trying to find the thumbnail for the video. That's the thumbnail when it shows it on, when it shows this clip. Look at that. Why does he have the upper lip of the Grinch? Why is it puffy like that? The fuck? All right, here we go. Now we're going to some video files.
I don't know.
Okay.
So they're asking him to reference something that they just showed from his live stream, a clip they just showed from his live stream.
I don't think there was a date on there.
It was
so
before the article came out from Chris Kelly. Is that correct?
I don't know.
Okay.
Yes.
What was the title of the art? I don't know. You're not showing me a date, so I can't tell you when that was from.
All right. But who were you broadcasting to your followers that should be executed?
Anybody that committed treason, sedition, child crimes against humanity, child sex trafficking.
Child crimes against humanity, child sex trafficking, got it.
Within government.
Okay, well, how about...
I believe those people should be executed.
How about election officials?
If treason or sedition is involved with something an election official had done, I think that they should fall under the law of treason or sedition, which calls for execution.
So if election officials, people that count the votes, were
Tell me he's going to a jury trial and he's going to look like a sane motherfucker. Phil is very, very overly zealous about how many people believe in QAnon.
For rigging the election for
I think Phil thinks that all Republicans believe in QAnon.
Joe Biden over Donald Trump, you thought they should be executed?
Objection.
You can answer.
That's treason.
Okay. So
That's a crime against our country.
they should be executed.
The law calls for it.
Okay.
I believe
Looks like he's sucking off a MIG weld.
in the law, yes.
Okay.
That's what the law calls for. I believe in the law.
Rigging the election for Joe Biden over Donald Trump, you thought they should be executed?
Objection.
You can answer.
That's treason.
Okay. So
I don't think that is treason. I think this is an outright lie. Treason is the crime of betraying one's country, especially by attempting to kill the sovereign or overthrow the government. Even if you were caught in the act of individually, could there be let's say that 100 people in 100 counties tried to change the outcome of the election. Could that group of people technically be called treason? Sure. Is each individual actor going to get charged with treason? I don't think so. I don't think it's overtly enough of over trying to throw the government one by one. And I don't see like a RICO charge, like charging everybody together as treason. It's usually specifically in wartime as well, which Phil believes there's always a war going on.
That's a crime against our country.
so they should be executed.
The law calls for it.
Okay.
I believe in the law, yes.
Okay.
The law calls for it. He just believes in the law. Yes, he believes in the law. Okay, here we go. Now, he paused this and says never put, or he didn't pause this. He posted this and put context underneath it. It says never put words into my mouth or this happens.
Without seeing the remainder, and that's all.
Phil, the clip we watched of you calling for executions.
These videos right here were back when he was on YouTube. Now, he's made a lot of fucking claims since, but a lot of the best stuff was from when he was on YouTube. Phil claimed that he kept a hard copy, saved copy of every live stream he ever did for the posterity of Americans and for future generations and for his kids in a safe. Then he said, oh, that's a YouTube program, the safe program. And they kicked me out of it, so they deleted it. That's not true. But the reason we don't have full clips of this or full videos of this is because it doesn't seem to exist anymore. We found a lot of clips. I know we found a lot of clips. Scranton Times has found a lot of clips. There was a channel back in the day that posted a lot of these clips, but no one seems to have the full videos because he claimed some wild shit back then too.
Did it take your words out of context?
I did not call for executions. I'm going to correct you now for the third time. I wish you'd stop saying that because you're trying to put words into my mouth. It's not fair. It's not what I did. And
With those earrings, it looks like lots of people have been trying to put dicks in your mouth, and you've been dodging them, beating them away with both hands.
I explain now, I'll explain it for the third time so you could rehear me, that if someone is convicted of treason, sedition.
Did he say rehear me?
If someone is convicted of treason, sedition, crimes against humanity, what I did, and I explain now, I'll explain it for the third time so you could rehear me, that if someone is convicted of treason, sedition, crimes against humanity, or particularly crimes against children, I believe,
I think rehear technically is a word, but I've never heard anybody use it ever. I'm pretty sure it is a word, but somebody'd have to Google rehear definition or some shit.
know that the law calls for the death penalty. That is a fact.
So all he's saying is all these people committed this crime. The law states incorrectly that calls for the death penalty, so they should just get what the law says. But you're saying they should get the death penalty? No. You're putting words in my mouth for the third time so you can rehear me. They committed a crime that calls for the death, that calls for law to be enacted. The law says they should get the death penalty. So they committed a crime that should be punished by the death penalty. So you're saying they should be put to death? No. Let me rehear you.
I agree with the law. I was not calling or advocating, your words, not mine, that someone should be executed for no reason. With a trial, whether it's a military trial or a federal trial, if they're accused of that and convicted of it, that is what the law calls for, and I agree with the law. Secondly, you played a roughly 30-second clip of about a 2-hour live stream. So it is absolutely taken out of context. What did I say before that and what did I say after could affect the 30 seconds that you just put on the video clip. So it is absolutely taken out of context.
Do you have a copy of that live stream?
So do you.
No, do you have a full copy of that live stream? The one we just played.
Was it on YouTube?
Yeah.
No.
Okay.
It's been.
So basically all these really shitty clips of Phil, he's just going to claim you don't have me in context. You don't have the full thing. You don't have me in context. So if Phil came on and said, I would like a chance to, this is a pretend Phil quote. He didn't say this, but if he did, I think we should kill Joe Biden. Well, you didn't have it. You don't have from, it doesn't matter if the clip was 1 minute, 5 minutes, 10 minutes, 20 minutes. He would say, well, 30 minutes before that, I said, none of this is true. It's all fictional, and I'm going to make a joke about Joe Biden. Then I said it. So he's going to try to get it all thrown out because it's clips. No, he did not. He didn't delete them. YouTube deleted them. He did have a chance to save them. When YouTube takes down your account, you always have a chance to download all your data through Google. Even when they get rid of your account, they send you an email, tell you got 90 days to get all your data. If you don't do it, then you don't get it, basically. And Phil apparently didn't do it.
Targeted location of Flight 93's crash. FEMA and the FBI were already standing by in the nearby woods. They rushed out to secure the area from other investigators. No plane ever crashed in Shanksville, Pennsylvania.
That's a funny edit right there, where they zoom in on his mouth.
Why don't you stop that
That
there?
insurrection act.
Phil, the video we just watched about Flight 93 crashing in Shanksville, Pennsylvania, did you make that video?
I made the video. Yes.
That's your voice?
Yes.
Those are your words?
Yeah. I'm very clearly reading from a document
Okay.
on the screen.
But you did
I don't
a,
remember what document I was reading from, but I am reading it. Those are my words in the sense that I'm speaking them.
That's what your words mean. That's what your words mean. Doesn't matter if you're reading a document. It doesn't matter if unless you're going to preface this with, I have no idea if any of this is true. I'm just putting it out there. Here's the document. Again, this is this document. Not those. That's what your words mean. It's the words that are coming out of my mouth, if that's what you mean.
but
They're
you
someone
did,
else's. They're authored by someone else.
but you did a live video telling your followers that there was no plane crash of Flight 93 in Shanksville. Is that correct?
So that will, I think, if that makes it to a jury, how many people on the jury you think will be old enough to remember that Flight 93 went down in Pennsylvania? It went down in Shanksville, Pennsylvania. By the way, jury pools are usually older. So it went down about 4 hours from Scranton, where they're at. But still, it went down in Shanksville, Pennsylvania, in their state. Flight 93.
Objection.
Isn't that what you just said?
No. Objection.
It's not what I just said.
Objection to this particular presentation because it.
Objection. Objection. Objection to this particular presentation because I don't like it. I don't know when Phil's lawyer got a Russian accent, but I like it. I'm here for it. Grounds.
Objection.
It's not what I just said.
Objection to this particular presentation because it's completely out of context.
What did you just say, Phil?
What I said was I was reading from a document that someone else authored.
Okay.
So those are my words in the sense that I'm speaking them, but I'm reading them from a document very clearly on the screen. You could even see in the video that I'm reading it. Who authored it? I don't remember. What context was I putting the article in to back up maybe another point that I was making? You left that out of the video as well. If you would show the...
So he's going to keep accusing, you left this out of the video, you left this out of the video, you left this out of the video. No, you didn't preserve this evidence while you were engaged in a lawsuit with the Scranton Times. The Scranton Times was not supposed to get the full video. You were. You were.
Whole video, I could tell you what my thought process was by reading that particular part of whatever article I was reading. Now, if you're asking what my opinion on Flight 93 is, that's a different question.
What is your opinion?
I believe that Flight 93 landed.
Safely.
Yes.
This has got to hurt him with a jury. This has got to hurt. Is he going for insanity? Like, Phil, it's not a criminal trial. You can't do an insanity plea. Like, yes, I get it. The reason he posted this is because it's going to help him with his, it will help him with his audience. The problem is, it's got to hurt him with the jury.
Nobody was killed.
No.
Nobody was killed on Flight 93 in Shanksville, Pennsylvania.
Hillary Clinton's execution.
This is called the best one of the night. That's what he put. The best one of the night. Reminder, this is under oath. This is the best one of the night. And it starts with Hillary Clinton's execution.
Hillary Clinton's execution. It sounds like you were there at the military tribunal. Were you there?
No.
Okay. What's your source of information that Hillary was executed as you described here on video to your followers?
First and foremost, a journalist.
Phil likes to talk. Phil should not be testifying. He likes to talk too much. The best thing to do when you're in dire straits or when you're in a case or when an attorney's questioning you, they probably already know the way you're going to answer or the way you're expected to answer. It's not uh-oh. Thank you very much. It's not going to be a surprise
Dr.
to
J
them.
Banana tipped $10. We appreciate you. Chat, show Beer Man your appreciation for him.
We'll see. We appreciate you. Chat, show Beer Man your appreciation for him. Thank you for the donation and support. I appreciate it, Dr. J. Phil likes to talk, and the more he talks, he's never helping himself. He's never helping himself. If he just says no, yes, those are clear, concise answers. But when he says something like, well, if you're talking about my opinion on Flight 93, that's different. You just opened that up for them. They probably weren't even going to ask that question. You said I was reading a document. They're saying, okay, we can't get him on that. He's reading somebody else's words, or that's what you think that you're playing. Then you're like, if you're asking my opinion, that's the difference. Well, what is your opinion? Since you're volunteering it.
Can't disclose his sources by law.
Listen to this. Listen to this. Now, typically, journalists and secret sources is protected under something called reporter's privilege, and that falls under the First Amendment. Journalists have limited First Amendment rights not to be forced to reveal information or confidential news sources in court. It's limited in its scope, and they can't be forced, coerced, told that they're going to be locked up. There's actually a movie about this. Have you guys seen the movie about like the regular soccer mom that like exposes some agents doing some fucked up shit, like some spies or something, and she ends up going to jail? It's based on a true story. She goes to jail for like years. Her husband leaves her and everything. There's a movie based on this. Now, Phil has it all wrong. Phil's going to say a journalist can't reveal his sources. No, a journalist can. A journalist certainly can. It's that you can't be forced. Technically, if you're protected under this, to protect is a reporter's privilege to protect a confidential source. You don't have to reveal your source, but if any point you want to, you absolutely can. I don't know why he says he can't. So there was when this was ruled on at the Supreme Court, they set up what they called a 3-pronged guideline to protect the identity of confidential sources. So basically, it was first the governments. This is not for civil court, but the government must show that there's probable cause that the reporter possesses information that is relevant to a specific violation of the law. So the government must show that the guy that you're protecting, we know there's a violation of the law going on. Second, there is zero alternative means of obtaining the information being sought. And third, compelling and overriding interests by the state, the government, in the information in question. If those 3 assets are met, so there was a probable cause of crime was committed by either the reporter or the informant, there's no alternative means to get this, and there is compelling and overriding interests by the government in the information in question, then the government can technically put you in jail, hold you in contempt, whatever they got to do to get that information out of you. Put liens and levies against you, I guess. It doesn't come up very much in civil court. I wouldn't assume. Like, every document I can find is about reporters' privilege and the government's. The government. Like, I don't. Anyways, he certainly could if he wanted to. Phil also says that for some reason in here, he says that did these the guy's like, did these sources request to be confidential? And he's like, yes. Well, no. Even if they didn't, they don't have to. They don't have to. I can't reveal my sources. I'm a journalist. Just listen. It's wild.
It sounds like you were there at the military tribunal. Were you there?
No.
Okay. What's your source of information that Hillary was executed as you described here on video to your followers?
First and foremost, a journalist can't disclose his sources by law.
This is not a law. So here's an equal argument. You have the Second Amendment right to own a firearm. You have the right to own a firearm protected by the Second Amendment. Most people believe that, okay? Now, if you were in court and someone says, and the lawyer asks you, why don't you have a gun at your house? And you're like, well, technically, I don't have to buy. I can't not buy a gun. Like, just because you have the right to protect something doesn't mean you can't buy law. It's not a law. You're arguing the opposite of the law. There is no law. What law says that you can't reveal your sources by law? I don't know if he's just heard a snippet of this one time and he thinks he knows what he's talking about. That wasn't the greatest example with the Second Amendment. Okay, here's one: the Fifth Amendment. You have the right to not self-incriminate, right? I plead the Fifth. So let's say a lawyer gets you on stand, and you say, he says, where were you at on July 4th of 2022? And you're like, first of all, I can't tell you where I was at by law. That's not correct. You would say, I plead the Fifth. I plead the Fifth. He would technically say, I invoked journalist rights to protect my sources. But saying it's a law that he can't say is so you're saying if Chris Kelly comes on and says, hell, I was working on this article and Will Bird helped me. He was one of my sources for it. That Chris Kelly's going to jail? That Chris, even if I said, please keep this confidential, please, I don't want to get in trouble. I don't want to get fired. I don't want to get, whatever. I don't want to be all over the internet. And he still reveals it. Is Chris Kelly going to jail? Absolutely not. I typically don't reveal, like some people send me stuff and they don't want their name mentioned. I typically don't reveal that. If I did, even if you asked me, you probably just wouldn't talk to me anymore. But I'm not going to jail, okay? I'm not going to jail for revealing my sources. If this was the case, then no one could ever source anything. So when you're reading a news article and it says, Phil Godlewski, QAnon cheerleader, blah, 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 outs himself as a pedo, like it said in the Daily Beast and all that shit, and it says, according to AP, to jail! All of you are arrested, according to the AP. The fuck out of here! Carrie drinks the fifth. That's right. She has to please the fifth with the lips.
Of information that Hillary was executed as you described here on video to your followers.
First and foremost, a journalist can't disclose his sources by law.
Oh,
I'm not going to burn a source.
I'm not going to burn a source. He would never show that in a clip. I thought he was a secret agent, leader of the five in government, Trump, jack of all trades. Didn't know he's a journalist. He would never share when they're questioning him like, oh, so you claim you work for the NSA? Got any proof of that? Can you prove that to us? That you used to claim that you worked under a different name, that this isn't your real name, that you're actually the Edward Snowden that we all are familiar with in the movie. He would never show a clip of that because he's just going to look like an idiot. Straight to jail. Do not collect $200. Do not pass go. Of course.
I believe your client has actually invoked that privilege as well, if I'm not mistaken. I'm an investigative journalist, and I...
Okay, did you catch that? Phil thinks the phrase is, or at least in this context at this point, if I'm not mistaking. So what he's looking for there is, if I'm not mistaken, E-N, if I'm not mistaken. But instead, he decides to roll with, if I'm not mistaking. Look at that fucking face. Them chins, bro.
Your client has actually invoked that privilege as well, if I'm not mistaken. I'm an investigative journalist, and I am protected.
If I'm not mistaking. Sometimes I'm mistaking, and sometimes I'm truth-telling. But if I'm not mistaking, then I am truth-telling. And if I'm not truth-telling, then I'm mistaking. And if I'm not mistaking, Chris Kelly said it too. He's a legit journalist, Phil. You're not a journalist.
Can't disclose his
I'm not
sources.
I'm not a fucking journalist. Like, I think it's cool to play investigative journalist shit sometimes and like do exposés and bring you all stuff and exposed and behind the scenes, and Don Keatic joins fucking 7K or whatever we do. What was the other one? Nick Swick. But I'm not an investigative journalist. It's just, it's a role play more than anything.
So I'm not going to burn a source. I believe your client has actually invoked that privilege as well, if I'm not mistaken. I'm an investigative journalist, and I am protected by the First Amendment to not reveal my source, number one.
Sure. He finally got it right. You are protected that you can't be forced to reveal your source. It's not that you're not allowed to reveal a source. Jesus Christ. God damn it. He looks like a cat somebody snuck a cucumber behind.
Number two, this exact story is widely reported across many different outlets across the world.
Where did you get it from?
I just told you.
From who?
Mariah, when you hear this and come back in, I took a sneezing fit and I never went and got me. Will you give me a bottle of flavored water, please?
Well, can you name a source? Any source?
I'm not going to name my sources. Absolutely not.
You said it was.
It will put me out of business.
It was widely reported.
So if I name all my sources, it'll put me out of business because my only source is I made this up. He had to think of something that he didn't have to testify in court, that Ezra Cohen Watnick was his source, and then they contact Ezra Cohen Watnick's legal team, and they're like, is this your source? But he does name, I really, 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 really hope that the Scranton Times legal team is in contact with some of these celebrities and famous politicians that he names.
Across many different media outlets across the world.
Can you name some of them?
No, I can't. I don't have the list here in my head. I didn't know you were going to ask me, but you're free to research it yourself.
Well, you're sure.
Do your own research. Tim Hinton. If I'm not mistaken, you should do your own research and use your own discernment. Your discernment. I'm beginning to question Tim Hinton. I don't think this is going to go to trial, boys. Phil sent me a message about these, and I sent him a message back, and he said, see, that's what happens. That's why I'm going to win the case. And I said, you're a public figure. You don't, he's like, they have to prove that this is true, and they're not going to. And I said, they do not have to prove that this is true. You admitted to being a public figure with millions of followers. You have to prove that they acted with malice, which means that they either knew it was bullshit when they wrote it or reasonably should have known it was bullshit when they wrote it and decided to write it anyways because they have malice towards you.
For Hillary Clinton's execution, first of all, did that person ask for confidentiality?
Objection.
They are asking a lot of these questions to establish who he is, what his context is, the lies that he constantly tells, his mental instability, how he can't keep up with his own fucking stories, how he's not qualified to diagnose anybody else as crazy, how he lives one life online and a separate life in private with the women that he fucks, I guess, or tries to fuck, that he is a completely different person. This goes to establish all of his credibility.
They don't have to ask for confidentiality to be a source of a journalist. That's not how it works.
Okay.
And
yes, it literally is. If you come to me and say, Will, I'm going to charge him for consultations with you. Yeah. I would never give him anything that I think he'd actually use in court, but he has to know that that's a law. I mean, his lawyer has to know that that's a law. I just kind of like to hold it out because I don't know why I don't know if Phil is like desperate for me to see him in a different light or to be friends with him or something. It's very weird the way he engages with me, which I can be cordial. It's not like cussing him on the phone is going to prevent or stop anything, right? So I'll message him back, but it doesn't make sense, really, the engagement we have, the back and forth we have. But either way, I'm not trying to give him anything helpful. Just point out that he still doesn't have a case, basically.
yes, they did.
Okay. Did you have just one source for this information or multiple sources?
I don't know if I had one source for this particular piece of information. I have multiple sources that give me information.
You can find a lawyer to basically represent you no matter how crazy you are, right? No matter how crazy you are. I mean, you still need legal representation. Even his lawyer, when he went to court, he said like 3 times, I want to remind people these are the beliefs of my client, not my beliefs. I shouldn't have to answer for these beliefs. And the judge is like, yeah, we understand. We understand. Like, he's even said that. Like, he doesn't believe what Phil's saying. But you still get representation, right?
Yes, they did.
Okay. Did you have just one source for this information or multiple sources?
I don't know if I had one source for this particular piece of information. I have multiple sources that give me information that are very close to the actual events that I talk about occurring.
Okay. Can you tell me who authorized the execution of Hillary?
I think they picked out your Kiki. I think they picked out maybe your quote as being like supportive of Phil. Like, why are you even covering this? What's this have to do with that? It doesn't, but I don't know.
Clinton?
Donald Trump.
Okay.
By the way, thank you guys for the follows. You can subscribe here if you'd like. I know I'm on Twitch most of the time, and the reason people subscribe on Twitch is because they don't see ads. Well, this place doesn't have ads right now, but I do get 100% of the money. They actually just sent me my first month's worth of subscriptions the other day. So I get 100% of the money. We got 300 people watching right now just on Kick. So thank you guys for joining us.
I'm sorry. The military tribunal authorized the execution.
So who authorized this? He says Donald Trump. And then while Tim Hinton is gathering himself for the next question, he says, I'm sorry. The military tribunal authorized it. Listen.
This particular piece of information, I have multiple sources that give me information that are very close to the actual events that I talk about occurring.
Okay. Can you tell me who authorized?
The benefits you'll get on Kick is when we get it established, if you're a subscriber, I'm going to do sections of the weekends I'm on Kick, right? Friday, Saturday, Sunday. I'm thinking about doing a Sunday show for Kick subscribers only. That'll when I get Patreon and everything else back on, that'll help. Or that'll give you a benefit to subscribing for the $5 or whatever. If you're interested. If you're not, no big deal. I get it. But if you're interested.
The execution of Hillary Clinton?
Donald Trump.
Okay.
Who authorized it? Donald Trump.
I'm sorry. The military tribunal
I know what you
authorized
meant,
the execution.
But Donald Trump was there.
Donald Trump was president of the United States, ordered the arrest via the military, and then presided over the execution.
Someone answer me real quick. Have we got any fucking anybody major in fucking governments, civics, something like that? Is the president's job to find somebody guilty of a crime? Do they establish that, hey, you committed this crime, military move in and snatch them up? Is that something we do? Is that the president's job? Is that how you get on an FBI most wanted list? The president calls the FBI and says, this motherfucker cut me off. I need him at least in the top 5. Okay. The president doesn't do that. The president doesn't do that. The president, believe it or not, doesn't even designate terrorist threats. Okay, even when he calls out a terrorist or decides to take like Soleimani, when Trump did Soleimani, that was referred to him through departments that come to him. He has to make the order because we're in a foreign country, with a missile, a strike, blah, blah, blah. But that was all referred to him from other people. You think the president is looking at evidence all day long and being like, oh, yep, that guy looks like he's a terrorist. I can see he had 17,000 text messages, and about 10 to 12% of those are about to other terrorists in known locations. Thanks for bringing this to me, guys. Like, of course not.
Okay. Did the Secretary of Defense approve the execution?
I have no idea.
Okay, where did the execution take place?
He looks so nervous. Gitmo, Guantanamo Bay. I hope some of the questions they asked him, have you been to Gitmo? Have you been to these other, did you ever work at an NSA facility in Hawaii? Have you ever been to Afghanistan? Have you ever been to Iraq? Have you ever been to the CIA facility known as a salt pit or cobalt? Huh? Can you describe how to get there? If I landed you, I know I can do this, can you? If I landed you in Bagram Air Force Base or Bagram Air Base right now on an airplane and pushed you out the back door on the tarmac, could you get to Cobalt? Could you get to the salt pit? Those places where you claim that you went? That's weird. I don't think you can.
We've seen Hillary since the end of 2018.
Oh, I know who you are, Andrew. You're good.
Body double.
You see what you think is Hillary on television, but that's not Hillary.
Okay. It's your belief that's a body double?
It is a body double.
Okay. How do you know that?
It is.
Because Hillary was executed on December 31st of 2018.
Okay. But you weren't a first-hand witness to the execution. Is that correct?
Correct.
I think he's alluded to. It's very hard to say, has Phil actually said this? The salt pit is what he claimed he had been to when that weird 2000 Mules guy came out and said that he was having the pit and inviting everybody. And someone said, "Are you going to the pit?" And Phil said, "Yes," talking about that event. Or maybe he didn't even know. He just agreed to it because it was vague enough. And then the guy come out and is like, "I didn't invite Phil. I don't even like Phil." Basically, and they had a back and forth. And he said, "Oh, I was talking about the pit in Afghanistan." So what he did was Google it. Or one of his followers come up with this, because the salt pit is basically a centralized interrogation area for the CIA and some contractors. And I think they have a little bit of Air Force staff there, and they have a little bit of Army staff there for security. But it is a CIA interrogation site. The salt pit is the name of it, or some people call it the pit. So Phil tried to play back on that, oh, I meant this one. I've been there. That's what I meant. It was also under the cold, well, sorta. It is an interrogation site before you go to the dark prison. The dark prison is Gitmo. There is the dark prison is a secret prison in Afghanistan before you go to Gitmo, right? That's what they'll call it, a dark prison, a secret prison. I don't know what that translates to, but basically what they were calling it in hold on just a second. Gotta send a message. Basically, when they were speaking in Pashto, and that's in Afghanistan, whatever it roughly translated to was the dark prison or the unseen prison, and that was a salt pit. That was near, almost so close to. It was basically considered part of Cobalt for a while, but they're actually two separate entities. They do two separate things. But they were so close that a lot of people just called it Cobalt, the Cobalt facility, and then the salt pit would be the back portion of it.
Asked and answered.
Okay. What other...
My keyboard is really touchy in this app for some reason. That's weird. I don't think your keyboard would have like increased sensitivity with opening an app. That's weird.
High-level public officials were executed.
Is that where you get waterboarded? Yeah, it could be. That's where a lot of people that... You guys have heard of the playing deck, the deck of cards they had when we invaded Afghanistan, Iraq, and it was to get soldiers used to these people, and they basically ranked them from lowest to highest, ace of spades. Saddam Hussein, his sons were on there, his administrators were on there, his generals were in there. They were all in this deck of cards, and they know that soldiers use cards all the time when they're bored. It familiarized the soldiers because they're looking at these pictures over and over and over and over and over and over again. So maybe they would recognize them. But at all times, even without a deck of cards, even without putting it out to the public, even though you may not know about it, at all times, we used to call it the VIP list. We had a list of basically like the most wanted. Some of them would say, like, if you see this guy, it was almost like FBI's most wanted, like armed and dangerous, known to hang out around these areas, this affiliation, family in this area, last spotted in this area, kind of deal. And we would review those. And a lot of times it was before like a snatch and grab or something like that, just in case we ran into these people or saw these people. Or hell, bumped into them on the street. There's some crazy stories about people getting fucking busted just by being recognized. So even though they weren't playing decks or playing card decks, there was still always people that we wanted and people we wanted information from. This sounds so cliche. I barely tell this story, but we had an informant who was a bomb maker. That's what he did before he was an informant, and probably still while he was an informant. He wasn't supposed to be, but probably while he was an informant, that's what he did, was he made bombs. He was missing 3 fingers on his right hand and 1 on his left, and he was flipped, put back, and gave us information. He didn't do it super willingly, but he was being paid and threatened with violence, so he did it. But he definitely had a disdain for us. We weren't friends. We weren't like buddies and allies. Not like my interpreter. My interpreter, loved the USA, loved the Kurdish people, hated Saddam Hussein, couldn't wait to come to the USA. But the guy we called Rocket Man, he fucking hated us just as much as everybody else. But through pressure and influence and money, they got him to flip, and we would occasionally go talk to him. In Afghanistan, it's a big deal about meeting the elders. You would go into towns and run security while someone with some brass on their chest would go in and speak with the elders. The elders of the village would tell us, like, sometimes they'd tell us, like, the Taliban is coming around, or they've came and made an offer to us. They've threatened us if we can help you. Or sometimes they'd be real quiet. It was always an eerie feeling when the elders, if you had elders of a certain area that you were working in, that were always very friendly, that were always very nice, that were always happy to see you, and then they went quiet on you. They didn't want to talk. They didn't want to negotiate. They didn't want supplies and medical care, because you basically knew that there was an attack coming and they were going to look the other way. You didn't know when or how or from where, but it was coming, and they had already decided they were going to look the other way. But yeah, we've got a bunch of facilities like that. Impromptu. What was the damn it, I can't even remember, and I've been there a bunch of times. Hold on, let's see. What's the name of it? It was Abu Ghraib. Abu Ghraib. Ghraib, I think is what most people come. Abu Ghraib, the prison or whatever, they got in so much trouble for, like, fucking people were getting pissed on and shit, and treated poorly. That was a facility. We had one at Anaconda. Anaconda had a huge fucking detention facility in Iraq, like a gigantic one. It wasn't so much for intel as it was like a prison system. Okay, like the intel ones, were Abu Ghraib. I don't think that's how you actually pronounce it. I know I've heard a ton of people say it, but I don't think it's how you pronounce it. I get it, but that's the way a bunch of people say it that I was in with. There is the prisons were gigantic. Okay, they were just like American prisons, and people were planning on staying there for a long time. Very little intelligence came out of there. It was more like just like a regular prison system. The camps where they did the interrogations were small. They were mobile. They had tons of security, and people came in and out, and were put back in the either sent to Gitmo or out of country, or put back in their houses as informants if they cooperated, I guess. War's fucked up, but it's kind of there's a lot of things that I could say, man, that was fucked up. I can't believe they did that. I can't believe this happened. I can't believe that happened. But a lot of it saved lives too.
By military tribunals.
Ghost of Abu Ghraib.
Joe Biden.
I want to say Abu Ghraib all the time, but I don't think that's how you actually pronounce it. I don't know what that last little bit was. Hold on.
Executed by military tribunals.
Asked and answered.
Okay. What other high-level public officials were?
There was Phil. Did you hear that? Phil's calling out his own objections now. Because he heard the lawyer do it, he's calling out his own objections. Listen, he's not allowed to, he doesn't even say the word objection. He just says, asked and answered. Listen.
Okay.
I will watch that, Dr. Waterheater.
Because Hillary was executed on December 31st of 2018.
Grounds.
You weren't a first-hand witness to the execution, is that correct?
Correct. Asked and answered.
Okay. What other high-level public...
Correct. Asked and answered. Phil's not allowed. I don't care how intelligent he thinks he is. I don't care how many fake diplomas he hangs on his wall. I don't care what lies he says to his followers. He's not allowed to raise an objection.
Guantanamo Bay.
And we've seen Hillary since the end of
Abu Ghraib.
2018, haven't we, on television, or is that a body
that's how
double?
it's said.
You see what you think is Hillary on television, but that's not Hillary.
Okay. It's your belief that's a body double?
It is a body double.
Okay.
How do you know that?
Because Hillary was executed on December 31st of 2018.
Okay, but you weren't a first-hand witness to the execution, is that correct?
Correct. Asked and answered.
Okay.
That's actually not true. It's not been asked and answered. The reason his lawyer didn't say that is because the first time he was asked was, were you at Gitmo? Were you at the execution? Were you at the execution? He said no. Now, being a first-hand witness, you don't actually have to be there. It could be through a live stream. It could be through a video chat. It could be through whatever, right? You can still be a witness to it without actually being there. That's probably why his lawyer didn't say anything. Asked and answered.
What other high-level public officials were executed?
Andrew, you ain't been in court in a long time, have you? But next time, try it.
By military tribunals.
Me and Andrew and Dr. Waterheater and the people we used to run around with, man, we were wild, dude. Like, when I tell you all my stories about all the drugs I did and sold and traded for and how fucked up I was all the time and doing fucking dope. I held when my I don't want to say this. When I had a family member give me my first pills, it was so early on in the opioid epidemic that people were like, fuck you, we don't do that. What, a pill? You're going to take your medicine with your blood pressure too? I like making fun of me. It hadn't even taken off yet. And we started doing pills.
Joe Biden.
Who else? I think he's asking who else has been.
Execution, is that correct?
Correct. Asked and answered.
That's right.
What other
We all were.
public
We all
officials were executed by military tribunals?
What other high-level officials were executed by military tribunals?
Joe Biden.
He was, I think you've broadcast that he was executed for crimes against humanity in 2019.
Yes.
And the Joe Biden that was elected president in November of 2020 is really a body double? You've broadcast that, right?
Yes. A body double and or cloning technology is amazing today. Most people don't know about it, but...
Again, even if he wanted to say a body double or a clone, stop right there. You don't have to go to cloning technology is amazing and most people don't know about this, but clones are really similar. I think he's a body double because it doesn't even look like him. Clones would be better than that. He said all this under oath. He better hope he actually believes it and no one finds out he didn't believe it. He said it all under oath.
Body double and or cloning technology is amazing today. Most people don't know about it, but could also be...
By the way, speaking of drugs in my small town, somebody brought up the Mexican mafia today or the other day and asked me about it. So right when I got into high school, a couple of the Mexican guys I knew, we have a lot of Mexicans that live here. Some of them are my really good friends. Hector was one of my best friends growing up. We did everything together, even almost went to jail together a few times. But we have a lot of farm stuff, right? So we have tomatoes and strawberries and blackberries, stuff that is usually typically picked by hands by immigrant workers. So we have a large Mexican population here. Well, when we first got out of high school, some of the Mexicans I knew and some of their family members opened up an old video store. And this was when videos were kind of dying, right? We were getting smartphones. The internet was becoming better. Video cassettes were kind of dying, even though we had a video store for like another 10 years. I don't know how the fuck they stayed in business, the real one, but this was just a front because they were slinging cocaine, like kilos and kilos and kilos of cocaine. They were stealing or selling quite a bit when they finally got busted. It was a fake jewelry store, or fake. It was in Unicoi, which is like it's not even as big as Irwin. It was a fake movie rental place, and you could go in there and use the right combination of lingo, and they would sell you some. They would sell you some damn coke, and it was good too. I don't know where the fuck they were getting it. I think perjury in a civil case is still punishable. It'd be up to and including the worst part would be going to jail. The worst prosecution you possibly get. The reason I think so is because even when you just sign a document and it says, I attest to this under penalty of law, that this statement's true, blah, blah, blah. Even if you just sign a document and lie, you could still face up to jail. That typically doesn't happen. Okay, it would have to be like gross and over. They would have to prove that Phil didn't believe any of this, and he just said this to win his case, and he was talking in the background. They got all the evidence, all the text messages where he's like, "I'm lying to these fucking retards," and fuck the judge. It would be so hard for him to end up in jail through perjury. And I'm pretty sure didn't we see where Phil had to come off of isn't he off probation now? But I'm pretty sure perjury in a civil matter, you still swear the same, that you could face up to time in prison, basically. So I think even if it's a civil case, you could still go to jail for it, technically.
Be a clone, but I don't think so because it looks nothing like the actual Joe Biden anyway.
All right, so Mark Esper, he was the Secretary of Defense. Does he know about these executions?
Mark Esper turned out to be a Cabal deep state plant.
Oh, so now we talked about Hillary. Talked about Biden. We talked about Mark Esper. Let's see.
And Mark Esper is a traitor, in my opinion.
Okay, should be.
So typically, famous people are not trying to sue everybody that says something bad about them, right? They got anti-SLAPP. You got to fight against the First Amendment. Typically, famous people are not trying to sue everybody that says something bad about them. But who are the people that they go for slander or defamation? It is people that repeatedly slander their name or cause defamation, right? People that affect their income because they have a large audience. Phil claims he has millions of audience. And people who have money to pay. I'm basically judgment proof. I don't own a whole lot. I don't have a whole lot. We pay our bills. There's not a whole lot left over. What we do have left over, we usually spend it on experiences because that's what I value with my family, my wife and kids, going and doing something, blah, blah, rather than stacking, money in the bank for later. I would rather do it now because you never know what's going to happen. But Phil's not. Phil's got millions. Every time he says a new celebrity's name, they have an incentive to go after him because he does have the means to pay a judgment against him.
Executed?
No, I didn't say that.
I thought you said earlier traitors should be executed.
He wasn't put through trial, and he wasn't indicted, as far as I'm aware, unless it's still sealed for anything. If he does get found guilty of a crime of treason, sedition, or crimes against humanity, those particular offenses call for the death penalty, which I support in those cases.
Was Anthony Fauci executed?
I have conflicting information on that.
Okay. Have you reported that he will be arrested and tried by a military tribunal?
Yes.
And if found guilty, he'll then be executed?
I'm not the one that controls that, but if he's found guilty of a crime of treason, sedition, or crimes against humanity, those particular crimes, if found guilty, carry the sentence of a death penalty.
Did you report on social media that
Wait a second. What crimes? Hold on.
he'll then be executed?
I'm not the one that controls that, but if he's found guilty of a crime of treason, sedition, or crimes against humanity, those particular crimes, if found guilty, carry the sentence of a death penalty.
Did you report on social
crimes against humanity is not even a thing. Crimes against humanity is not a crime. Show me the penal code. Crimes against humanity is kind of like a catch-all, I guess, that the United Nations maybe does something with, but it's like a huge group of laws, and it would be crimes that are committed against a group of people by the government or at the command of the government. It's like a war. Okay, crimes against humanity is like for the UN, it's like a war crime, but there's no war, right? It would be the same as like if we invaded Mexico and started killing a certain religious group of Mexicans. Right? That'd be a war crime, right? Now, if there's no war going on and we just go to Texas and do the same thing, there you go. But crimes against humanity is not a fucking crime in the U.S. There's no statute. There's no nothing. We're talking about the UN. Yeah, I guess. I mean, the UN has crimes against humanity listed. What do they have it listed as? Hold on. It's not clear in which context the term crimes against humanity was first developed. Some scholars point to the use of the term or very similar terms as early as the late 18th and early 19th century, particularly in the context of slavery and the slave trade, and to describe authorities or atrocities associated with European colonialism in Africa and elsewhere, such as, for example, the atrocities committed by Leopold II of Belgium and the Congo Free State. Other scholars point to the declaration issued in 1915 by the Allied governments, France, Great Britain, and Russia, condemning the mass killing of Armenians in the Ottoman Empire. That was the Armenian genocide. To be the original of the use of the term as a label for a category of international crime. Since then, the notion of crimes against humanity has evolved under international customary law and through the jurisdictions of international courts such as International Criminal Court, International Criminal Tribunal for the former Yugoslavia, and the International Criminal Tribunal for Rwanda. Many states have also criminalized crimes against humanity in their domestic law. Now, when it says states here, it doesn't mean U.S. states. Crimes against humanity have not been codified in a dedicated treaty or international law. So crimes against humanity have not yet been codified. So it's an umbrella term. Like, what can I charge you with? If I charged you with crimes of moral turpitude, is that the crime? Not really. That's not a crime. It describes a set of crimes, right? It describes a set of crimes which is like has the intent or it's reckless and morally reprehensible. That's a crime of moral turpitude. So a crime against humanity is not like the law. It would describe these other crimes that fall under this umbrella term of crimes against humanity in international law. But again, it's not codified. It's not codified. It's not written in. It's not anything. It says has not yet been codified in a dedicated treaty or international law, unlike genocide and war of crimes, though there are efforts to do so. Despite this, the prohibition of crimes against humanity, similar to the prohibition of genocide, has been considered peremptory norm of international law. from which no derogation is permitted, in which is applicable to all states. In 1998, the Rome Statute established an International Criminal Court. The Rome Statute is a document that reflects the latest consensus among the international community on this matter. It is also the treaty that offers the most extensive list of specific acts that may constitute a crime. This would be like saying war crimes. You don't get charged for war crimes, but if someone says you've been charged with war crimes, there's a crime that you committed that falls under the category of war crimes, I guess. For the purpose of this statute, crimes against humanity means any of the following acts when committed as part of a widespread or systematic attack directed against any civilian population with knowledge of the attack. So, any of the following acts, when they're committed as part of a widespread or systematic attack directed against any civilian, not military, any civilian population with knowledge of the attack, okay? And they include, this is from the Rome Statute, they include murder, extermination, enslavement, deportation or forcible transfer of population, imprisonment of others or other severe deprivation of physical liberty in violation of fundamental rules of international law, torture, rape, sexual slavery, enforced prostitution, forced pregnancy, enforced sterilization, or any other form of sexual violence of comparable gravity, prosecution against any identifiable group or collectively on political, racial, national, ethnic, cultural, religious, gender as defined in paragraph 3, or the grounds that are universally recognized as impermissible under international law in connection with any act referred to in this paragraph or any crime within the jurisdiction of the court. Enforced disappearance of persons, the crime of apartheid, other inhumane acts of a similar character internationally or intentionally causing great suffering or serious injury to body or to mental or physical health. So what would be the difference? Apartheid is legal segregation when you take away their political or civil rights. So like if we said like Mexicans are legally separate from everybody else in the U.S., they're lesser citizens because they don't get the ability to vote or any civil rights protected, that's apartheid in the general term. So what would be the difference between me murdering someone and me committing murder, which is what I'd be charged for, under this crimes against humanity umbrella? Well, it would have to be part of a widespread or systematic attack. So we're all murdering all these people because this a widespread, and it's directed at a civilian population. And then it says with knowledge of the attack, a civilian population with knowledge of the attack. So basically, even if you get charged with crimes against humanity, that's not going to be your charge, right? You're charged to be murder, you're charged to be genocide, you're charged to be sex trafficking, you're charged to be whatever. It's just that crimes against humanity means that it occurred in this, like basically like a war crime, right? If we invaded Mexico and killed all the Mexicans, we wouldn't be charged with, just 100 billion or 100 million counts of fucking murder. We would be charged as a war crime with genocide. The crime would be genocide. It would fall under the umbrella of war crime, the same way that these would fall under the umbrella of crimes against humanity. It is not an actual charge. So if it's not an actual charge, then there's not an actual punishment for that if found guilty, right? Like, you might be charged with, there's so many things on this list. So if you're charged with, hold on just a second. Let me grab the list again. I'm opening it back up. So let's say you're charged with the enforced disappearance of a person. Let's say that you are a political leader and there's some type of turmoil, you're driving people apart, and this guy who goes against you, you force him to leave the country and never contact his family again. Do you think you're getting the death penalty for that? Do you think you're getting a death penalty for that? I don't think so. A lot of these call for the death penalty, but I don't think you're getting the death penalty for some of these. So you can't say crimes against humanity equals death penalty because those things don't go together all the time. Sometimes they would.
Social media that Governor of California Gavin Newsom was arrested and executed?
I believe I reported that Gavin Newsom killed himself.
Okay, and who's standing in for Gavin Newsom now? Body double?
Or
Sorry, Mariah's yelling at me. I forgot to do Ollie's betting in the laundry when I got here today.
Or clone?
Who's standing in? Hold on.
Of California Gavin Newsom.
This is Gavin Newsom.
Sedition or crimes against humanity. Those
a general category classification. Thanks for
carry the sentence of a death penalty.
simplifying that for me.
Report on social media that Governor of California Gavin Newsom was arrested and executed?
No.
I believe I reported that Gavin Newsom killed himself.
Okay.
All right, so he says, did you report that Gavin Newsom was arrested and executed? Nope. I believe I reported that he killed himself.
And who's standing in for Gavin Newsom
What's
now?
up,
Body
Southern
double?
Bell?
Or a clone.
Or clone?
I don't know who you are, but welcome.
Did you report on social media?
We have fun on Kick. There's less rules. Just follow the general chat rules. Obviously, it's less stringent than a lot of places, but we still moderate it the same. So, like, if you can't say it on Twitch, please don't say it here, and we'll go through that. But thanks for joining us.
Media that the COVID vaccines were developed by Big Pharma.
So, Gavin Newsom either has a clone or a body double.
Report on social media that Governor of California Gavin Newsom was arrested and executed?
I believe I reported that Gavin Newsom killed himself.
Okay, and who's standing in for Gavin Newsom now? Body double?
Or a clone.
Or a clone?
Or a clone.
Did you report
Body
on
double
social
or a
media
clone for Gavin Newsom, of course. Who wouldn't think that? Come on,
that
guys.
the COVID vaccines were developed by Big Pharma to control the minds and actions of humans by way of the 5G networks operated by the phone companies?
Now, did you catch that whole question? The COVID vaccines were made by Big Pharma to control the minds and the actions of you and me, if you took the vaccine, by using 5G cell phone data. 5G cell phone data.
I believe that I had discussed that particular topic on my live streams. I don't, in the way that you're phrasing it, did I report on it? In my mind, you're making it seem like I gave that information, but I believe I was corroborating with other truther or
not yelling at you, but you can't be sneaking behind me. I have fucking PTSD and you're crawling around behind me. Jesus Christ.
citizen journalist, whatever. In my mind, you're making it seem like I...
Those were the words that came out of my mouth.
Standing in for Gavin Newsom now, body double?
Or a clone.
Or a clone. Did you report on social media that the COVID vaccines were developed by Big Pharma to control the minds and actions of humans by way of the 5G networks operated by the phone companies?
I believe that I had discussed that particular topic on my live streams. I don't, in the way that you're phrasing it, did I report on it? In my mind, you're making it seem like I gave that information, but I believe I was corroborating with other truther or citizen journalists, whatever you call us, on that particular set of intel. But
did you report that the COVID vaccine is about the...
He was just coordinating with other truthers. That 5G can drive you around like you're a fucking zombie.
All controlling the minds and actions of humans?
I most likely have said those words, yes.
Did you report that the COVID vaccine is about the cabal controlling the minds and actions of humans?
I most likely have said those words, yes.
Did you report on social media that there's really a second secret constitution of the United States?
It was controlling the minds of people who took it. It's a mind control device. COVID vaccine is for mind control. and there's a new constitution. There's two constitutions. There's the old Cabal one, and there's the new constitution.
Yes.
And did you report that the Supreme Court of the United States has already rendered a decision overturning the 2020 election?
Yes.
And they just haven't gone public with it yet?
Correct.
Okay.
They're getting every bit of it. We didn't hear a single objection. They're getting every bit of this into the record. You can't change his name. You can't change it now. You can't say something different. You can't say I never did. It's all on the record now.
Have you reported on social media that Donald Trump is still the president of the United States, even though Biden or his body double was inaugurated?
Yes.
Did you
What was that?
report on social? Have you reported on social media that Donald Trump is still the president of the United States, even though Biden or his body double was inaugurated?
Yes.
Did you report on social media that John McCain was one of the first ones put to death by a military tribunal?
Yes.
I had John McCain's name to the list.
And you believe that to be
Or the estate of John McCain.
true?
Yes.
Did you
And he believes it.
report on social media that former Governor Andrew Cuomo is a pedophile who raped and killed and tortured children?
Yes.
Add Cuomo there. Add Cuomo to it.
Did you report on social media that there was no shooting at the concert goers at Mandalay Bay in Las Vegas?
Yes.
This is kind of fucked up. I know, like this conspiracy is getting more airtime now, because the police chief that was at the chief of police that was in Las Vegas when the Mandalay Bay shooting happened, is the same police chief that is in Hawaii now that the wildfires happened. So this is getting more legs here. I've listened to the video. I've played the conspiracy theories. I've repeated some of them now. But I know a couple people that were actually there. Not super close, not like real good friends with them. I met them online, but I know a couple people that was actually there. It's a horrible tragedy. They're having to relive it because all these fucking retards are out here running around saying it was bullshit, saying nobody died, saying it didn't happen. It was a false flag. Get the fuck out of here.
Did you report on social media that Donald Trump has control over all banks worldwide?
I don't think that most people would even know who Phil was to sue him. But once they find out what he's worth, and maybe they decide they want some of those houses in the in Italy or the Caribbean, or a new house in Hawaii worth $7.5 million, they might think twice about it.
I don't recall that.
Did you report on social media that Trump sat down with Saudi Arabia in 2017 once he came into office?
Controls all banks. Donald Trump controls all banks. I don't remember that. But here's Saudi Arabia question, 2017.
Got control over Saudi Arabia, then Israel, and then the Vatican.
The way that you just said it, no. I did report on Trump's, quote, world tour in 2017. The way that you just said it is inaccurate, but yes.
Give me the accurate version then.
Donald Trump, immediately upon taking office, met with, and this is documented if you go back and look at his itinerary, met with several countries. Saudi Arabia being the first, Israel being second, the Vatican.
Yeah, Mariah's talking about this. He's talking about capitulation, right? The sword dance and all that kicked off. The Vatican, Israel, starting at Saudi Arabia. Mariah sent a screenshot that says, Susan Olney says, Phil's videos are exploding. They are all over TikTok. Too bad he don't have an account there. He could make millions of dollars off them too. Laughing till I'm crying emoji. Someone says, cool. Lisa Lazou says, I have a feeling this was done intentionally so he can wake up more people. The more people we wake up, the easier it will be when the shit hits the fan. Suzanne replies, I absolutely 100% agree with that. Millions upon millions on TikTok, and people who in the comment section do not even know Phil, asking who he is, and yet commenting that he speaks the truth. It's wild. Leela Sherman says, I've seen some on Facebook as well. So they're claiming that he's spreading all over TikTok without an account.
The royal family, China.
I always find it interesting that, like, Phil does this. Other people do this. First of all, I don't know why people are surprised that this content does well with a certain group of individuals, right? The people who are prone to believe this. Also, Like, Phil will throw his clout around like, well, if you were doing this, he said this about me. He said that I was a nobody that had to stand on his shoulder because he's a giant, blah, 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 whatever. And if I was speaking the truth, if I was actually speaking the truth, then I would have millions of followers and I would be a millionaire and I'd have houses all over the place. He actually says something like when he told everybody there was a news article coming out that he had the second biggest podcast behind Joe Rogan or some shit like that. And then someone said, what about Will Bird? He's like, does Will Bird want the biggest podcast in the world? Well, on the East Coast, that's what it was. On the East Coast, then maybe he should start telling the truth. No, I mean, this bullshit sells, right? We've proven it with Nick Swick. We've proven it with that. You guys remember the Nassara Gassara video we had over 1 million views on before they took it down? We've proven it before. Hell, I've done it with a backup TikTok account. There's a bunch of crazy people on TikTok.
Brazil and several other countries throughout the world.
And what did he do? He said, I've got the goods on you. I know you're cabal, you're child trafficking. What did he tell them?
Not necessarily that way, but he had evidence of certain individuals, certain proponents of government that were within government that were doing crimes against humanity. They were committing crimes against humanity. And Trump, and not just Trump, but Trump and his administration, Pompeo, and several military generals who always accompanied Trump, showed them the bad eggs of their own government and asked for capitulation with their governments to help bring down this worldwide ring of terror, so to speak.
The cabal.
The cabal.
Okay. What is the cabal? What's your definition?
The cabal is a global group of elites, such as high-ranking government officials, high-ranking CEOs and presidents of companies, central bankers worldwide, and other financially well-off billionaires that control the world without any of its citizens knowing.
And you said on social media many times.
So that was his definition of the cabal, right? Let's just do it one more time.
CEOs and presidents of
Sorry. Try and get to it.
What is the cabal? What's your definition?
The cabal is a global group of elites, such as high-ranking government officials,
elites, high-ranking
CEOs and presidents of companies,
CEOs and presidents of companies,
central bankers worldwide,
central bankers,
and other financially well-off billionaires that control the world without any of its citizens knowing.
And you said on social media.
I don't know why Phil's audience hasn't put together yet. That he cannot keep calling out the elites. He has moved to the elite class, basically, right? Hold on just a second. I think most people, most normal people would classify Phil as an elite. So to reach the top 1% of earners in the U.S., okay? This is just, oh, sorry, I left my camera off. My bad. To reach the top 1% of earners in the U.S., let me make sure I'm not misquoting this because I've had to look it up before. Hold on just a second. I got locked out of my account. All right. So it's easy to assume what life might look like for the top 1% earners in the U.S. The exclusive tag might conjure images of big houses, luxury cars, and exotic vacations. The average households needs to bring in $652,657 a year to be classified among the top 1% of earners across the country. So the top 1%, a lot of times we think about like billionaires and multimillionaires, but to be in the top 1%, not 0.1%, the top 1% of earners, you only need to earn about $650,000 a year. $650,000 a year. That's not that extreme, right? Phil's definitely done that with his pyramids and with his Philizana Minor, whatever it's called. Like, yeah, those that's not that much earnings, right? He's made more than that. For sure. So how long can you call out the elite when you've become the elite? How long could I call out, Twitch streamers and then pretend like I'm not a Twitch streamer?
Many times, Tom Hanks was a pedophile.
Yes.
And is Tom Hanks...
Actually, I had to look it up for Tennessee one time. It's only $550 to be the top 1% of earners in the United States. Let's see. How many adults in the U.S.? $332,000. No, hold on. Or 333 million. No, it's 260 million over the age of 18. Oh, let's do this. How many working age adults? 207 million. 61% of the population. So if we take 207,000 times 0.01 equals, that's like, oh, fuck, I could have done that in my head. That's about like 2 million people, right? You would be classified with about 2 million people that make 500,000 or 650,000 and over to be the top 1%. It's not that as crazy as people think. Now, when they're talking about the 0.1%, we are talking about Bezos and those people. But to reach the top 1% of earners, so if you take 1% of the American population and you say for the top of everybody that's earned, you take 1% from the top down, it goes all the way down to like 650K, which isn't insane. And Phil's definitely within that group.
Deceased now?
Yes.
He was executed?
Yes.
And was it a military tribunal that executed him too?
I believe so.
Okay. How many people have been executed?
Hold on, we missed some because I was talking. Can you fat shame people if you're fat? Hashtag Lizzo. I do, but I preface it a lot. I say, hey, look, I'm fat as fuck. But this guy is, or this woman is, this person. Actually, I've been losing weight. I had to cut, this is the second time I've had to cut a extra buttonhole in my waistband of my shorts. They're falling off of me.
What is the Cabal? What's your definition?
The Cabal is a global group of elites, such as high-ranking government officials, high-ranking CEOs and presidents of companies, central bankers worldwide, and other financially well-off billionaires that control the world without any of its citizens knowing.
And you said on social media many times Tom Hanks was a pedophile?
Yes.
And
add Tom Hanks to the list.
Is Tom Hanks deceased now?
Yes.
He was executed?
Yes.
And was it a military tribunal that executed him too?
I believe so.
Okay. How many people have...
Tom Hanks as well. Tom Hanks as well. So, yeah, how much... there's a chart that I used to reference to. That is... it's I don't know which one's newer, but it was basically like how much income do you need to make to be rich in the U.S. And it's probably going to have different numbers, but this is from the Survey of Consumer Finances, the SCF, in 2019. Why am I using how? Oh no, that's questions answered. It says what? With that being said, here are the top 10, 5, and top 1% of household incomes. So to be in the top 10% of household incomes in the U.S., you only have to make $191,000. It's not even $200,000. That's the top 10%. Top 5% is $290,000. Top 1% is $800,000. Which these numbers are different than the $650 I just said. But still, I mean, that's still obtainable. It's not even $1 million a year. They also have a chart attached to it that says earnings. How much does income change with age? And they took the 90th percentile. So the 90 to 100 top earners in each age group. And from less than 35 made an average $122K. 35 to 44 made $210K. 45 to 54 made $255K. And then it starts declining. So it goes from 122 to 255 doubles. From less than 35 to 54. But at 55, it starts coming back down. 250. 65, 188, 75, 128. Like, people are retiring. People are doing those things.
Been executed.
I'm sorry, it doesn't sound right. It's the truth. I don't know what to tell you. Like, sorry, it doesn't sound right. What are you basing that off of? Just it doesn't sound right?
By way of the military tribunal. Is it hundreds of people or thousands?
I have no idea.
Okay. Did you report on social media that the District of Columbia has been under martial law for several months and the Patriots blew up the tunnels underneath the District of Columbia, which were used for child trafficking?
Yes.
You hear all that? So Tom Hanks is going to sue him. How many people have been executed?
And was it a military tribunal that executed him too?
I believe so.
Okay. How many people have been executed by way of the military tribunal? Is it hundreds of people or thousands?
I have no idea.
Okay. Did you report on...
I think the goal, I've been watching some other streamers and I've been interested in what other streamers are making and ad deals and stuff. I do want to blow up one day. I'm hoping I'll have a video go viral or something. A steady growth is awesome, but we also have steady loss. People get disinterested, stop interacting, just disappear. Sometimes hell, Bullshiffer just fucking disappeared, didn't say a word. He wasn't offended or upset or not. He just disappeared. People do that. So I'd like to blow up one day, but I've been listening, and I think the secret to having money while you're streaming and the kind of curse with it is a lot of people that stream or make YouTube videos, when they get money, they go fucking crazy, buy a fucking mansion and a Ferrari, and they think, oh, I'm going to make content with this. And I think they get out of touch with the community that put them in that place. I seem to think, or it seems to show, that the people that are around for a longer time span, they still kind of live like they're poor. They still drive like a reasonable car. They still live in a reasonable place. They still do reasonable things, even though they've got money in the bank. They're banking on their future, rather. I'm sure I would do the same thing. Hell, I basically don't have any expenses.
On social media that the District of Columbia has been under martial law for several months and the Patriots blew up the tunnels underneath the District of Columbia, which were...
He doesn't know how many have been killed, but here's the District of Columbia Patriot missiles and tunnel system bullshit.
Him too?
I believe so.
Okay. How many people have been executed by way of the military tribunal? Is it hundreds of people or thousands?
I have no idea.
No idea. Hundreds or thousands? No idea. Yeah. I guess everybody should know. Bullshiffer just up and disappeared. Nobody can get a hold of him. Nobody can talk to him or his family. They seem to be not responding to anybody, not answering their phone. No goodbye, no fuck y'all, no you pissed me off. It was just, everything was great. Last I spoke to him, we were talking about, he come up to see us, and we had already been down to see him. We were talking about future and what we're going to do for vacations or hanging out. And I just didn't see him anymore. I mean, I hope nothing bad's happened to him, but it still seems like his wife is posted on Facebook. It's just nobody is speaking to any of us. None of the mods, none of the people in the community. He's just gone. I have no idea why. If I did something or whatever, I would tell you guys, like, hell, I pissed him off this way. But the last time we spoke was about how much fun he had here and shit. So I don't know.
Okay. Did you report on social media that the District of Columbia has been under martial law for several months and the Patriots blew up the tunnels underneath the District of Columbia, which were used for child trafficking?
Yes.
Yes.
You believe that to be true, correct?
Absolutely.
And
tunnels under D.C. were blown up that are used for child trafficking because they're under martial law.
Who's your source for that information?
Asked and answered. I don't give up my sources for
Yeah, I understand that. Like, I understand people come to me all the time and is like, hey, I just needed a break. I'm just checking out. I'm just trying to connect to the real world. I need to go touch grass, whatever, however you want to say it. But usually people, especially if they're like close to the show and like, or close to me or whatever, they'll be like, hey, I just had to check out for a minute, or, you know, I'll be back later. I had to take a break, or something's going on, got a lot going on, something that, I don't know, just disappeared. Which he did it once before. And we were able to get him to come back, and it was because somebody had filled his head with a bunch of bullshit, and I was able to talk him back, but he actually responded to me then, and I asked him not to do it anymore. It makes, I get really anxious and really tore up, and like I always think the worst, like something's happened, or something happened to them, or something happened between them or between us, something. I always get super anxious about it. I hate it. It bothers me so much. People will tell you, people that quit watching the show, I still check on people. And they haven't been here in years just because I'm nervous that something happened or want to make sure they're okay. Like, it bothers me really bad. It triggers my PTSD and shit. So I asked him, like, hey, next time you leave, just let everybody know or something. You need a break, but it didn't work.
Journalism.
Journalism.
Sources for journalism.
Colombia, which were used for child trafficking.
Yes.
And you believe that to be true, correct?
Absolutely.
And who's your source for that information?
Asked and answered. I don't give up my sources for.
There you go. Phil calling out another objection. Phil calling out another asked and answered. We're not going to put his wife's name on here. Do not answer that. We're not putting anybody's family's name on here. No, we're good. Asked and answered. That's my objection.
Of journalism.
Have all of your sources asked for anonymity, confidentiality?
I believe that they have, and if not, they're not required to under law.
Okay. Did you report on an episode called Frazzled Drip?
Yes.
Okay, so here come the waterworks. We asked about Frazzled Drip. Let's see what we got.
Is Frazzled Drip something about cutting off the faces of children under a pizza parlor, or what is it?
Uh-oh.
Can you tell me what Frazzled Drip is, Phil?
Yeah.
So he's trying to play his bullshit emotional thing, right? And he's like, can you tell me what it is? But he doesn't know that he's playing to the Tim, you got to calm down, bro. He's playing to the audience. What are you doing? Chill out, dude. Don't interrupt him while he's trying to have his dramatic moment. You got it? Him hitting to fucking interrupt anybody. Oh, yeah, Phil, can you answer me? Phil, you gonna answer me? Come on, Tim, chill out, bro. He's got to play it up. He's got to have it there. I got to order some damn headlights for the Jeep. I forgot. My headlights are out. One of them is. I think I'm just gonna get LEDs. Anybody else upgraded their headlights to LEDs?
Frazzle Drip is a video that was on Anthony Weiner's laptop in a folder on his desktop titled Insurance. And the laptop in question was taken during a investigation into Anthony Weiner. And the video in question, Frazzle Drip, was in that folder. And video depicts a woman who is the same height, build, haircut, facial features, and attire as Hillary Clinton. And there is a second woman who fits the same description to
I gotta get some.
Huma Aberdeen, which was Anthony Weiner's wife.
Who? Huma Aberdeen. Who the fuck is Huma Aberdeen? Do you mean Uma Aberdeen? Humor, Aberdeen, Aberdeen. Humor, Aberdeen? You don't even know her fucking name, bro.
And there is a second woman who fits the same description to Huma Aberdeen, which was Anthony Weiner's wife.
Humor Aberdeener. Humor Aberdeen.
And in the video, which looks like the basement of Comet Pizza in Washington, D.C., it shows both of the females in the video laying different children on top of ping pong tables, which are in the basement, molesting those children.
Oh my God.
Frightening those children with weapons. And then drink.
By the way, this isn't even the clip. So the clip that they claim is Frazzled Drip is actually like it's a movie that's heavy. It's a clip from a weird movie that's like, it looks like it's like shitty video camera and it's got static and maybe even the recording was damaged. Aberdeener. But it's because you don't recognize it, and it's for some horror movie or some shit. Johnny, when he was still around, did a video on it, and most people have known about it for a long time. They found where the original clip came from, and it was from, and it doesn't look like Hillary. It doesn't look like Aberdeen. I'm sorry, Humor Aberdeener. It doesn't look like either one of them. It doesn't look like any of that. Like I don't. So fucking dumb, dude. So dumb. Drinking something.
Which would line up with the theory that it is the blood of those children.
The blood of them.
For purposes of extracting adrenochrome. Thus, the main reason that Hillary Clinton was executed.
So Hillary Clinton and her chief of staff tortured and mutilated children to drink adrenochrome?
Hello?
Yes.
Okay. And President Clinton's chief of staff, John Podesta, you've reported that he's a pedophile who tortured children and burned them. Is that correct?
Burn them?
Yeah, burn them.
There's a particular video of John Podesta. Well, it's an audio, more than a video.
Okay.
That John Podesta is screaming at a child to say his name.
This has nothing to do with John Podesta either. These were those, we talked about this before. Hold on. I can't remember what they were called. I know somebody who did a show on them, though. Hold on. It was really fucked up videos, right? It was, wasn't a it was from the dark web. This is a video that was online that people didn't know if it was true or not, but it's a kid scream. It's not even a video, it's an audio, right? All you can hear is audio. And it was like this account that just popped up out of nowhere, and a lot of people thought it was trolling, a lot of people thought it might be real, but it was a whole series of videos, and one of the videos or audios in it, even though it played like a video, there was no picture moving, it was just the audio of it. It's like a kid that it seems like maybe he's being scalded or something in the shower. It was very weird. I think Some Ordinary Gamer did a video on it. from like maybe it's some like crazy shit they found on the dark web or something like that. I can't remember. We watched a video on it. You guys know what I'm talking about? It has a name, like hold on. The whole scandal has a name. And no one knew where they came from or whatever, and everybody was trying to track them down if you thought it was real or just telling people it was just crazy. Let's see if I don't know what the saga was about. There was like the name of the whole saga. And this was years and years and years and years and years ago that this first came out. I don't think they ever decided whether it was real or it was fake or what it was. It was just a like. It was just like a thing that went around for a while on the internet when it was back in the day. Mudahar, is that the guy's name? Some Ordinary Gamer. Is it Mudahar? Let me see if I can read these descriptions on this YouTube video. Just a second. Oh, I guess I gotta read the fucking transcript, don't I? Hold on. The transcript. Website sort of became the same. Hitman, Deep Web, Assassin, Where It's Been Weed, cataloging. Golden Shower. That's definitely not it. Cryptid. Nope, that's not it. Okay, it's not that one. I think it was on one of his weird things on the dark web series that he covered it and the related videos and the website they were found on and how it got stumbled upon. But I'm not sure. And he probably names what the saga was called. Not on that one. On that transcript. Let's try this. I still hear Mariah yawning. I don't remember. It's all right. But anyways, it has nothing to do with John Podesta, I guess, is the issue. It has literally nothing to do with John Podesta. It's been around for a long time, and the internet was trying to figure out what the fuck it was, where it came from, if it's real, how do we get this guy taken down, or find him or whatever. But no one knows if it was real, no one was made from, no one knows anything.
And the child is in a shower.
Lemonparty.org.
We know that not because of the video, but because of the audio. Mr. Podesta says, get back in the shower, and the child says, it's hot. I'm burning. And in that same video, Mr. Podesta feels the need to scream at the child and make the child say his name. So the child says, John. And then Mr. Podesta
Wasn't the girl? Oh, hold on. Actually,
Podesta says, not that name, the other name. He gave himself a fictional name while he tortures children. So the video that you're asking about burning was referring to scalding with water, not burning with fire. But yes, John Podesta is one of the worst individuals that have ever walked on this planet.
Did you do a video also that George H.W. Bush and George W.
Look at that long breath he had to take, right?
Bush have both tortured children and eaten their brains? You did not report on that?
I remember you asking me that question in a interrogatory, and
I do think he said that they ate their brains, then clarified that as, well, I guess, kind of made it more specific, the pineal gland. I do seem to remember Phil saying that, but he's going to claim he didn't. Did they eat their brains? I'm pretty sure I heard him say that.
I don't remember saying anybody ate brains.
Okay,
there would be no reason for anyone to eat brains if they're trying to extract adrenochrome. That doesn't even sound like something I would say, so I would say no.
How about tortured children?
Yes, I believe that the Bush family, as well as many connected to the Bush family, were completely complacent with the child sex trafficking ring globally.
Okay.
And if they didn't do it themselves, they were complicit in financing, allowing, or overseeing the operation for other individuals to do it, which in my opinion is maybe even worse.
What? So overseeing or allowing or looking the other way while someone is horrible to children is worse than being horrible to children?
Yes, I believe that the Bush family, as well as many connected to the Bush family, were completely complacent with the child.
I think the story about the girl being a dog attack victim is actually, that's a still picture. There's one with the girl, the dog attack victim, but the actual video was from a movie. I'm pretty sure.
Sex trafficking ring globally. Okay. And if they didn't do it themselves, they were complicit in financing, allowing, or overseeing the operation for other individuals to do it, which in my opinion is maybe even worse.
Were either of the Bushes executed?
The first one.
That's worse.
The eldest.
He was executed? You have to say yes.
Yes.
And
Phil forgets he's at a deposition, just starts shaking his head.
And again, you're not going to reveal your sources for any of these statements?
Absolutely not.
And you've broadcast these statements to millions of people, is that correct?
I'm not exactly sure of the number, but I do have millions of subscribers, yes.
Okay. And did you report to your subscribers that President John F. Kennedy was assassinated because he was aware of the global cabal?
He was attempted. There was an attempt on his life, an attempted assassination, but yes. Okay. In fact, President John F. Kennedy commented on it publicly.
So there was an attempted assassination. Hold on just a second. Let me hop into this.
What we'll do then is, I mean, the way
this is Tab and Johnny.
PowerPoint presentation, so we're going to go through these. There we go. We'll get into this image later on.
I know this is sped up.
Yeah, I use that one. I think that was the one everyone sort of has attached to this thing, even though you'll find out it has absolutely nothing to do with it. Like other things, but we'll get there.
We'll get there. So there's 41 slides. It's going to be a long video, but it's going to be well listed. Wearing it as a mask before drinking the child's blood, and satanic ritual sacrifice. Just that, I mean, that alone said a lot, doesn't it?
Yeah.
Yeah. Supposedly,
so this is the whole background to it.
The stuff TV, the debunking machine. Do you know what missing from Phil's face? Or any mention of the NYPD? There you go. For those of that. That's
the how it gets
correct link.
I think I've just used him there.
He actually did a good job with a bunch of this. Supposedly the video is titled Frazzled Rip. No, it's titled Frazzled.rip.
Yeah, I'll get to them later on in the slides and send me that other picture, but I mean,
Twitter on Frazzled has appeared on QAnon, Pizzagate, pedivores for weeks. QAnon believes that there's evidence that the tape existence everywhere, hiding in plain sight. One of the supporting theories holds that what is that word? I know it, but I can't think of it right now.
Famous American graffiti artist born and raised in Brooklyn, New York. We are looking at how to pronounce Jean-Michel Basquiat.
Basquiat.
Jean-Michel.
Basquiat. I know I've seen it somewhere before, but
I mean, the Wilson's got absolutely nothing to do with it.
Once we're in a Zoom call by Ellen DeGeneres, this will be explained on future slides. And the red-handed parent volleyball from Wilson of 2022 or 2000, Tom, that's a long time ago. Castaway are both referenced the little girl's skin face.
Whatsoever. Out of context again, genre, and then
there's some more tweets about it.
But this.
All right, so here, the bad video, Hillary, Uma, and the girl, and they are terrorizing a child. See how this looks like? I don't know if this is like a nun. This looks like almost like a hospital bed. Was alive, put their face to first. So they claim they cut her face off and they put it on themselves to scare her.
And this gets explained to you further down, but this is the only image that it's a still shot that came out from the actual.
I'll share the link to this in just a second if you watch it.
The said movie here, and you'll find soon that where they've tried to scribble stuff out and all the red here where they've explained, it's Uma holding a drill and all this. It's all bullshit.
So this is actually a screenshot from a movie.
This whole scene isn't to do with this. I could place the scene somewhere else. So it's yeah. I mean, it's already falling apart, but we'll get right through it.
It didn't take long with 7 sides in, and it's like,
I don't know if that'll happen, Scranton Times for the win, but that'd be nice.
Falling apart.
Bullshit to anyone that says they've seen this movie. I've called it. I've never had anyone been able to show it to me. No one's ever done it, and I always knew that it never existed.
Anybody says they've seen it is bullshit. I called somebody out like that in my chat one time. They're like, I saw it, it's real, and I called bullshit. Like, you may have seen something, but you can't prove to me like it's fucking real. It's from I honestly think there may only be a screenshot of it.
They tried to link different things and make
not even a video.
These are police officer options.
Yeah.
This one is
with the image. I think I'll get into it in a few slides on, but I mean, this is the image that we've all seen of the young girl. They've claimed they've got her face cut off.
This is the dog attack one. That's the image. You're right. But you wouldn't know it. There's always some sort of glitch that prevents anyone from actually watching it. Occasionally, an anon will share a supposed link to the video, but when you know it, there's always some sort of glitch that prevents anyone from actually watching it. Still, QAnon followers continue to believe it's real, claim they have seen it, and predict that it will eventually be made public. Sometimes QAnon followers will link to the WorldCorp videos, which, that's the WorldCorp videos. That's what it was, the WorldCorp videos. Really deserve their own explainer at some point, so he had it in here. The video that QAnon is often titled Fatherhood. That was it. Fatherhood from WorldCorp. That was the video of the kid screaming, which was later made into the Podesta footage, in which shaky camera footage of silhouettes moving behind a frosted glass door. Video is matched with the horrific audio of an adult and screaming and a child crying. It's upsetting, gets louder. That's what it was.
He ran around the room and yada yada yada.
Actually,
so these things down the bottom is
the left is the altered and doctored image, obviously.
This is the one they saw previously, and on the right is the actual scene that they take.
We could play Spot the Difference all day with these two pics of the exactly same scene. Other images purportedly taken from the tape have surfaced from time to time. My favorite is the one where the poster blacked out. Where the poster blacked out all the disturbing content, which of course turned out to be an empty bed and nothing on the floor. The images is taken from a documentary film. See next slide. Even the original Frazzled drip image from the Facebook post that reignited the story was taken from a website and simply run through a filter so it appears to be from a videotape or closed circuit TV.
I think up as much as you wanted in the next couple. Yeah.
Again, it's just as simple as
the actual thing itself, but obviously I clicked and went.
They blacked it all out, so you guys didn't get offended. But
there's a couple of pages of links to go to everything I used, so I don't claim that anything's new or fresh or anything, but I don't think it's ever been put together this way. That's my main top left there. That stupid thing, Frazzled. There's Clinton, obviously. Just all again, these are just clips off people's things. Podesta tapes, warning. How to kill it.
Especially, I would love to have and post videos and pictures of proof of children being rescued of the deep underground military bases. Video for Podesta tapes. It's impossible to show the guys several reasons. It's illegal to show footage of pictures, but that's what they always claim. Warning, this is what evil has allowed under our very noses.
How kill her? How would Hillary do this? Blah, blah, blah. It was all for a narrative. I mean, look at him. See 800,000 kids in America. Again, it's all just heartstrings. Kids. They link together.
They grab on your heartstrings with it.
Again, just because you got Hillary doing that symbol.
There you go. The link's always bad. The link's never good. This are factually too. Do you honestly believe that anyone involved would not be at least in prison for life at this point? Again, I call bullshit.
They say no password. Oh, sorry, mate.
Oh, there it was. Hold on.
Everything but actually.
The link never works. Yeah.
Yeah.
And then you got click back.
An art project exposes Islamic State controls sex workers in Tunisia. Women not only have their freedom of movement restricted, they also face social isolation. Several brothels have been. It's from a brothel. Have been closed down since Jasmine Revolution. The link below will direct you to the site to explain. As you can see, as you can already see, there are holes all over this ridiculous narrative. So you have seen this location is bullshit. And at this point, there's no actual proof of this footage actually ever existed because it can't without its location. There is also the issue that no one can ever guide you to a viable link of said footage. I know what you have. So this is the only, back in the day, this was the only screen cap footage that was supposedly from Frazzled. Now, Phil claims that he's seen this video. Phil claims that he's seen Frazzled. But listen to him describe it. Okay, I'm going to back out. I'll pull him over here so you can look at this picture. Okay, I want you looking at this picture of this room right here while Phil describes what's on the Frazzled video.
Proponents of government that were with showed them the bad eggs of their
Sorry, this is long. I have to skip around to find it.
Yes.
He was, and you believe that to be true, correct?
Absolutely.
Episode called Frazzled.
Yes.
And is
now Phil claims that he's seen this. This is it. This is the screenshot from it. This is the only thing that's ever shared. This, and then there's another picture of a girl in a hospital bed that was attacked by a dog, so her face is all fucked up, and they say that that's the girl that was in the movie. Let's see if he describes this room right here. A red room, a TV up on a shelf, you know, this bed, a toilet there, kind of like a podium in front of it.
Back for 1 6, remember?
Oh, wrong person.
Frazzled, something about cutting off the faces
Let's see
of
if he
children
describes it
under a
like
pizza
this.
parlor, or what is it?
Phil?
Can you tell me what Frazzled is, Phil?
Yeah. Frazzle Drip is a video that was on Anthony Weiner's laptop.
Okay.
In a folder on his desktop titled Insurance. And the laptop in question was taken during a investigation into Anthony Weiner. And the video in question, Frazzle Drip, was in that folder. And video depicts a woman who is the same height, build, haircut, facial features, and attire as Hillary Clinton. And there is a second woman who fits the same description to Huma Aberdeen, which was Anthony Weiner's wife.
Huma Aberdeen, yeah.
And in the video, which looks like the basement of Comet Pizza in Washington, D.C., it shows...
All right, it looks like the basement of Comet Pizza, right? I guess technically he's not wrong yet. This could be a basement, right? This technically could be a basement. I don't see any windows to the outside, so that could be there. So I'm trying to grab this website address. Prostitution in Tunisia. I'm trying to spell it right. Tunisia. The dash big dash reveal. Right? From English, Quantara.de content. Prostitution in Tanzania. The big reveal. And there's the image. Just as easily as he fucking found it. All right, so technically this could be a basement. And this is the image. No one's ever seen the video. There is no video. There's this image and the video never works. All right, so technically it could be a basement. We know there's no basement. Thank you.
Both of the females in the video laying different children on top of ping pong tables, which are in the basement.
Ping pong tables in the basement. There has never been an image that surfaced. There's never been any video that surfaced. There's never been a screenshot, allegedly. There's never been any image related to this that had ping pong tables. Ever. Comet Pizza doesn't have a basement. Doesn't have ping pong tables in its basement because it doesn't have a basement. But even with the conspiracy theory, like if you went to 4chan or 8chan back in the day, there's never been a picture with a ping pong table in it. Ever.
molesting those children, frightening those children with weapons.
Imagine if I told you there was a video of Donald Trump, cutting open someone while they're still alive under anesthesia and then consuming their guts. And you're like, oh my God, I want to see it. And every link I send you, it just doesn't work. Oh, the deep state's already taken down. Take it down, take it down, take it down, take it down. So then I send you a blurry black and white, make it look like it's CCTV footage of just some smears. And I tell you, I blacked out all the disgusting parts so I can share it on social media. Would you believe that? Because there is no video. None. People will tell you from the QAnon community, they will tell you they've seen it. They have not. They're fucking liars. It doesn't exist.
Something which
there's only screenshots of the supposed
line
video.
up with the theory that it is the blood of those children. For
Does this look like a ping pong table to you, or does this look like the basement of a pizzeria?
purposes of extracting adrenochrome. Thus, the main reason that Hillary Clinton was executed.
So Hillary Clinton and her chief of staff.
The name of the movie
and mutilated
is called Much Loved.
Adrenochrome?
It's a documentary. That's where they pulled it from.
Yes.
Okay. And President Clinton's chief of staff, John Podesta, you've reported that he's a pedophile who tortured children and burned them. Is that correct?
Burn them?
Yeah, burn them.
There's a particular video of John Podesta.
I'll share this link if you guys want to save it for later or go watch
It's
it
an
now.
audio more than a video.
That's what Johnny exposed. He did a good job.
John Podesta is screaming at a child to say his name. And
no dono clips tonight, you poor bastards. No donations. Is that what we've come to expect here? 282 people. If you don't have $5, go get it. Okay?
Child is in a shower. We know that not because of the video, but because of the audio. Mr. Podesta says, get back in the shower, and the child says, it's hot. I'm burning. And in that same video, Mr. Podesta feels the need to scream at the child and make the child say his name. So the child says, John. And then Mr. Podesta says, not that name, the other name. He gave himself a fictional name while he tortures children. So the video that you're asking about burning was referring to scalding with water, not burning with fire. But yes, John Podesta is one of the worst individuals that have ever walked on this planet.
Did you do a video also that George H.W. Bush and George W. Bush have both tortured children and eaten their brains?
Eating their brains?
I remember you asking me that question in a
interrogatory,
and I don't remember saying anybody ate brains.
Okay,
there would be no reason for any.
I'm pretty sure he did say that, to be honest with you.
Adrenochrome. That doesn't even sound like something I would say. So
He
I would say
changed
no.
it to pineal gland, I think.
Tortured children.
Yes, I believe that the Bush family, as well as many connected to the Bush family, were completely complacent with the child sex trafficking ring globally.
Okay.
And if they didn't do it themselves, they were complicit in financing, allowing, or overseeing the operation for other individuals to do it, which in my opinion is maybe even worse.
Were either of the Bushes executed?
The first one, the eldest.
He was executed? Yes, say yes.
Yes.
And again, you're not going to reveal your sources for any of these statements?
Absolutely not.
And you've broadcast these statements to millions of people, is that correct?
I'm not exactly sure of the number, but I do have millions of subscribers, yes.
Oh, there he goes again. Stop talking.
Did you?
You shouldn't be saying things like
subscribers
that.
That
Fucking
President
retard.
John F. Kennedy was assassinated because he was aware of the global cabal.
He was attempted. There was an attempt on his life, an attempted assassination, but yes.
Okay.
In fact, President John F. Kennedy commented on it publicly.
Okay. Was he killed by the Cabal on November 22nd, 1963?
No, I don't believe he died then.
Oh, he was still alive.
I believe so.
Okay.
He wasn't assassinated.
He would be over 100 years old now. When did he die?
He died in January of 2021 or 22. Recently. And yes, he was about 100 years old.
Okay. Did you report on your social media channels that the price of silver, in your opinion, will go to $50,000 per ounce and maybe as high as $100,000 per ounce?
I don't know the exact words I used for that particular report, but again, without seeing the clip or a portion of the clip, I don't know exactly what report I was referring to or who I was quoting. I think it's...
He doesn't remember who he was talking about or to or what he was doing. He has no idea.
I said those words, but I don't know if I was quoting someone.
Can you turn to page ST 3509?
All right. So he has no idea who he's quoting, who he's talking to, what was going on. He has no idea. There's another one. Grab the next one. That's right, assholes. Oh, that's why. Okay. I was like, where did they go? Because I was looking at something else. All right, so this is the one we just watched.
Times on social media about something called the storm. Is that correct?
The storm. Yes. This is the last one from last night.
Is the storm a mass arrests of Cabal members?
In a matter of words.
Okay.
I think I would explain it differently, but yes.
Go ahead. You describe it.
This Cabal-like entity that has had control over our worldwide banking system, as well as several powerful countries in the world, such as the CCP in China, the Israeli military, the United States, they have ran our world into the ground for purposes of their benefit and really decimated the average citizen, just like you and I. The difference between you and I is I know it and you don't. So
I know it and you don't. That's the only difference.
When we say the storm, we're referring to
God, I hope they asked about
basically a global
Earth.
cleanup of this enterprise that is not only stealing but torturing, raping, and otherwise molesting our children, but also stealing and trafficking adults, getting them hooked on drugs, fentanyl and heroin and worse. And the storm is a group of worldwide military patriots that want to set humanity free from the rule, from the shackles that they have put on our lives.
Okay, that's the storm. Got it. The storm is upon us. That's what they mean when they say that. That's the storm. All right, so then that was all from last night. Then someone says, not sure, but note the date of questioning. See his hat, Maui, about 2 weeks before the Maui disaster. Yeah, he bought that hat and wore it on the show because he bought the house in Florida. He wasn't predicting it. He shares another comment that says, watching Phil lay out the truth is more enjoyable than absolutely anything I've ever seen, and I am 54 years old. What a wonderful example of how to explain what we, the people, have been lied to about. Put this on a loop and air it on CNN. Watch people's heads explode. Watch people's heads explode. Ride or die, baby. Then Phil says next live is Sunday, 9:30, 8 p.m. Eastern, and then he starts posting more. One says we don't play those games.
On Rumble and Telegram and other social media networks, I was asked to do corralling of interests to get a greater number of people listening to my reporting.
And that's what the covert operation was?
In a matter of words, yes.
Who asked you to do that?
His covert operation. Covertly. Look at him.
Objection.
On what basis?
It wouldn't be covert if he was to tell you.
That's why I smiled.
Yeah, you don't have a privilege for that, Phil, so...
I understand that, but I also can't reveal to you who my
He doesn't have a privilege for that. You're not a secret agent. Let's see it.
sources are, and I know you're really trying to get to that by asking questions a different way, but I'm not going to.
Well, let me just put this on the record. So, unless your privilege comes down through the shield law of Pennsylvania,
sure does,
which you have not met the elements for that.
None of them.
You said any source, and under the shield law, only confidential sources that have been promised confidentiality get the shield law privilege.
I don't think I'm in position to take your legal advice as I sit here today, but
well,
as
I just want it on the record that you're not disclosing any sources or who asked you to do covert operations.
I'm not disclosing.
No one asked him to do a covert
advice as I sit here today, but
well,
as
I just want it on the record that you're not disclosing any sources or who asked you to do covert operations.
I'm not disclosing any confidential sources of mine. Absolutely not. And you could ask me the same question 6 different ways. I'm not going to do it. Okay. You could continue. That's fine.
My objection on the record in the sense that this is a source because it created articles that were written or broadcast. So
it does fall under
that's why it's confidential.
That's correct.
That's correct. Let me suck out the lemons of my lemonade. Oh, so that's one. That's correct. This one says clandestine with a smiley face.
69, middle paragraph. I have been summoned and called upon to conduct clandestine type operations. Can you tell me what those operations were?
No.
Why?
NDA.
You have a non-disclosure agreement that you won't disclose.
With who? With who? You can't just say NDA. You have to prove that you have one.
Is what you're doing.
That is the definition of an NDA.
But you can tell the world that you've been summoned to do them.
I could say that I am doing something, but not what I...
So you could tell the whole world I've been summoned to do clandestine operations for this movement. Okay, like what? I can't tell you. I can't tell you.
I'm doing according to the terms of the NDA. Yes.
Okay, and you're going to use my expert. You say, and use my expertise of a former life. What former life?
The last time I was under an NDA.
You're not going to tell me what that is either.
No, it's.
Oh man, he's got them good now.
Under an NDA.
And then you write you're going to infiltrate the enemy where it hurts them most. Can you tell me what you mean by that?
The media.
Okay.
Infiltrate the media, Phil. That's weird. Phil posted these himself because he thinks it's a win for Phil.
How did you infiltrate the media?
Well, shortly after this post, if I'm thinking of when it was, my viewership and subscribers went from about 7 or 8 million to 17 or 18.
Okay. Phil, you report.
So that was you infiltrating the media, was doing a show on D-Live and Rumble?
Recently, a couple months back, 2 months back, I think it was.
I bet you right now Tim Hinton is by the beach drinking a cold beer with not a fucking worry in the world.
Was that you're now worth $50 million. Do you remember that post?
At the time, yes.
Yeah.
What was that, Phil?
A couple months back. Phil, you reported recently...
By the way, the judge is not going to let this stand that he just claims he has an NDA with no proof. He's never worked for any fucking agency. He can't prove any of that. None of that can be proven.
A couple months back, 2 months back, I think it was, that you're now worth $50 million. Do you remember that post?
At the time, yes.
Yeah. Is that true?
At that time?
Yeah.
Yes.
And are you worth more than that now?
Yes.
Okay. How much are you worth now?
Objection.
between 75 and 100 million.
And where?
God, he can't stop lying. He can't stop lying. There's no way he's worth 75 to 100. Like, he's rich. Don't get me wrong. He's made a ton of money off all these old women. 75 to 100 million? Bullshit. Bullshit. But his people keep eating it up. They want to send him more money. He needs all those houses because he's running from the cabal.
Where's all this money coming from?
Objection.
The Scranton Times lawyer deserves extra pay for holding back all his laughter. That was from L. Belcher. Yes, he does. If you send it to me through buymeacoffee.com/coldbeer, I may or may not give it to him. Thank you for the 6 packs. I appreciate it.
You can tell me. Where's all this money coming from?
Objection.
You can tell me.
It's coming from having 17, 18 million subscribers, launching businesses that help those subscribers succeed. And
again, I thought, wait. I thought you were a crypto millionaire. I thought you had gold and silver and real estate, and you bought all that before you ever went live the first time, while simultaneously having less than $300 in the bank and going to jail for bouncing a check.
which also helped me financially, of course. It comes from having 17 or 18 million people watching me, being paid from Rumble.
I'm pretty sure he's already said higher than 17 or 18 million. And he doesn't have that many to get paid from Rumble, of course. We know that. He doesn't have anywhere close. I mean, he's got hundreds of thousands of people watching him. But when you have to lie that you have fucking 17 million and that's where your money comes, that's clearly a lie. We know it's not true. I've even spoken directly to Rumble staff about I know you guys, I've said it a million times, but if you don't take my word for it, I've spoken to the platform staff. You do not have an account and have to be logged in. They count everybody. The same number we see on the screen is the same number of people that are actually watching him. There is no secret number that only he can see but can never show us except in edited screenshots.
Advertising contracts for that. It's a lot of money.
Do you get a 1099 from Rumble?
Yes.
And do you get a 1099 from Locals?
Yes.
And I thought I saw in Locals you had about 35,000 subscribers.
Ooh, did we just find something out? Did we just find something out? Hold on. And it's $15 a month, right? Oh, that's a lot of money. That 500,000, I'm just doing it in my head. Is that 500,000, something like that? But what I'm afraid of is he's got 41,000 followers, and he's got a bunch. He might just be quoting his follower number on Locals, which is all we've ever had before, anyways. So maybe, I don't know if that's accurate or not.
And I thought I saw in Locals you had about 35,000 subscribers.
On Locals?
Right. Okay, and how much do they pay per month for their subscription?
$15.
Okay. So what do you get on average per month from Locals?
Objection.
The amount differs because the subscribers go up and down. I sent you that, actually.
On average?
50 to 75,000.
Per month?
Yes.
What? That would mean he has 3,000 subscribers. $3,000 to 5,000 subscribers, something like that. 3,000 to 5,000. Clandestine. clandestine. Okay, now the next one says CIA/NSA reminder under oath. Phil says under oath as if this is some type of magical force that makes him tell the truth. He's lied. He's always lied. He continues to lie. He's never going to change his ways. So just because he says remember under oath doesn't mean shit. He's a liar, and he's going to lie under oath. But that's what this one says. CIA/NSA reminder under oath.
This is the George Magazine article. It seemed like you were very proud of this article.
Objection.
Didn't you get a gold pen and sign copies of it and give it out to all your friends and family?
Silver Sharpie, and I gave it out to my followers. But yes.
Okay.
As far as being proud of it, George Magazine was started by John F. Kennedy Jr. So anytime you're featured and sell out a magazine to the magnitude that I did, I think that's something to be proud of.
So I asked your mom about this the other day, and she didn't recall ever reading the George Magazine article, and I think you said you gave her a copy of it.
Yeah, it's on her. It was just...
What a shot. What a shot. It was JFK Jr. and Michael Berman. Was that the people? Michael Berman. And then they had a publisher, a publishing company. Michael Berman is like, I guess he would just be like a businessman. I can't tell you what he ran. A wealthy businessman. That's all I know about him. Your mom didn't even read it, Phil.
To be proud of.
So I asked your mom about this the other day, and she didn't recall ever reading the George Magazine article, and I think you said you gave her a copy of it.
Yeah, it's on her. It was just the other day after the deposition, I went to her house, and I
$3,000 to $5,000 at $15 would give him roughly between $50,000 and $75,000 a month. Not $35,000. That would be around $500,000. Just doing it in my head. But.
Yeah, it's on her. It was just the other day after the deposition. I went to her house and I said, the magazine is right there. It's not an article. It's a magazine. I mean, this is an article, what you have here, but it comes in a magazine. I gave her a collector's.
It comes in a magazine. It's not an article. It's a magazine. I mean, this is an article, but they don't just hand out the article. It comes in a magazine. Things are written in other things that close with staples. Glossy. What the fuck was that explanation? Hold on. Let's go all the way back to your mom's never seen it.
It seemed like you were very proud of this article.
Clusterfuck.
Didn't you get a gold pen and sign copies of it and give it out to all your friends and family?
Silver Sharpie, and I gave it out to my followers. But yes.
Okay.
As far as being proud of it, George Magazine was started by John F. Kennedy Jr. So anytime you're featured and sell out a magazine to the...
I will tell you this. I can't afford it. But I do have an opportunity to potentially acquire material like this for my own use about a different place and a different claim. And I know that I could pay in advance and get it. I don't have the money. We have talked about doing a fundraiser to do it. The problem is if certain people found out about it, they would try to stop it.
Magnitude that I did, I think that's something to be proud of.
So I asked your mom about this the other day, and she didn't recall ever reading the George Magazine article, and I think
she doesn't recall ever reading the article. But Phil's going to say, it's right in her house. I told her it's right there. It's not an article. It's a magazine. It doesn't matter if you gave her the magazine if she didn't fucking read it. If she didn't fucking read it, she didn't read it.
I think you said you gave her a copy of it.
Yeah, it's on her.
Mariah. Try to straighten this bitch out. Your mom never read the article. It's not an article, it's a magazine. I told her it's right there on her table.
Reading the George Magazine article, and I think you said you gave her a copy of it.
Yeah, it's on her. It was just the other day after the deposition. I went to her house and I said, the magazine is right there. It's not an article, it's a magazine. Okay. I mean, this is an article, what you have here, but
and it comes in a magazine, but I'm talking about the magazine.
Comes in a magazine. I gave her a collector's edition magazine.
Is that how articles come? I feel like I got gypped because for fucking 20 years I subscribed to Playboy magazine and they sent me Polaroids, a sock to come in, and individual articles that were cut out serial killer style. I guess they found some other type of article collection to cut out all the letters. I felt like I was being stalked by a serial killer.
Magazine, and it's just sitting there. I don't know how she didn't know she didn't have it. But
so on page ST 3549, there's an answer from you.
What does mom say?
There's an so on page ST.
A collector's edition magazine, and it's just sitting there. I don't know how she didn't know she didn't have it. But
so on page ST 35.
I don't know how she didn't know she didn't have it. She says she doesn't recall reading it, Phil. The question wasn't, has Phil ever given you a magazine? It's not an article, it's a magazine.
49, there's an answer from you, a whole paragraph long about the intelligence community of the United States having an extremely strict and precise way of recruiting individuals. Do you see that paragraph?
Yes.
And those were your words in that paragraph, right?
Correct.
You got to prove this, Phil. You got to prove this.
And are you, did you want the readers of George Magazine to believe you were recruited by the intelligence agency of the United States?
No.
Were you ever recruited by the CIA or NSA?
Can you re-ask the question?
Were you?
He thinks this makes him look. Can you re-ask that question? He thinks this. Why does he think this makes him look good? Why does he think this makes him look good? Why? Has anybody thought, man, Phil did really well seeing, and now remember, he's got over 8 hours of deposition video. He picked the best, the footage that puts him in the best light. And what we have less than, even since he's added videos, we have less than, I don't know, 10 minutes, 15 minutes of it. Can you repeat the question? Jesus Christ. You look so bad.
I believe you were recruited by the intelligence agency of the United States?
No.
Were you ever recruited by the CIA or NSA?
Can you re-ask the question?
Were you recruited by the CIA or NSA when you were a kid?
Objection.
I believe when I was a kid. Can you, I don't know, what age?
Up through graduation from high school.
I believe there were recruiters that had talked to my parents.
Listen very closely what he says. The question is, were you recruited as a child for the CIA or NSA? He responds, what age, blah, 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 all the way up through graduation. Now, according to Phil, he claims that he went to CIA summer camp and went to training. They pulled him out of school and he went to do all this because he was such an amazing. But his actual statement is, I believe recruiters talk to my parents. What recruiters would talk to your parents? Phil's going to try to back out of this. Phil's going to try to back out of this lie by saying, "Oh, well, you know, we had baseball recruiters, we had military recruiters, and other. I thought some of them were probably with the CIA, NSA. This is not how CIA, NSA business works. Okay, this isn't it. This ain't it, Chief." I know people that have been personally labeled that have went and fucking served. I still know people in the fucking. I want to get all into it, but this is not how it works, Phil. Trust me.
Graduation from high school.
I believe there were recruiters that had talked to my parents.
Well, you were here. Your mother didn't recall any of that.
It wasn't my mother.
Is she not your real mother?
No, she's my real mother.
Okay. Not your real mother?
Talk to my parents.
Well, you were here. Your mother didn't recall any of that.
It wasn't my mother.
Is she not?
I believe the recruiters talked to my parents. That wasn't his claim. His claim is not recruiters talked to his parents. His claim was he went to CIA summer camp where Ezra Cohen Watney took a young boy and made him a man because they were college roommates together, which changed to CIA roommates together, CIA summer camp where boys become men. Then he says, "Oh, I think they talked to my parents." But you're saying they didn't talk to you? The question was, were you recruited by the CIA or NSA? I believe they may have talked to my parents. Your mom doesn't recall that. It wasn't my mom. What? So why didn't you say recruiters talked to my dad? Your dad doesn't recall that. It wasn't my dad. It was just my parents. They would only have the memory if they were still married, still together, and in the same place at the same time. That's the only way memories work.
Well, you were here. Your mother didn't recall any of that.
It wasn't my mother.
You were here for your mom's deposition.
No, she's my real mother.
Okay.
He was there.
Specifically dealt with my father.
Okay.
I guarantee you that this stupid fuck could get his dad. His dad's like a fucking goddamn steroid junkie with erectile dysfunction, and that fucking bozo, the hooker clown looking prostitute he brings to every event. I guarantee you get his dad to lie and say, "Oh yeah, I think there was some. Yep. They told me. I can't remember their names or when they come or what they said, but yep." But that's not even Phil's claim. Phil's claim is that he was personally recruited because of his math and fucking science, because of his grades and the skills he had on a computer, and that they pulled him out of school. He didn't go to school, and they sent him to CIA camp with Ezra Cohen Watnick, regardless of whether they talked to his parents or not. The question was, were you recruited? Well, I believe they may have talked to my parents at one time. What? I believe they may have. Your mom doesn't recall that. So they talked only to your dad. Your dad didn't tell your mom. You went to CIA school instead of going to high school, and your mom still doesn't recall it? Your mom still doesn't recall it? I'm going to have to rehear that one, Phil.
This is the George Magazine article. It seemed like you were very proud of this article.
Objection.
Didn't you get a gold pen and sign copies of it and give it out to all your friends and family?
Silver Sharpie, and I gave it out to my followers, but yes.
Okay.
As far as being proud of it, George Magazine was started by John F. Kennedy Jr., so anytime you're featured and sell out a magazine to the magnitude that I did, I think that's something to be proud of.
So I asked your mom about this the other day, and she didn't recall ever reading the George Magazine article, and I think you said you gave her a copy of it.
Yeah, it's on her. It was just the other day after the deposition. I went to her house and I said, the magazine is right there. It's not an article, it's a magazine. I mean, this is an article, what you have here, but it comes in a magazine. I gave her a collector's edition magazine, and it's just sitting there. I don't know how she didn't know she didn't have it. But
so on page S,
she didn't claim she didn't have it. Oh, she may have. That doesn't matter. The question was, have you read this article? She claims she doesn't have the magazine. That has nothing to do with the what you just corrected. Well, I went over there and I told her it's sitting right here. Sitting right here. That doesn't matter.
T 3549. There's an answer from you.
There's more. There's more. Trust me. We're still going. I know it's late. We're going.
The United States having an extremely strict and precise way of recruiting individuals. Do you see that paragraph?
yes,
And those were your words in that paragraph, right?
correct.
And are you, did you want the readers of George Magazine to believe you were recruited by the intelligence agency of the United States?
No.
Were you ever recruited by the CIA or NSA?
Can you
Reminder under oath.
Were you recruited by the CIA or NSA when you were a kid?
Objection.
I believe when I was a kid. Can you? I don't know what age.
Up through graduation from high school.
I
Under the age of 18, Phil. That's what most people would think.
believe there were recruiters that had talked to my parents.
Well, you were here. Your mother didn't recall any of that.
It wasn't my mother.
Is she not your real mother?
No, she's my real mother.
Okay.
They specifically dealt with my father.
Okay.
Gonna buy dad some test props so his dick works with his hooker, and he'll back me up. And imagine if the court wanted to prove he was wrong. How are they going to do that under oath? He shares from Lewis McMullen. I surely hope that happens, says Phil. How do you introduce evidence legally? Produce anything that says you work for the CIA, NSA, even as a contractor. You know what I've got? You know what I've got? Pay stubs, agreements, contract for work, copies of NDAs. When I was a contractor for some shadowy guys in suits. Why don't you have it, Phil? Why can't you produce it, Phil? He forwards another one. Says, that Phil Godlewski, very clever and smart young man. I see what's happening with providing your depositions to your followers to view. You are demonstrating the same exact process that President Trump will enter all his evidence when proceedings start. Boom. Phil shows a smiley face with sunglasses. Another forward. So parallels between Phil and Trump, i.e. lawsuits, i.e. how do you introduce evidence legally? Things are coming to a head. No. President Trump is being charged for being a dumb motherfucker and trying to steal the election. Phil is suing someone for writing an accurate news article about them. He shares another smiley face with sunglasses on.
Consider yourself to be a truther.
It says, listen to my attorney at the end.
Consider yourself to be a truther, right?
Yes.
Somebody that gets on social media and tells the truth, right?
Yes.
And you also call yourself a Patriot reporter.
Yes.
You know, if I were to tell you guys, so one of the issues, I'm not in court, okay? And I feel like I've got nothing to prove to people. I actually hold back on a lot of my stuff because I don't like people knowing some things about me. But if I told you guys that I worked for, was contracted through, hired by the CIA, there is no way that you can FOIA or what, you couldn't see that information. Okay? There is no way that you could prove or disprove me if I told you that. So, the way to get that done is to the worst spot Phil could have got himself in. He could have lied his whole life saying that he worked for the CIA. But once he went to court, if he's going to make that claim, they will make him get the record. He's the only person that can get them. They will not admit. I don't care. You call the CIA, tell them you got a FOIA, tell them that this fucking crazy dude from Tennessee was like, oh, he contracted for the CIA. We want proof. They won't talk to you. They won't FOIA you. They won't do nothing. If you ever take me to court and I make those claims under oath, then I've got to be able to back up those claims. What? They will not give you any information. They will not do anything. They won't help you. They won't do it. They won't do anything. They can't. It's too big a risk for them. So they won't confirm. They won't deny. They won't do either. But when you go to court and you make these claims, it's the burden of proof. It becomes on you because no one else can access that. Typically, the burden of proof or to disprove something would be just up in the air. Anybody could do it. Like Phil would try to prove it. They would try to disprove it. But you're the only person that can access it. You're the only person that can talk to them about it. You're the only person that could do anything with it.
Yourself to be a truther, right?
Yes.
Somebody that gets on social media and tells the truth, right?
Yes.
And you also call yourself a Patriot reporter.
Yes.
And you promote Patriot causes on social media.
Yes.
Give me a few of the examples of the causes that you promote, Patriot causes.
I run a website called Philizon that...
A minor. Philizon a minor. I think is the official title. Philizon.a-minor.
Patriot vendors that have been harmed in some way by the closures due to COVID or the economic bullshit, that Joe Biden has thrown in this country
into. The CIA told him to start philizonaminer.org.
These people are getting squeezed out of their own marketplace, whether it's a brick and mortar store.
By the way, I think that's his worst performing business. It's even gotten so bad that most people are claiming when they try to cancel, it won't let them. I think he doesn't want to lose that income.
Or an online
Jeff B's on there selling his fucking darts. Retard. Tried to tell us he wasn't a fan of Phil, barely knew who he was, didn't really listen to him, had only seen one or two of his videos, but they worked in Hawaii at separate times, so he knew his intel was good, but he's been a member of Philizon Minor basically since it opened.
Business through the pricing and the fees that these institutions are charging them, or simply the fact that the mainstream media and the government and the CDC and the WHO scared the crap out of everybody with COVID, so now no one wants to go to their restaurants. So back in 2021, I started Philizon and gave everybody the opportunity for a very cheap price to list their businesses, and not only list them there in terms of an advertisement and link them to a outside website for purchases, but also to advertise those Patriot-owned products to Patriot-owned.
So let me tell you what Phil's website is. Basically nothing. It is like, I couldn't even equate it to like Facebook Marketplace. So like there's a website called GovX. I'll show it to you. There's a website called govx.com. You probably don't have access to it. I'm probably breaking part of their terms of service by showing you this. But GovX is a website that finds deals for veterans. So you have to prove that you served. To qualify, you use a thing called ID Me to go in. I just signed into it, and they sell directly on site, right? So if I go to category apparel, I think I bought my last concealed carry belt here. Apparel, and grab it, 511 Tactical, that's who makes my belt. And see, they sell directly on site, deeply discounted. Actually, that might be my belt right there. I need a new one. My Velcro doesn't work anymore, but mine is in Coyote. Anyways, they sell directly on site. Then you have to qualify. It's a marketplace of only people who want to work with veterans, blah, blah, blah. Phil's just replacing that with Patriots. The problem is Phil's website doesn't do any sales. Phil's website doesn't have any credit card process. Phil's website doesn't do anything. Basically, It's just a place to put all these sites that pay Phil money. You still have to go through their website. You still have to go through their store. You still have to go through their customer service. You still have to go through their complaint department. You still have to go through their returns. You still have to go through every fucking process with the business. Phil just helps his audience find your business because they give Phil money. So he's like, yeah, use these businesses because they're patriots. The fuck out of here, dude. Like, his website does nothing. Same thing with his goldquiz.com. If you qualify for Goldco, you get a cookie link and it sends you to Goldco's website. If you do not, everyone else gets recommended 7K. He said he's partnered with tons of vendors, hundreds at one time, he said, for this website, and it's got this algorithm built in and it finds the perfect investment for you. There's only two. Either you have $50,000 plus in a 401k or IRA and you go to Goldco, or you don't and you go to 7K.
Viewers.
I understand.
Thought it was a good match. That's one of the things amongst many others.
And you make money from Philazon?
Yeah.
Okay. About how much money do you make per year there?
Depends on what they sign up for. There's several packages. They could do $25 a month. They could do $50 a month, or they could get a discount by subscribing for an entire year. Month, or they could get a discount.
25 or 50, is that what he said?
A month, or they could. On what they sign up for, there's several packages. They could do $25 a month, they could do $50 a month, or they could get a discount by subscribing for an entire year, which is less than the aggregate of the subscriptions.
You started all these business ventures, Philazon and Locals and Rumble, all of them after the article Chris Kelly wrote about you, right?
I was forced to, yes.
Yep. And you've been wildly successful with these ventures.
Objection. It's a matter of opinion.
Well, Phil, let's be honest. Before the article, you never made the kind of money you've been making since the article.
That's a true statement.
Okay.
Yes.
He's never made more money in his life, and he's saying that they somehow cost him money. He's never made more money in his life, and somehow he's claiming they cost him money. How does that work out? Hey, what's up, Vern? How does that even work out? How?
You had properties foreclosed upon and taken from you.
Yep. Before the article ever came out.
Down to $200 in your bank account when
$200, less than $300 in his bank account when he went to jail.
The bad check was written concerning Mariotti Lumber, right?
I was down a lot less than that in my bank account, but yes.
Right. And since then.
Oh, a lot less than that. Okay. Well, I guess you just been lying every day since then. Like, the fuck? You think you're making yourself look better? When is the better looking part coming? Ever? I don't know when the better part's going.
At that time, you're worth $75 million now, right?
Or more.
You're doing well.
I'm doing well.
Okay, and you're happily married.
Yes.
You met the love of your life.
Yes.
Okay. Do you agree that your video presentations on social media stating that elites, high-level politicians, actors, actresses are torturing children, trafficking in children, might encourage violence against these people?
Objection. Do I think that it encourages violence against those people?
That it might encourage violence?
No. I do not.
Why is that? I don't understand the logic. Go ahead.
His lawyer doesn't know.
I have to say that you are so wide afield right now. I mean, I kept quiet, but now I'm putting an objection on the record, and it's not just a form. Wait, I'm just going to put it on the record, then I'm not going to say anything. Sure. I'm going to say that for the last hour and a half, and even before that, the questions asked have almost nothing to do with this case, which is a defamation case, and which is circumscribed by the article itself, not by all of the attenuated issues that you have raised. And you are continuing to raise them. And to be frank, I'm not sure I understand why, but it is a deposition and you've got a lot of scope. However, I am putting my blanket objection on the record.
Jaybird, chill out. I didn't want you to hear me. I was talking to somebody else.
The article itself, not by all of the attenuated issues that you have raised. And you are continuing to raise them. And to be frank, I'm not sure I understand why, even before that.
Hold on, let's back up.
But now I'm putting... I have to say that you are so wide afield right now. I mean, I kept quiet, but now I'm putting an objection on the record, and it's not just a form. Wait, I'm just going to put it on the record, then I'm not going to say anything. Sure. I'm going to say that for the last hour and a half, and even before that, the questions asked have almost nothing to do with this case, which is a defamation case, and which is circumscribed by the article itself, not by all of the attenuated.
One of Phil's claims is that they said that he was calling the marching orders for QAnon. Literally, that brings into court every conspiracy theory, every show, every article, every reading, every account, everything he's ever said about that.
Issues that you have raised, and you are continuing to raise them. And to be frank, I'm not sure I understand why, but it is a deposition and you've got a lot of scope. However, I am putting my blanket objection on the record, and that's it.
A blanket objection. It doesn't even slow down Tim. He's like, Phil, next. All right, here we go. Next one. Can't hide it from God, 100%. He
Phil,
says.
in your social media videos, are you trying to influence people to believe that the 2020 election was stolen from Donald Trump?
You want the last answer or no?
You
asked the question about, do I think it might cause violence against those individuals? Yeah. No, I don't think that. And the reason that I don't think that, which is what you asked next, was because I say in my videos that, number one, I do not advocate violence in any way against anyone for any reason. And I also say, as I testified to earlier, that if these individuals are guilty of these crimes, number one, they're going to be caught. Number two, they're going to be tried. And number three, they're going to take the punishment that they deserve. Number four, probably all-encompassing of those three, is that you don't get away with anything in God's eyes. So if you think you're getting away with something and no one else knows about it,
not in God's eyes.
It's going to come back and get you eventually, either in the form of karma or in the form of judgment. So no, I don't believe that I'm causing anyone to commit any sort of violence against anyone, not just the people you mentioned.
Never. Can't hide it from God or karma or Garma. Sounds like a GPS. We'll let a jury decide. Smiley face with sunglasses.
When Chris Kelly wrote in the article on February 14th, 2021, that you sell QAnonsense to your followers, did you interpret that to be his opinion about you?
No, I think that's defamatory.
Okay. And when he wrote...
Okay, let's take the Q out of it. If I say what you're selling, what you're showing, what you're advertising, what you're putting on your videos is nonsense. You think you could bring a legal, like if you take, I know his followers are going to scream, oh my God, he got him, he trapped him, he did it, yay, what the fuck ever. But if we just break it down to as simple as what you're doing is nonsense, do you think that you could sue me? Do you think that you could sue me if I said that's nonsense? Of course not. Just because you put Q in front of it, you can't sue me either.
That why we can't ignore neighbors who live in an alternate reality. Do you think that's defamatory to you, too?
Absolutely.
Okay. So he has an opinion that you're spouting QAnon nonsense. That's defamatory.
Objection. It calls for a legal conclusion, but you can answer.
I don't think that calls for a legal conclusion. That's definitely an opinion. Nonsense. I don't think nonsense. I don't think you could bring that down to is this truthful or not. That nonsense is something that's going to be held in everyone's everyone's going to hold that differently. Like, what does nonsense mean to you in this context? We're talking about this video. In legal definition, I think a false statement is a false statement. There's no room for interpretation, okay? It is black and white. Phil is 48. False statement. An opinion in the court literally is it expresses the speaker, whoever it is, their subjective views. Their subjective views. If there is something that proves that the word nonsense has to be a subjective word, right? Like if I say something's nonsense and you see it and you're not going to think the exact same thoughts we don't have the same thoughts. Like subjective means influenced by your personal feelings or tastes or opinions or whatever, literally in the definition of it. So if I say something's not, I don't think he's going to get that, dude. Nonsense? Nonsense. Sure.
The fact that Chris Kelly is saying those things affects my business. So, therefore, it is defamatory.
But he's allowed to say opinions that affect your business. Like, I don't think this is a good real estate agent. He can't say, Phil sold me a house that he already had sex in with or without a minor, and that's bullshit. But he can say, I don't think this guy's a good real estate agent. Seems like he's full of nonsense. That's an opinion.
He's not giving his opinion on Anthony. He could say Anthony lives in an alternate universe. That doesn't cause Anthony to lose subscribers.
That's not what makes it. That's not what makes it defamatory, Phil. It has to be proven false. So here's the test. If I say that your content is nonsense, can I prove it's nonsense? No. But that could be true with a false statement too. If I make a false statement that you're actually, the fucking president of the United States, right? I can't prove it. I can't prove it true if it's false. Can you prove it's not nonsense? And if the answer is no, then we've got an opinion. If I say Phil's hat's blue, I can't prove that it's blue. If Phil says no, it's got a red bill, he can prove that it's red. That's a statement of fact that I cannot prove because it's false, and he can prove because it's weird or because it's red, right? If I say Phil's hat's goofy, I can't prove it's goofy. He can't prove it's not. Right? That would be the difference between statement of fact and opinion. That was a good test. I like that.
So Chris Kelly's words have cost me dearly, which is the definition of defamation, or libel in this case.
Not true.
Can you quantify?
That's literally not the definition.
What he has cost you?
Unquantifiable number. Millions of subscribers, millions of dollars, tens of millions, hundreds of millions.
You have no idea?
You'll have to prove some of those numbers first, brother. If you're going to say he's cost you millions and you currently are setting on 17 or 18 million, you're going to have to prove some of those numbers.
We'll let a jury decide.
Oh, good clip right there at the end. Good zinger, and then cut it off quick because Tim Hinton's going to fucking kill your ass with that one. If you still don't, if there are some of you that still don't believe in Phil and everything he is saying, you are nuts. If you think he is still lying and a person would be this dumb, insane to lie under oath and just go back to watch the CNN, you clowns, hammer down. I agree. I think it is so fucking dumb and insane for him to sit up there and lie under oath. He shares a sunglasses emote again. Either Phil is going to get a massive payout or whatever media group eventually buys this ongoing lawsuit because they buy the media company who is in the suit against Phil is going to fail. Let's hope it a very big media company. Imagine if I, Phil Godlewski, were in charge of a large media corporation such as the Scranton Times. Can you imagine the reach we would have? Now he's going to own it. I don't think President Trump is the only one that plays 5D chess. Isn't that right, Phil? He responds with the sunglasses emoji. He's playing 5D chess. Probably my favorite part of the entire 8-hour deposition, he says.
Stated your position.
The next comment he shares says, anyone doubting Phil at this point just looks dumb. Phil is a much bigger deal than anyone knows.
You never had sex with Bree when she was a minor, correct?
Correct.
And how stated your position that you never had sex with Bree when she was a minor, correct?
Correct.
And how...
I just bought some headlines.
And she has produced an affidavit saying she did have sex with you when she was a minor.
Is that a question?
Yes?
Yes.
And what evidence do you have that you didn't have sex with her when she was a minor?
Objection.
You can answer.
Objection.
His lawyers tore it all the fuck up.
I'm just asking if he has any evidence.
You want me to
Why does he have evidence for a negative?
I'm just asking if he has any.
The question goes through even with an objection, you fucking retard. Sit down.
Position is you prove it that I did it.
Can I give you an example of when you ask me that question, can I give you an example of what I think of?
Oh, please do. Phil's examples are the worst. His hypotheticals never make sense. It doesn't equate. It's not congruent. It isn't even similar most of the time.
No, Phil,
and then I'll answer it. But I don't think you quite get it.
Go ahead.
If I had a watermelon.
I love it. I love it. If I had a watermelon. If I had a watermelon, if you will, some people say. I've been in Italy a lot. If I had a watermelon.
If I had a watermelon and I brought it in and I put it right here and I put a knife next to it and I said, Tim, the inside of that watermelon is blue until you cut the skin. You slice the watermelon in half, opens up, it's pink. And I say, ha-ha, I was right. How are you going to prove that it was blue? How am I going to prove that it was blue?
We're going to bust it open. We're going to use any other form other than a knife. You said it turns colors when you cut the skin. We can literally see the way that frequencies travel through and travel through material and the densities that they report back and probably tell pretty close what color it is. What? All right, Tim. Here's a watermelon. Here's a knife. I love it. Can I give you a one-for-one exact analogy for what you're saying? Me and you were in the drive-thru at a titty bar / McDonald's. Okay? And I say, Tim, the next window we pull up to, there's a topless bitch in there holding 2 big old watermelons, if you know what I mean. But when she knows that you can see her, she puts her shirt back on. You got to tip her.
You can't. I can't prove that something didn't happen in this case.
That is not an analogy. That is not congruent. That is not the same. Oh my God. Please tell me that when we go to actual court, and before this gets thrown out, someone addresses the blue watermelon in the room.
Kelly said that it happened.
Right.
He supposedly has proof as a journalist since he put it in a major publication.
Actually, as soon as you cross the line into, he can show where he got this from the cops, where police say, where you took a plea deal, he can show all that. But it doesn't matter. Once you cross the line as a public figure, you have to prove, okay, so there's an issue up in the air. Did it happen? Didn't it happen? Right? Let's say we have no idea. It may have happened and it may not have. It's just as equally as likely. It's a coin flip. It's 50-50. Now, if I did that to someone who was not a public figure and they took me to court, they would say, prove it happened. And if I didn't have the evidence, I couldn't prove it happens, they win. When we're talking about a public figure, the laws literally change. I just sent the quote. Public officials, all-purpose public figures, and limited-purpose public figures must prove that the defendant acted with actual malice. Example, knowing that the statements were false or recklessly disregarding their falsity. Now, online, in the media, the Scranton Times included, and other outlets, and the police all believe you did this, have all put out stories about it, have all put out reports on it. It was widely reported. You never started denying it until this came out. You literally used to say, oh, I made a mistake with her. I shouldn't have done that. Well, if you hate me for that, you hate me. So how you, Phil, have to prove, you and your lawyer have to prove that they knew it was false. So that means proving it didn't happen, correct? Because if there's a 50-50 chance that it happened, let's say all Chris Kelly's got is the news reports and the police talking about it at the time, all you have is your claims and, you know, your friends around that time or something. So let's say there's equal evidence. It doesn't say that the person who claimed it has to prove that it happened. It says public figures must prove that the defendant acted with actual malice. So you're going to have to prove it's not true, then prove that he should have known that it was not true, then prove that he said, fuck it, I hate this guy, I'm going to send it anyways, even though I know it's not true.
That it happened. You got to prove it. I can't prove that it didn't. I'm suing Bree for her.
That's actually the exact opposite of what they've got to prove.
Affidavit. You know that. That's also defamatory, and it's been made public by you.
Well, for instance, do you have any statements signed by Bree or authored by Bree that she never did have sex with you when she was a minor?
Bree has told multiple people.
Because we have those statements.
That the story that she told the Taylor Police and the Lackawanna County DA's office is not true. Okay. One of which was testified to by my ex last week.
Okay.
Yes, she recanted her story. We all know about that, Phil. Let me say I have a watermelon. Okay? Let's start this out. Manatee. I have a watermelon. If you own a Phil hate group right now, this is a good time to repent. Winking emoji or side smile emoji. The Scranton Times should just settle with Phil and cut their losses. There is no wing. There is no wing and a prayer going to save them. Sunglasses emoji. Phil says Jan 6, boom. By the way, if you like the show, you like the content, you want to keep it coming, especially 7 days a week. I couldn't do it without you guys. Please consider contributing to the show at coldbeer.fund, coldbeer.fund.
Phil, are you still doing?
What if I told you, what if I brought a 25-year-old baseball coach in here and I said, this guy's a pedo, but he's innocent until he breaks the labia with his penis? You prove it didn't happen. You prove it didn't happen.
Social media videos and posts claiming that the
Phil can't handle the truth.
2020 election was stolen. Phil, are you still doing social media videos and posts claiming that the 2020 election was stolen from Trump?
Yes.
And have you reported on social media
I gotta go
the people that entered the Capitol waving the flags and on January 6, 2021 were part of a false flag operation?
Yes.
And you still believe that?
Absolutely. In fact, it's come out in the mainstream media now as well.
Did you report on social media the mass
what
gathering at the Capitol?
Yes.
And you still believe that?
Absolutely.
Flags and on January 6, 2021 were part of a false flag operation?
Yes.
And have you reported on social media that the people that entered the Capitol waving the flags and on January 6, 2021 were part of a false flag operation?
Yes.
And you still believe that?
Absolutely. In fact, it's come out in the mainstream media now as well.
Did you report on social media that the mass gathering at the Capitol on January 6 was an FBI setup?
What mainstream media?
January 6, 2021 were part of a false flag operation?
Yes.
And you still believe that?
Absolutely. In fact, it's come out in the mainstream media now as well.
That Jan 6 was a false flag? Who the fuck has put that in mainstream? Oh, I guess he can count Fox News' ramblings.
Did you report on social media that the mass gathering at the Capitol on January 6th was an FBI setup?
Yes.
And you believe that to be true?
I not only believe it, Tim, Congress has the files that prove it. And it's come out in congressional hearings within the last couple months.
Was an FBI setup? Gathering at the Capitol on January 6th was an FBI setup?
Yes.
And you believe that to be true?
I not only believe it, Tim, Congress has the files that prove it. And it's come out in congressional hearings within the last couple months. So the answer to that is yes.
And you believe that this FBI setup was intended to make Trump and Trump supporters look bad?
I don't think
that's one of the reasons, but there's several more.
Oh, thank you. I do see a couple donations come in through the non-alert line. Thank you for that. I appreciate it.
And you've stated these statements on rumble.com in your videos?
Yes.
What was the last one?
This FBI setup was intended to make Trump and Trump supporters look bad?
That's one of the reasons, but there's several more.
And you've stated these statements on rumble.com in your videos?
Yes.
Did you report on January 6th, the very day, that Vice President Pence, who was at the Capitol in his official role, and you've stated these
I can't even gather my thoughts around all this.
Statements on rumble.com in your videos?
Yes.
Did you report on January 6th, the very day, that Vice President Pence, who was at the Capitol in his official role, had been arrested?
I had reported that there were reports
that he was arrested.
Yes, but I didn't report it as in my reporting or my intel or my...
Phil is trying to rewrite this world where every journalist that has ever written a story is on site. Okay? Like, if I wrote a story about the hurricane that just hit Florida, by the way, keep Jessa in your thoughts and prayers or whatever. She's recovering from the storm. No major damage. She had an issue with her yard was pretty messed up. Her house was fine. I think she has an issue with the air conditioner. But if I wrote a story that a hurricane hit Florida, that I'm not allowed to write that story. I'm not reporting on that story unless I was there, right? If you report that there are reports, that's you reporting, motherfucker. There's nothing different. Have you not seen all the fucking journalists that say the AP states, the Scranton Times states, then they put their little portion in it? Back in this blah, 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 blah. And now we know that such and such because the AP report, the Scranton Times report, the New York Times is stating. Like, that's reporting. I don't know what the fuck you keep saying this shit for. It doesn't save you.
His official role had been arrested.
I had reported that there were reports
of reporters
that he was arrested.
Yes, reporting. I didn't report it as in my reporting or my intel or my...
So basically, Phil's trying to say he has an out for everything, right? Because even the stuff that he says, I know for a fact this happened. Well, my source told me that, and I said it, but I don't know if I wasn't there. My source told me, I put it out there. Other reporters reported it, I put it out there. Someone sent me a video, I put it out there. Someone sent me an email, I read it and put it out there. But those are not my words, they're just coming out of my mouth.
There weren't my words. I was getting that from other
sources.
Sources.
I knew it. I knew it. They weren't my words. So if I came out and said Trump has been arrested by the FBI, we all know that Trump was facing this charge, and this charge, and he had just turned himself in Georgia and got his mugshot where he claimed he was 5 foot, blah, 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 or 6'3", 215 pounds. We also know that he was indicted with a bunch of co-conspirators, but now the New York Times is currently, and I wrote this all in an article, now the New York Times is currently reporting that at 3 o'clock this morning, the FBI clicked down the door of Mar-a-Lago and they drug him out and hog-tied him in the front, and all I've got to say, it's about high time. And then someone said, did you write this report about Trump getting arrested at 3 a.m. this morning? I'm like, those aren't my words. I'm reporting a report of a reporter. And he's the reporter, but I just reported his report. Those aren't my words. But they're literally coming out of you. This is a video of you saying those words. Not my words.
And did you also report on social media and in your live videos that Ashley Babbitt was not really shot and killed at the Capitol on January 6th?
Yes.
And she's alive to this day?
I don't know if she's alive to this day.
But she wasn't killed that day?
No way.
Okay.
Look, I understand money can make people do strange things. But he didn't have to do this, right? He couldn't afford this lawsuit. He crowdfunded it. If he would have just sat on it, it has a year, okay? You have a year for most of these claims. It might even be longer than that in Pennsylvania. You have a year in Tennessee. If he'd have just sat on it for 6 months and been like, you know what? I'm making fucking $300,000, $400,000 a month. Do I really want to drag this whole thing out in front of the Scranton Times? No, I'll send them a letter saying I'm going to sue. Maybe they'll send me some money. Maybe they'll print a retraction. If they don't, fuck it, I'll go on. But no, he did this. He did this. His followers like to put it like, oh, they're trying to crucify him and ask them these questions. Nope, he did this.
Did you report on social media that Arizona would decertify their nomination in an election in favor of Biden and that the military would soon take over the country?
Yes.
Two questions there. I do believe that I reported that Maricopa County would decertify, leading to the eventual decertification of the state of Arizona, because Maricopa is major. It affects a lot of things. Second part of that question was what?
That
the military would take over the country?
Take over the country.
Yes.
And you reported that.
Take over the country in a sense of restoring order to the country and defending the Constitution. Yes.
And put
uh-oh. Uh-oh. Military's got to take over. They got to do it. They got to fix it for us.
Killed that day.
No way.
Did you report on social media that Arizona would decertify their nomination in an election in favor of Biden and that the military would soon take over the country?
Two questions there. I do believe that I reported that Maricopa County would decertify, leading to the eventual decertification of the state of Arizona, because Maricopa is major. It affects a lot of things. Second part of that question was what?
That
the military would take over the country?
take over the country.
Yes.
And you reported that.
Take over the country in a sense of restoring order to the country and defending the Constitution. Yes.
And put
restoring. They got to restore order. Got to fix it for us, guys. It is the military gonna have to take over. In its 25-minute clip, the Scranton Times lost their case. 25 minutes likely lost the Scranton Times upwards of $100 million. Hence their eagerness to sell their company earlier this past week. We got them.
Are you claiming that Chris Kelly was sloppy and should have done a better job investigating your criminal case from 2010 and 11?
Sloppy?
Yes.
He said I slept with a 15-year-old girl.
Okay.
And I didn't.
Okay.
I went through the arrest of all of this, and the case went through litigation and was litigated. All he had to do was research that. So sloppy wouldn't even be the word I would use. It's the most extreme version of sloppy.
Well, if you look at your charging document, right? ST 616.
Okay.
Here's the charge for corruption of minors under 6301A1. You're charged as follows. In that, on or about January 2008 to present, the defendant, Philip Godlewski, being 18 years of age and upwards, did corrupt or tend to corrupt the morals of the victim. It's blacked out. The name underneath there is Brianna Dubourgel, a minor under the age of 18, by engaging in acts of sexual intercourse or aided, abetted, enticed, or encouraged a minor in the commission of a crime, or knowingly assisted or encouraged such minor in violating his or her parole or court order in violation of section 6301A1 of the Pennsylvania Crime Codes. It's an M1. To wit, the defendant, Godlewski, did engage in sexual intercourse with a minor child victim under the age, and on the next page, 617, it says 16 years old.
Objection.
Is that what the charging document in the criminal complaint against you reads?
Yes.
That's what the charging document reads.
It claims that you had sex with a minor.
Objection.
And you pled guilty to it.
Right.
Anybody could be charged with anything at any time.
But you pled guilty. You pled guilty to it. You pled guilty to it. I've been saying this since the get-go.
That happened. They did not.
But a lot of cases, you understand, a lot of criminal cases are disposed of through a plea bargain.
Objection. I don't agree with that.
You don't think a lot of cases are disposed of?
What percentage?
I don't know, but a lot of cases.
I don't know either. If you don't know, how could I know?
Okay.
But if you could say, hey.
I would say a majority of cases are a plea bargain or guilt or whatever, because you got to take into account like even traffic tickets and stuff. Most people just pay them.
By statistical probability, 78% of cases are dismissed by a plea bargain, and therefore that means that the accused is actually guilty of the crimes that he did not agree to. If you could throw me that stat and show me paperwork on that, I would agree with you. But Phil, the way you categorize it, absolutely not.
Phil, when you were arrested, it was for having sex with a minor.
It was for many things.
Well, other than witness intimidation.
Criminal use of communication facility.
Yeah.
Yep. But lots of other things too.
But most of them involved having sex with a minor.
Some of them did.
Okay, including the corruption charge I just read to you.
Objection.
So
the
Phil,
corruption charge reads, if if a person over the age of 18.
Phil, I don't want you to read the statute to me. I've heard you read it on social media many times. That's not what the charging document says.
The charging document is what the district attorney was accusing me of.
That's what they accused you of, having sex.
They accused me of.
With a minor.
This case settled. This was
You pled to it. You pled to it.
No, I did not plead to what you just read. Absolutely not. Do you have my guilty plea colloquy? Because that's what I pled to.
It doesn't say anything.
Let's read it.
Okay, we will.
Well, if he doesn't read it, I want you guys to ask me about the guilty plea colloquy.
Don't worry about it.
Looking at ST20, turn to ST20 if you could, please. Phil, when you pled guilty, you were sentenced to a period of incarceration or home confinement and then 2 years of probation. Is that correct?
Correct.
That's so his boyfriends can identify his head easier if it's in a dark room or something.
And this news article appeared the day after you pled guilty, correct?
Correct.
And the headline of the news article marked as ST20 reads, ex-baseball coach sentenced for sex with girl 15. Is that correct?
Correct.
And who was the writer of that article?
So here, what we're proving here is that, again, he has to prove that they did know or should have known. But all the articles that exist say, every piece of evidence that we can physically find says Phil had sex with a minor. So should they have known? Did they know that it was false? And should they have known it was false? If every article you can find by looking at this, if you Google search his name, if you go to the article, if you go to Scranton Times or any other press release, should you have known if everything says he did? Of course not. He's not going to prove that.
D. O'Malley.
Dennis J. O'Malley.
No idea. Just says D. O'Malley.
Do you know him?
No.
Ever had any
Oh, there it is right there. Dennis J. O'Malley, yes.
Right. It wasn't Chris Kelly.
No.
So if Chris Kelly did nothing more than read this article in the archives of the Scranton Times and look at the charging document and the affidavits of probable cause signed by the detectives that you were having sex with Bree when she was a minor, what's your reaction to that? That was the full extent of his investigation, looking at this news article in the archives and looking at the charging document, the criminal complaint. What's your reaction to that?
Gross negligence on his part.
Okay.
If you're going to accuse someone,
gross negligence is not part of the crime. That's why Tim just says, okay, sure, gross negligence. That's not part of the criminal code. It doesn't say anything about gross negligence. Recklessly disregarding their falsity. If I recklessly disregard the falsity, that means I have to know it's false. And I think the article was kind of set up like that. He was like, well, like basically the article said something to this effect. Well, I talked to my editor about even including this. And then after, we decided we should because it seems like he may have a criminal past. And as much as he talks about these conspiracy theories in 2010, blah, 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 and they quoted the previous article.
having sex with a minor, you better make sure that they had sex with a minor.
That's not how it works, Phil. You know that. Going back to Phil's case, how would they prove 10 years down the road that he had sex with a minor? He says he can't prove it didn't happen. How would someone prove that it did happen? Well, one thing would be like a witness statement, which they got one from her, from Bree. Phil's claiming otherwise, so those kind of neutralize each other, I guess. He was charged with it. Cell phone records. The cops thought he did it. They took him to court over it. He pled guilty instead of fighting all the charges. All of the cell phone records indicate that he did. How would, I mean, what does Phil want? Does Phil want like a video of it?
Okay. And if he had even uncovered, if he was smart enough to go to the archives and find this article, as well as go to the U.S. portal and find the charge sheet, he could have also went to the U.S. portal and found the adjudicated version of this.
Reckless disregard. Do you know that Phil initially pled guilty to like everything, then withdrew it?
Same exact sheet. And the adjudicated version does
At least that's what the USJ portal says.
not say this. In fact, this article that you're referencing is defamatory in itself, and I would have sued for it if I had the means.
So now his claim is you use a defamatory article to write another defamatory article. That's not going to stand either, you fucking retard.
What was the document called? The adjudicatory what?
Adjudicated.
Adjudicated what? What does that mean?
Settlement of the case.
What document has that?
Are you serious?
Yeah, I haven't seen that document.
The summary of my case and what I pled to?
Yeah, you pled to an
nolo pros.
What does that tell us?
It tells us that they would not.
That you took a guilty plea and they dropped the rest of the charges. That's what it tells us, Phil. He doesn't understand what he's talking. He's talking to a lawyer. If the lawyer seems astonished with your legal findings, they're probably not accurate.
Prosecute all of those charges except the corruption of minor charge.
They did not decide not to prosecute all those charges except for you pled guilty and part of the plea was dropping. That's how every guilty plea will. Do you think people come in and let's say they're charged with 30 fucking different things stacked on manslaughter and committing a felony while in possession of a firearm and impersonating this. You think when they go and they say, okay, I want to plead guilty to all 32 of them. Yep, every charge you've ever found, I want to plead guilty to all of them. Of course not. When they take a guilty plea, they drop the remainder of the charges. They drop the doubled up or the stacked charges. They drop what they can to get you to plea. Saves them time and money and going through court.
And if you know that I pled to an M1 corruption of minor, all you have to do is go to the statute, code 6301. It tells you exactly what the charge involves.
It shows you the underlying act of how you corrupted Bree?
No, but the guilty plea of colloquy could have.
But it didn't.
Oh, sure it did. Do you want to ask me about the guilty plea of colloquy?
Yep.
Let's do it.
All right. Thanks.
Uh-oh. Even where his guilty plea was withdrawn the first time, it was only on the corruption of minors, and it was before he changed lawyers or some shit.
What's the number on that, Jen? All right. I got it. Phil, turn to 584, please.
Okay.
Phil, is this your handwriting?
No. Nolo pros.
Okay,
what does that tell us?
It tells us that they would not prosecute all.
If I had a murder charge and a manslaughter charge and assault with a deadly weapon charge and a possession of a firearm and while committing a felony charge, and I had an outpass curfew charge, and I had underage consumption charge, and all these in one case, and I pled guilty to the murder, and they dropped the rest of the charges, would it be honest for me to say, well, they had to drop those because they didn't have enough evidence. They decided not to prosecute those, none of them, not a single one. All they got me with, all they decided to prosecute was the murder charge. All the rest of them, they didn't have any evidence. They had to drop them. Of course.
Of those charges except the corruption of minor charge. Then, if you know that I pled to an M1 corruption of minor, all you have to do is go to the statute, code 6301. It tells you exactly what the charge involves.
It shows you the underlying act of how you corrupted Bree?
No, but the guilty plea of colloquy could have.
But it didn't.
Oh, sure it did. Do you want to ask me about the guilty plea of colloquy? Let's do it.
All right. Thanks.
I can't tell if he said nice or if he said thanks.
What's the number on that, Jen? Phil,
I
turn
can't
to
tell if he said
584,
thanks or
please.
not. The colloquy.
I got it. Phil, turn to 584, please.
Okay.
Phil, is this your handwriting?
No.
You didn't fill out the form?
No.
Is that your signature on the bottom of the page?
No, that's my initials.
Okay, did you review each page and put your initials on them?
Yes.
And then you signed on page 3 of the guilty plea colloquy?
Yes.
And then on the last page where Joe DeAndrea signs, you initialed that page too?
Yes.
And it's dated November 12th, 2010, correct?
Yep.
And you entered this guilty plea colloquy on that date, right? November 12th, 2010?
I don't recall, but it's dated that date. I don't think I would sign something if it were a different date.
Okay.
I do see a little weird 11/12/10 in the margin. I don't know if that was added before or after, so I can't speak to the date, but I could speak to the authenticity of the document.
And you read the entire document
Objection.
when you
Objection asked and answered.
initialed each page and signed it at the end, right?
It was read to me.
Okay, all right. So in the first, what's your full...
Here's what I think. I think Phil went most of his life knowing that he admitted to this. Everybody in his town knows it. He's never tried to sue anybody else. He's never even asked the paper for a retraction for all those other articles. He's never challenged this in any way, shape, or form. He's never appealed it. He's never done anything, right? I think one day he started making this claim, and then the Scranton Times wrote their article or whatever, and then he started looking through all the documents, and he says, oh, my God. In this one document that I signed, it doesn't actually say that I penetrated her. So maybe if I just run with this, people would think I was just texting her. The problem is you cannot, no one ever has been, and no one ever will be charged with corruption of minors. So Phil's claim is that that's the only thing I get to stick, and I couldn't fight it, so I just had to take it. Or just texting someone innocently about their boyfriend. If his story is true, that all he did was text her after she lost her boyfriend and she went crazy, then he doesn't even fit the charging documents or the charges to be brought. And nobody would have signed off on that, Phil.
Name, and it's Phillips Godlewski, right?
Yes.
Do you wish to plead guilty to the charge of corruption of minors, correct?
Yes.
And you said yes. And it says, how old are you, correct?
Yes.
You put your age 27. Next question, how far did...
Wait. I thought you were 24 and she was 17, or 22 and she was 16 and a half, or 27. 27.
Did you go in school? And it says college grad.
Yes.
Now, that's not true, is it?
No.
Okay, did you...
Phil. Is that perjury? Is the second... So you got your name and your age right, and then immediately you lied. You got your name and your age right. So the first two questions you got, you're little screwy on the date, but you got your age and your name, and then you're like, fuck it, I'm lying. Perjury. What do you mean they lost their case? Hell, you might be going back to court, motherfucker.
Did you, you reviewed this page, right?
I did.
I guess I didn't see that.
I don't know why Joe wrote that.
Because you've been telling people. You told people that you had medical and law and pre-law and been to Harvard. And where's the clip of him saying, that's what one of my degrees is in? Biomechanical adaptations. That's what one of my degrees is in, guys. One of my degrees. So now he's going to tell all his followers he's got to make up a new lie for this one.
Well, you reviewed it after he wrote it, right?
I reviewed it while we were doing it. So when we...
I'm pretty sure at the end of this, hold on. That's very funny. That's very, very funny. You son of a bitch. Guilty plea, guilty pleas, guilty plea. Why would it say in your charging document, charge number 7 has been moved to charge number 1, and you pled guilty to charge number 1? Now, your charging document literally says the sex that you had with her. It literally claims you had sex with a minor. It is charge number 7, okay? And it has been moved to charge number 1. It literally says charge number 7. Now it says a sequence, number 1, original sequence, number 7, M1, corruption of minors, 186301, A1, pled guilty. So you pled guilty to what you were charged with. They didn't bring a new charge that eliminated you having sex with a minor. Same charge.
We get to the end of the page, I initialed it and we moved on. I don't know why Joe wrote that. I acknowledge, though, that by initialing it, I agreed to it. But at that time, I had no graduation criteria from any college.
Right.
You still don't.
So I don't know why that's in there.
Okay, it's a falsehood to the court, right?
Objection. It speaks for itself.
Yes,
and you
100%.
asked it, and you're
100%. It's a falsehood.
I wouldn't say it's a falsehood to the court at all.
Well,
it could very easily say on that line, I had no schooling, and it wouldn't have mattered to the court. It's absolutely a zero.
You're not just at a lie because it matters to the court. You're not. It says that I'm signing this document, I reviewed it, that everything's true, and that you're not just allowed to lie to the court because you think it has zero bearing on the court. Imagine if that was the rule. Like, I could just lie about anything and then say, well, I didn't think the court would care. I didn't think it bothered the court any. Does it bother the court? Whatever. They probably don't even know. They probably don't even know what's going on. Jesus Christ. Do they even care anymore? Do they? Jesus. I'm trying to look for something. Hold on. Sorry, you have to bear with me for just a second. You can't lie to the court and then be like, well, I didn't think they'd mind. I didn't even think they'd care. Do they care? Do you think they care at all? I don't even know if that's true. Doesn't seem like they care. If I had to guess, they probably that has nothing to do with it. Jesus Christ. This dude is wild. Defendant's second motion. Transcripts of proceedings. I was looking, hold on. I just want to see this piece of paper. It says, I do not have any physical, emotional, mental problems while doing this trial today. I have not been pressured, forced, or threatened by anyone to plead guilty or noli contendere to these charges. I have not been promised anything by anyone in return for pleading guilty, noli contendere. I don't know how you say that, other than the guilty plea agreement, if any, which has been presented to the judge. So a lot of times you make this, you can make a deal with the DA, and well, not a lot of times. Sometimes you can make a deal with the DA, and the judge still want to prove it, even though you did a guilty plea. I've had enough time to fully discuss my case, my decision to plead guilty or noli contendere, and everything contained in this guilty noli contendere plea colloquy. And my lawyer, and by placing my initials on the lines provided, I'm saying I understand, agree with, and answer truthfully everything contained in this guilty plea statement. Date, date of birth, blah, 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 all that stuff. I have fully discussed the defendant's decision to plead guilty. I've explained to the defendant the elements of any possible penalties for these crimes. I'm satisfied the defendant's pleas of guilty are knowingly, voluntarily, and intelligently entered. I wanted to see if there was a thing. I understand my lawyer has explained to me that by pleading guilty, I wanted to see if they had the penalty listed for lying.
Probably why Joe never corrected it to begin with.
But it's false.
Okay, it's false.
All right. But, yeah, okay. It's false. Like I said.
Even his lawyer's like, okay, it's false.
Next question, do you read and write English language? Yes, that's correct, right?
Yes.
Have you had an opportunity to read the charges pending against you?
Yes.
Did you commit this murder? Nah, I don't think so. But you're pleading guilty to the murder. Well, I didn't think that would matter to the court much.
And this is before the information is even prepared. Is that right? If I look at 588.
On that line, I had no schooling, and it went.
Correct, right?
Yes.
Have you had an opportunity to read the charges pending against you?
Yes.
And this is before the information is even prepared. Is that right? If I look at 588, that information is not even filed until November 16th, 2010. So this is filled out 4 days before the information.
If those dates are accurate, then yes, but okay. I can't speak to when that was stamped.
All right.
And I also did not sign. I don't think a judge could actually sign this document.
What's this document?
Sorry, ST 588. I don't think a judge is allowed to sign that in the absence of the guilty plea colloquy.
All right.
The judge needs to have this document first.
Going back to 584.
So Phil, thanks. A judge can't sign this document without this document. Trust me, man. I don't think the court would mind. Just trust me. This is not good.
5B says, therefore, do you know exactly what you are charged with?
Hang out on our Discord. We need to do a better job of sharing stuff over there, don't we? I don't know if you hang out on our Discord or not.
We're pleading to. You said yes, correct?
Correct.
Next question, have you ever been in a mental institution or received treatment for mental disease? And you said no.
Have you ever had a twin brother who overdosed on marijuana, or at least you made up that story to get pussy from a minor? Yes or no?
Number 7, have you had any alcoholic beverages?
Put a finger down if you've ever been sexting a minor and came in your pants twice already. Put a finger down. Put a finger down if you pled guilty to it, but then tried to rewrite history because you didn't know what was going on and you think you can get out of it now. Man.
Drugs within the last 24 hours, and you answered no.
Correct.
Number 8, have you...
Put a finger down if you made up a imaginary twin brother who died of a marijuana overdose, so that your 15-year-old sexual partner when you're 25 would not go and hang out with boys because she got to smoke weed for free because she has a vagine. Phil, put your fingers down.
Fully discussed your case with your attorney, and are you fully satisfied that he knows all the facts of your case and has had sufficient time to look into the questions either he or you may have about your case? You answered yes.
Correct.
8A is, are you satisfied with
Here's what I would like them to do as a question, and maybe they did this. We don't have the full video. I would like them to read the entire statute, and then I would say, and what does that mean to you? They'll probably object. And then you could say, well, if someone were to, if you broke this statute in some way, shape, or form, you pled guilty to it, correct? Correct. What action did you take if it was not sex with Bree? What action did you take to break this? And when he says, oh, well, I just text her for a while, where does it say texting a 15-year-old for a while is the violation of this penal code? Because it's not.
To your attorney, you answered yes.
Correct.
9, do you understand that even though you are guilty or may be guilty, you are presumed innocent and have a right to go to trial either before a judge or before a jury of 12 individuals? And the Commonwealth must prove to the satisfaction of each and every one of the 12 jurors or to the satisfaction of the judge.
I can't believe we still have over 200 people here.
That you are guilty beyond a reasonable doubt. You answered yes.
Correct.
9, do you understand
I didn't know
that
he
you
added
and your
more.
attorney have a right to participate in the selection of a jury?
By the way, some of you assholes are going to have to make sock accounts as well on Kick. Don't forget your passwords to get back into your main account, because I need to get 300 unique chatters in 30 days. And right now we're only at 161. So if you're one of the people that's just watching and not chatting, just please put one message in the chat on Kick. Please. All you have to do is follow. I can actually even turn on the followers to chat thing. All you have to do is put one. If you've never sent a message on my channel, please just put a 1. Or a space. I don't care. Just put something on there because I have to have 300 unique chatters in a month. And there's 228 of y'all, and I only have 161. So some of y'all have never commented. Just put a comment in there. That way that I can qualify for their partner program later on when that becomes an issue. I'd appreciate it.
Jury, that's not answered.
Correct.
Thank you, guys.
Do you understand that if you want to go to trial, your attorney will be permitted to cross-examine the Commonwealth's witnesses and to call witnesses on your behalf? But if you plead guilty, you will lose the right to call witnesses or to cross-examine the Commonwealth witnesses. And you answered yes.
Correct.
Number 11, do you understand that by pleading guilty, you are admitting that you did things you are charged with? And that if you plead not guilty, the Commonwealth cannot force you to take the stand.
Did you hear that? Did you hear? He even put emphasis on it. Do you understand the charges that you are charged with? At no point in time, in any way, shape, or form, did the charge change. He has a charge that says, to wit, Phil Godlewski did have sex with a minor under the age of 16 years, whatever. At no point did they drop that charge, not charge him, uncharge him, recharge him, change the charge, refresh the charge. He had a charge, and it followed him through this process, and at the end he pled guilty to it. Now, if he would have said, I understand I'm pleading guilty, do you know why you're pleading guilty? And he said, I balance a fucking beach ball on my nose like a seal. Would that have changed the fact that it might have got thrown out, but if it went through, that he pled guilty to a charge that already existed, that already had a statement of fact, a to-wit statement attached to it? Absolutely not. What we would have to see here is that original charge number 7, null processed, and a new charge introduced that was the same thing, and it says, to wit, Phil Godlewski texts this bitch a lot. The fuck out of here.
Plead guilty, you will lose the right to call witnesses or to cross-examine the Commonwealth witnesses. And you answered yes.
Correct.
Number 11, do you understand that by pleading guilty, you are admitting that you did things you are charged with?
There we go. Charged with.
And that if you plead not guilty...
It's not like we have to be confused with which charge. He only took one charge, right? He only pled guilty to one charge. You are admitting guilt to things that you are charged with. There was no new charge. There was no change in the charge. There was no updated charge. There was no refresh charge. Nothing.
The Commonwealth cannot force you to take the stand and either admit or deny that you did the things you are charged with. And you answered yes?
Correct.
That's right. We went up to 165. 4 of you were brand new chatters.
You understand that by pleading guilty, you are giving up your right to appeal any question in this case, except for those concerning the right of this court to try you. Paren, jurisdiction over the subject matter in paren, or the legality of or propriety of the sentence imposed. And your answer was yes.
Correct.
Number 13, state specifically in detail.
How can he make millions and be this dumb? That's what grifters do best, like financial grifters or gold and silver grifters or QAnon grifters. Most of them are some of the dumbest people I've ever met. I used to listen to and kind of admire or look up to, or at least I guess listen to was the biggest thing, Grant Cardone. And the more I listen to him, the dumber I think he is now. When I kind of broke that fucking that spell that I had where he was like, oh, it's just this simple and you just got to do this. And if I would do this, and hell, I even got free tickets to his 10X conference one time for being a disabled veteran or whatever. Like I liked Grant Cardone, and now the more I listen to him, I'm like, God damn, this dude, he's just making shit up. He's just making shit up as he goes. That's what they do best. He would not succeed in any other world. He didn't succeed as a Subway sandwich artist. He didn't succeed as a part-time real estate agent, a full-time real estate agent. He was bouncing. He had less than $300 in the bank and was bouncing $21,000 checks, and then blaming it on his wife. Like, this is how he succeeds in life.
Any plea agreement with the district attorney. Handwritten here is plea to corruption of minors. Agreed sentence 3 months home confinement to 23 months, period.
Agreed to corruption of minors. That was his charge. And that's what he's supposed to get in return. Now, the judge could have decided. It might depend on the state. But I know for a fact that I've seen people take a deal and with the DA or whatever, and then the judge does not. The judge has the ultimate call in sentencing and still gives them either a stronger or weaker sentence. That's a possibility. This is what he's supposed to get in the deal.
With the district attorney. Handwritten here is plea to corruption of minors. Agreed sentence 3 months home confinement to 23 months, period. All other counts dismissed. That was part of your plea agreement.
Right. They did not drop the charges. They did not decide not to continue the court case or pursue those charges or try those charges. They literally, in your plea agreement, it says all other charges dropped. Thank you very much. If you've never chatted here and you're chatting, I've got to get up to 300, and that's probably I've already hit all the other goals to be a partner here on Kick. It's not guaranteed. I have to send in an email, but I've hit everything else. So if you've never commented, put anything in chat, never chat again, that's fine. I just need it once.
Correct?
Exactly.
Okay, so part of your plea agreement is if you plead guilty to corrupting Bree's morals and do 3 months of home confinement and another 23 months of parole, they will drop all the other charges against you, correct?
Correct.
No judge dismissed all the other charges against you. It was part of a plea deal.
Exactly. Exactly! This has made me so fucking mad. Why do you think they dropped all the other charges? Because you took a plea, motherfucker. Because you took a plea. Phil, if they weren't supposed to drop all the other charges, they weren't going to drop all the charges. They were going to go a different route. What would be the benefit of you taking the plea? You could have just sat in court without a lawyer or nothing for the next, so many weeks if they weren't going to drop them. Obviously, there has to be some benefit to you to plead guilty.
Objection.
Correct.
So what?
I'm asking,
you know what?
Do you have an objection,
Tim? Let me put another objection on the record.
Tim.
You're
Okay, here we go.
attempting to...
So what? Do you have an objection, Tim?
To smear my client through innuendo.
No. Phil claims that they decided not to pursue all the other charges. We just heard him say here, you should have seen no process, no process, no process. And what does that mean, Phil? They decided to not pursue those charges. No, they didn't. They made a plea deal with you.
You're attempting to bootstrap elements of this criminal case to try to prove
you're an experienced lawyer. Act like one,
which he didn't have. And the documents you have and the criminal documents that you have do not in any way reflect that. In fact, they reflect the very.
Why is the lawyer doing this? It's right now. This looks really, 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 really bad for Phil. It's not because he probably thinks this is a true statement. It's not because he probably thinks that he can get this dismissed or thrown out or his objection will work. He's got to do something. Phil is out of water. He is a fish out of water just flopping on the fucking deck. And this guy's fucking 300 feet away lobbing cans of sparkling water at him. Are they going to hit him? Probably not. But it'll make a scene. It'll make a scene. Maybe Tim Hinton will lose his train of thought.
Opposite.
Tim, your objection is noted.
Thank you.
Thank you. Phil,
could you read back the question?
Can you get that?
It was number 13.
Get it. Thanks.
Yeah.
No judge dismissed all the other charges. It was part of a plea deal. Objection, so what?
So even his lawyer admitted to it. That's what the giggle was from. That's why she read it. Objection, so what? Even his lawyer's like, yeah, and I'm rubber and you're glue. We see you screen times. I know they don't, the chat doesn't always go through. Sometimes you gotta send it twice.
Dismissed all the other charges. It was part of a plea deal. Objection, so what?
If you're asking me.
Phil's just got to shake his head while they're laughing at him.
It was part of a plea deal.
Look at him.
Objection, so what?
If you're asking me if a judge dismissed all of the other charges, the answer is yes. It's called nolo prost, which means we choose not to prosecute. If you're originally charged with a crime.
Why is his voice cracking? Phil, this was not a good clip, bro. Why is it? You hear his voice like wavering?
Missed all of the other charges. The answer is yes. It's called nolo prost, which means we choose not to prosecute. If you're originally charged with a crime and then they choose not to prosecute you on those crimes, that is called dismissed.
Phil, do you remember giving social media?
He's trying his best to not just say, well, I took a plea deal and that's why they dropped him.
You were kind of stating this whole case, and you said
he's gonna cry. Oh, somebody's getting aggravated. You see the hand signals, the blowing? Motherfucker must be running on a steam engine.
You were kind of stating this whole case, and you said that
Mom. What's up?
After Bree took the Fifth Amendment at the preliminary hearing, that the DA's office still said they are moving forward with the case. Do you remember that as being the truth?
You said that.
They said they were, unless I agreed to the charge that I ended up agreeing to eventually.
He's going to tell on himself. They said, unless I plead guilty, they're still moving forward with all the charges. But you just said that they didn't drop it because you pled guilty?
They were going to continue to trial.
Right.
And I said, okay, let's go to trial.
Right. And then your grandfather came out and talked to you?
Well, my grandfather, my family, a couple people, my attorney specifically, advised me that going to trial isn't a good idea, and I disagreed completely.
Okay.
I wanted to try the case to the end to get everything thrown out because it was all lies. The more I thought about it, though, as I testified.
How the fuck Somebody Google how long you have to live in Pennsylvania before you get called to jury duty.
To earlier today, I do believe that I corrupted her morals. Okay. So as the charge indicates that you mentioned on ST 588, exactly what the judge stamped is exactly what I agreed to.
What did he stamp?
ST 588.
This does not make you look good.
District Attorney of Lackawanna County, by this information, charges that between Tuesday, the 1st of January 8th, and Wednesday, the 7th of July 2010, in the county of Lackawanna County, Philip Godlewski did commit the crimes herein.
Okay, but Phil,
one, corruption of minor says nothing about sexual anything.
Okay, Phil.
So he's just trying to say, okay, did you help her commit a crime? Did you help her violate a judge's orders? Or her own probation, because that's the other two things that are involved in that besides sex with a minor. Those are the other two things. So which one did you do? Because everybody, including the prosecutor, the judge, the police, everybody in this fucking town, everybody was under the impression you did the sex one. But did you do something else? Are you ready to admit to that?
At the bottom of that count one, it says you did repeatedly have inappropriate text messages and contact with a minor.
Contact.
Okay,
communication.
Right. Well, it doesn't say communication, does it?
Why would it say text messages and contact?
It says contact.
It says contact. That could be physical, that could be
No, if it were physical, it would have to be a different count. That would be count 2 of corruption of minors or count 3.
Well, see, Phil, that's...
Nope, not true. So, if you get a corruption of minors charge, they can prove that through several different ways, and they can lump them together, or they could come out and charge you if they had exact dates and times and stuff together. They could come out and charge you with each you corrupted the minors there, here, and here. This was for an ongoing relationship. From this time to this time, he was corrupting a minor. That's one fucking charge. With even if he would have got her to fucking break her parole, they could have had it all under the same thing.
Where you're wrong.
Objection. Argumentative.
I can't believe he posted this.
Phil, this is a question and answer. Right.
Yes.
Well, it doesn't say communication, does it?
It says contact.
It says contact. That could be physical, that could be
No, if it were physical, it would have to be a different count. That would be count 2 of corruption.
Watch him argue with a lawyer. The lawyer's like, no, it doesn't. You're wrong.
Minors or count 3.
Well, see, Phil, that's where you're wrong.
Objection. Argumentative.
Your objection stated. Phil, this is a question and answer.
Wrong. It's argumentative. You're not
please,
testifying.
I don't want to be here till 7 o'clock tonight.
Neither do I.
All right, then please stop your objecting. This is a discovery deposition, Tim.
Yeah, but you can't disagree with him.
I can.
And say he's wrong.
He literally can.
You know, I mean, that's totally argumentative. It's not even a question.
Okay.
And as it was explained to me,
it may have been in a question before you fucking objected.
The laws on corruption of minors are 3 counts.
By Joe DeAndrea?
Yes.
Okay. Joe DeAndrea.
Count 1 is a misdemeanor of the first degree, which is what I pled to, and there are 2 more counts.
Okay.
Both of the other counts have to do with sex, and they completely stated out in sex.
And you've looked at that statute, correct?
Yes, many times.
But no, there wasn't 2 other counts. We can see what he was charged with. That's all there. No one's hiding that. They didn't get rid of other counts. It was all together. Let's see. CP docket sheet. There was like they didn't, so they picked like a mid charge, like a mid-level charge instead of like the highest charge and dropping the rest of them. So here's what he was charged with: corruption of minors, in IDSI with a person less than 16 years of age, aggravated indecent assault. I think that's indecent. Indecent something is the second one. I'll look it up in a second. Unlawful contact with a minor, sexual offenses, intimidation. I don't know why I wanted to add an R. Intimidation of a witness, a victim, false misleading testimony, criminal use of communication facility, statutory sexual assault, indecent assault of a person less than 16 years of age. Okay, so they picked one that was, they dropped some felonies. There is 1, 2, 3, 4 felonies, and there is 1, 2, 3 misdemeanors. They picked like a mid-level misdemeanor. I'm sure part of the agreement, they probably told him and probably got him pretty excited that at the time he did not have to register, even if it would have explicitly stated that it was for sex. At the time, that was not brought into the next year. When they moved it up, the sexual portion of it to a felony. He didn't have to register on a database, which would have been extremely embarrassing. And also, if they say, hey, we're not going to make you register, that'd be extremely enticing if you were already looking for a plea out of this. But there weren't 2 other charges. There weren't 2 other corruption of minors charges. There was only the one. There were 2 charges that involved that literally say sex in the name of the charge, but that doesn't fucking matter. To wit, Phil Godlewski did what he was charged with. It literally says, here's what happened. It's a sexual relationship with a person under the age of 16 years old.
And I've heard you do your shows on it, so let's go over it. I want you to turn to ST 3577.
I don't.
3577.
Oh, 35, my bad.
Okay. So, Phil, this is a statute. This is the law in Pennsylvania for corruption of minors' crimes. And if you look at this version of 18 PA CSA 6301, there are 3 sections to this crime. There's the first section, which is...
Well, either way, he's coming as outed, right? He's not going to be able to prove he's a confidant of Trump. He can't prove that he has anything to do with this next thing. There is no new internet coming that Phil's going to latch on to. The Supreme Court didn't decide the Brunson case in his favor. Like, none of this, eventually he's coming out, but it's all... If it all came out at once, I think it would be a big deal. That's why I want to make a shorter, more concise video that's every time he's fucking lied or stated something stupid or said something stupid and the proof behind it, because I think it has more of an effect rather than it dribbling out. There's excuse. Oh, he got one thing right. Excuse. But if you line it all up together, I think it would be a more compelling argument for people to stop supporting him.
A1 small I. Do you see that?
Yes.
Then there's a section 2 small i's. Do you see it?
Yep. Is contact.
What you'll see there says relating to sexual offenses.
Yes.
And then you see number 2 under the statute. This will be a 3rd type of corruption, right?
Mm-hmm. Yes.
And it deals with truancy.
Yes.
Okay. So if you look at the second page of this statute, you'll see that this version of the statute became effective in 60 days, and they put the date when this statute's going to be effective.
Who has shown you this before? Who went through and found the statute at the time that Phil was charged and went to court and showed you that the new version was not in effect yet? People say read 6301 A1. It doesn't involve anything to do with sex. That's because you're reading the law as it states now, and they've moved it up to a fucking felony. But if you read the law as stated when he was charged and when he went to court, it actually went into effect that December. But it doesn't matter. I thought if he wouldn't have took his plea, it would have changed, like, something. He would have made it a felony. But I was told by a Pennsylvania lawyer who used to be a district attorney that it wouldn't have changed anything anyways unless he was charged after the date that it went into place. Now, all I have to do is go on their word. I mean, they used to be a prosecutor, so I would assume that they know what they're talking about. But when I first found it, we're like, oh my God, that's why he pled so quick. But it seems like he would have had to it would have had to change. Then he got charged for the first time with it, and it would have been a felony, and he would have had to register.
I don't see that, Tim. Do you?
Yeah, look under credits.
I see it, okay.
Okay. Under credits, you're going to see that this statute became effective December 6, 2010. You see that?
Yes.
Okay. So this...
When did it go into effect?
Credits, you're going to see that this statute became effective December
Right after he
6,
pleaded.
2010.
Right after he pled.
You see that?
Yes.
Okay. So
he pled November 11th, December 6th.
Three-part corruption statute was not in effect when you were charged with corruption in July 9th of 2010.
Correct.
Nor was it in effect when you pled guilty on November the 12th or at the time of your information sheet.
I know that Tim Hinton probably knew this. It's probably part of his case research. His paralegals probably told him. But I like to imagine in my head that he was watching my show one day, drinking beer, and he's like, God damn it, that's why the law changed. That'd be awesome.
What was in effect, Phil? Let's go to 3573. The old statute. The old statute, 6301.
I can't take credit for it, but I will in my head.
This was in effect.
The old
1996, effective in 60 days, and it went all the way up until December 5th of 2010 when the new one came into effect. You'll notice that the old statute only had two parts to it.
Can you show me where it went into effect? I see it. I see it. 60 days.
Oh, he's doing some mental math here. Hashtag same team. He wiped the sweat off his upper lip.
From
I'm surprised he hasn't had to run his hand through his thinning hair.
96, effective in 60 days, and it went
Maui hat. That's a code.
All the way up.
Remember that. I bet you something big is going to happen in Maui.
Until December 5th of 2010 when the new one came into effect. You'll notice that the old statute only had two parts to it.
Can you show me where it went into
Told
effect?
you, bro. Told you, bro. Old statute, old rules. They actually moved the sexual portion of it up to a felony and added the registration and all that stuff. That was in 2010. They still had, I'm not saying they didn't have a law for like sexual assault of a minor. They still had sexual assault, still had indecent assault and indecent exposure and all that stuff. But as far as just the corruption of minors charge changed. And if it had anything to do of a sexual nature, they bumped it up into a felony, the lowest level felony, instead of, right now it's the highest level misdemeanor in M1. They bumped it up to like an F3 or whatever it is, the lowest level felony, and added registration for that portion, which I think is a good thing. They probably should have had it in place before that, so assholes like this didn't slip through and not have to register and maybe not be barred from like working at a school and shit like that.
That's what it doesn't say.
So there's people whispering at Phil's table, but I don't think he can whisper back to them. Did you hear that? And who dresses like this and leaves his hat on? Coleman should have picked him up, checked his appearance, and made him change. Yeah, his lawyer should have said something. I mean, the judge is going to watch this and watch all the way you're dressed, the way you act, the way you interact, everything about it. Your little smiles, your little nods. The judge is going to watch all that. At least it isn't the tweed suit, though.
60 days.
It doesn't say.
I don't see where it became effective.
Oh, Phil.
The date that it went effective. Are you saying it went effective 1978, July 1st?
This version of it, and the legislature does this. They'll change laws periodically.
Right.
Effective in 60 days, amended in 1996, July 11th. Shows you in the credits. So the law you were charged under.
A lot of state legislatures do this. Sometimes they do it in. Well, we just had it about the ATF ban. You know, the ATF pistol brace ban was going into effect, and they gave everybody 90 days or 120 days or a year or whatever. Like, a lot of times they'll pass a law. They do this all the time with, like, Tennessee state laws about alcohol and seat belts and this and that, just laws. And our news will even cover it. Reminder, and you know, in 30 days, this law goes into effect, or next week, this law goes, and make sure, like, obviously that happens.
For corruption was this law.
Okay.
You can't charge somebody with a crime in a statute that's affected after the crime was allegedly committed. You understand that, right?
I understand that.
Okay. So if you look at...
So Hinton says the same thing that the prosecutor told me. You can't charge someone with a statute after the crime happened.
All of your documents.
So if like I rob a gas station, and while I'm in trial, they make robbery a crime that could be punishable by death. I committed the crime under the old statute where death wasn't an option, right? So I would still, I'd still have all the stuff in place from the old statute.
You're charging your criminal complaint. It doesn't reference 63.
I think his lawyer's doing. I think his lawyer's just saving face, right? Pretending like he cares, pretending like he's doing this, pretending like he's on top of it.
01A1 small I. You never see that small I in anything dealing with your case. You only see...
No, it's count 1, count 2, count 3. First degree, second degree, third degree.
Well, the section of the statute in your sentencing form and in your criminal complaint, it all says 6301A1.
Wait, so you're trying to...
There's no small I because they added Roman numeral, like a lowercase I. So there's 6301A1. Then when the new law went into effect, it says 6301A1 lowercase I, and then there's 6301A1 two lowercase i's, and it tells you which one was which, right? So if you get AII, you're part of the second one. If you get AI, you're part of the first one. But when Phil's law went into effect, and we looked this up because you can find like the changes made and when they were made and when a new copy was put out, when it went into effect, all that. We looked it up. They did not separate the two, and it includes sexual acts.
Say that there's not a first degree, second degree, and third degree classification of 6301?
No. What I'm saying is for A1, for 6301, it's an M1. And
yes, that's an M1. I agree.
That's an M1.
Yeah, A1. Okay. That's what I pled to right there.
And so the sex crimes.
Oh no! Stop talking! Stop talking! Stop talking! Stop talking! Stop talking! Well, I guess keep talking, Phil. No, it's an M1. That's what I pled to right there. Right there. That's what I pled to. Stop talking. So basically, I can show you the law as it currently stands. Let me move Phil off for just a second. So we see this, just so you understand what I'm talking about. 6301, corruption of minors. A, so Phil's always under A. There's also a B, adjudication of delinquency. There's a C, presumptions. There's a D, mistake as to age, all those things, right? But Phil's is A1, and then we got this lowercase I. Then we have A1, two lowercase i's. Whoever being of the age of 18 years old and upwards by any course of conduct in violation of Chapter 31 relating to sexual offenses corrupts or tends to corrupt the morals of any minor less than 18 years of age, or who aids, abets, entices, or encourages any such minor in the commission of an offense under Chapter 31 commits a felony of the third degree. So it feels like you're going to tell me there's not 3 degrees. There's not. There's not 3 degrees of corruption of minors. The first part here says a misdemeanor of the first degree, but that's not the law he was under. If we scroll down here, this is how I found it, just reading their actual statutes. 2010 Amendment, Act 69, amended subsection A1. Right? 2010 Amendment, Act 69, amended section A1. Now, what section were we just looking at? Well, we were looking at section A1. So Act 69 was the actual PA Act that did this. So if we put in PA 2010 Amendment 69, we can actually see the changes. So if we pull this back up over here, Here's the changes. I'll zoom in again for you again. So the stuff here in bold is what's been added. Okay? So here's what changed. This is Act 69, Crimes Code. This is what Act 69 did. Okay? So the stuff in bold has been added. 6301 A1, right? Then we got whoever. That's not bold. This I is bold. And it says, except as provided in subparagraph 2. Whoever. So the A1 still stands with the lowercase I now, unless paragraph 2 covers it. What does paragraph 2 cover? All of this, right? Violations, it's a felony of the 3rd degree, the lowest level felony. So this is what Act 69 did. It changed this law to move that to a felony, and I'm pretty sure that was, we found it that it required the registration as well once it got there. If we go to Justia, I think they have the, hold on. I want to see the old one. Here it is. Section 6301A1 Pennsylvania Consolidated is amended to read, blah, blah, blah. Okay, it's the same one highlighted. It removed the sexual portion. I'm trying to find the old one. I know I've had it up before. In 2012. Let's look for it from 2009. I think it was in 1996 that it was put in, right? Trying to find an older copy. I had an older copy with me, but what do you say, 1996? Yeah, I did a whole show on this, how it changed. Title 18, Crimes and Offenses, that's a little I'm sure he's fixing to read it, but we can listen while we go.
Consumed in that A1.
Incorrect.
Based on what do you say that?
Because that is, number one, a misdemeanor 1.
You're looking at 3573?
Sorry, I'm looking at 3573.
Right.
A, defense defined misdemeanor class 1, which is what I pled to. And this is the exact same thing that it says on the paper that the judge.
Wrong. This was his Achilles heel. He pled to an older version. He pled to an older version, and it includes a sexual act. Like, I don't understand how he doesn't understand. Like, this is not hard to understand, or at least I don't think it is. Oh, here we go. Let's see. Is this an old version? July 20th, 1996, Pennsylvania Bulletin. Bulletin contains, all right, Control F. This is huge, but 6301. Offense gravity score is a 4. Corruption of minors when in sexual nature, it's a 5. So both of them are 6301. When of a sexual nature, M1 level 5, M1 level 4, depending on if it's sexual or not. Child line organization, 6301. Where is that document I had of the old one? Sorry, I'm looking. There's a way to just get to it. I can't remember what it was. There's a way to look at older versions. You have to give me a minute. 1978, effective 1996, July 11th. Okay. Amended 1996, PL 522. That's what I need to search. Act 98, I think's the name of it. Act 98, is that right? Oh, let's let them argue while I'm looking.
I don't know the exhibit. This says word for word what the judge stamped. I didn't agree to anything else other than what the judge stamped and other than what was in the guilty plea colloquy.
So imagine saying...
In fact,
I got a good one.
That's the purpose of a guilty plea colloquy.
Is to do what?
To define what you're being charged with, and you know that you're pleading guilty to that exact thing. If there are proponents to the case, such as details to the case, it would have been in the guilty plea colloquy. It does not exist in the guilty plea colloquy. That's what went to the judge's desk, and the judge put that in his document that he signed.
Phil, are you saying that because there's no facts of how you corrupted Bree, then it never happened?
Objection. That's not what I said at all.
Okay, would you agree with me that there are no facts at all in your guilty plea as to how you corrupted Bree?
I agree with that, yeah.
Okay.
Zero facts.
So that does that give...
All right, I found Act 98. I think I got it. Subsection 1, 6301 is what we're looking for. God, they added a bunch of shit to this. Hold on. Okay. Here's the old version. Let me show you the title of it. It's down here at the bottom, but let me show you the title. This is Crime Codes 18 PACS Omnibus Amendments, Act July 11th, 1996, PL 552, number 98. If we scroll down, it says, this is the old version of the law. 6301 right there. Corruption of minors. Offense defined. Whoever being of the age of 18 and upwards by any act corrupts or tends to corrupt the morals of any minor less than 18 years of age, who aids, abets, entices, or encourages such minor in the commission of any crime, or who knowingly assists or encourages such minor in violation of his or her parole or any order of court is guilty of, commits a misdemeanor in the first degree. Any person who knowingly aids, abets, entices, encourages a minor younger than 18 years of age to commit truancy. That's the truancy clause. So before, they did not stipulate, like this first A1 could have been with sex. It doesn't matter what the crime is, right? If you corrupt or tend to corrupt the morals of any minor less than 18 years of age, or aids, abets, entices, or encourages any such minor in the commission of any crime, or knowingly assists or encourages such minor in violation of his or her parole, blah, blah, blah. There is no, except for in paragraph II, with that includes all the sexual stuff, nature. So it follows in sexual nature. Phil's so fucking dumb that he thinks 6301A1 is a level 1 and 6301-2 is a level 2, but literally has nothing to do with it. Are you saying there's not 3 levels? No, I'm not. I am saying there are not 3 levels. You are correct. So they removed the sexual portion and they made the sexual portion a felony. Now, the only reason that this matters is Phil says, read the statute. I have an A1. If you read A1, level I, which he just makes up for some reason, it's not the sexual. The next paragraph's the sexual stuff. At the time he committed the crime and the time he was charged, they didn't differentiate between sexual and non-sexual in nature. And he's like, I would have been charged with a felony, but it's not. It's a misdemeanor level 1. Not at that time. It was all a misdemeanor level 1. And it could have included sexual stuff. Doesn't have to. You still could have her rob a bank or have her, violate a court order or violate her parole. You can still put that, but it can also include sexual stuff in the nature.
Give you the license to state after the effect how you corrupted Bree?
Objection. I'm telling you in my opinion how I corrupted Bree. That's my opinion.
Right.
The statute speaks for itself. I don't have to interpret this statute. Okay. The statute says I corrupted or intended to corrupt a minor under the age of 18 by doing the next couple lines. Aids, embeds, entices, encourages such minor in the commission of any crime, and knowingly assists or encourages any minor in violating his or her parole to the court commits a misdemeanor of the first degree. I pled to a misdemeanor of the first degree. Right. I didn't plead to a misdemeanor of the second degree or the third degree. I didn't plead to anything else other than exactly what that.
That doesn't even make sense, bro. That doesn't even make any fucking sense. What are you talking about? That doesn't, there is no misdemeanor of the second or third or fourth or fifth or 100th degree. 6301 is either a misdemeanor of the first degree or a felony of the third degree now. But at the time, it was either a misdemeanor, they were all misdemeanor of the first degree. The number isn't the degree of the misdemeanor, you fucking retard.
That paragraph says right there. That's what I pled to. Now, there's nothing in the case file, and you know this, but you didn't know this before. There's nothing in the case file that says my offense was tied to a specific sexual act.
It was an overall he's messing up. He's talking too much. It was an overall encompassing group of acts. Meeting her, having sex with her, texting her, hanging out with her, hiding it from her mom, jumping out the window, all those things. It was overall was the corruption. But nowadays, if he would have been charged a year later, committed the crime and been charged a year later, he would have been sectioned out as a felony. Corruption of minors.
Then it would have been, number one, the guilty plea colloquy. Number two, my attorney had the right to tell me about it. In fact, my attorney, in the morning of sentencing, told me the opposite. He said, I insisted that there's no language in there that has anything to do with sexual activity. I therefore went ahead and pled. Now, you could assume all you want that.
Prove it. So your proof is that my lawyer, just between me and him, told me that, hey, there's no sexual stuff in there, so you didn't do a sex crime. You never had sex with this girl because I said so.
Number two, my attorney had the right to tell me about it. In fact, my attorney in the morning of sentencing told me the opposite. He said, I insisted that there's no language in there that has anything to do with sexual activity. I therefore went ahead and pled. Now, you could assume.
So ask him, what crime, what version of this, how did you, since you pled guilty, you admitted that you broke this statute, how did you do it?
All you want, that it was sexual activity tied to the misdemeanor one, but you have to prove it when I'm suing for defamation.
No, they do not. You are a public figure. You have to, so all this, like, they don't have to prove that Phil had sex with Bree because he's a public figure, right? They have to prove, Phil has to prove that they should have known, would have known, and still acted with actual malice and disregard for the truth. All of this adds confusion, which plays to the Scranton Times case. Phil doesn't even know what he pled to. He's over here saying misdemeanor 1, misdemeanor 2, misdemeanor. Phil doesn't even know what the fuck he pled to. The news articles all read out that he pled because he had sex with a minor. The baseball team had to do an emergency fundraiser because the funds were tied up in his personal account when he went to jail, and they were supposed to go to a tournament and they couldn't afford it. Had to do an emergency fundraiser, and his company that he worked for at the time had to step in and make a sizable donation so the baseball team didn't suffer. The school talked about it. The news talked about it. It made other newspapers. It was on the internet. It was on message boards. It was in the Scranton Times itself. Prove that they knew that it was false, and still, with malice and an utter disregard for the truth, said, fuck it, we're doing it anyways. Because everything I see, if I just had to look at it and I took your word for what it's worth, nothing, no one's is when we're talking about a court case, but even more so yours, it's nonsense, sue me. I would 100% believe, beyond a shadow of a doubt, that you had a sexual relationship with her, and that's what I believe. You cannot prove that I have an utter disregard for the truthfulness of that statement. Every piece, every shred of evidence has shown that that's what happened, and you're telling a story to the opposite, but everything else goes against you.
And you can't because it never happened.
But you can't prove that it...
I don't have to prove anything. It's the watermelon thing again.
You literally do. You literally have to prove that they have utter disregard. It's the watermelon again. We're back at the watermelon.
Suing for defamation. And you can't because it never happened.
But you can't prove that it...
I don't have to prove anything. It's the watermelon thing again.
Okay.
You've made up the water. I love how Tim's just like, okay. Okay. We're okay. We'll see. It's the watermelon, Tim. Would you like me to tell the judge about my watermelon?
And you can't because it never happened.
But you can't prove that it...
I don't have to prove anything. It's the watermelon.
Phil thinks he's presenting to his followers that they lost the case right here in this right here clip because he went on some type of rant as if he's a legal expert and told them this is just one of his live streams. This is just one of his live streams. This doesn't prove anything. This doesn't do anything. He lost.
One thing again.
Okay.
I can't.
Yeah, that I've always wanted. I saw that as I think there was a TV show one time about this guy who just took the bar and passed it, like, studied on his own. He's super intelligent, took the bar and passed it and became a lawyer. And ever since I saw that, I always wanted to take the test. I've taken a bunch of tests that I probably shouldn't have, but I think it's interesting. Suits, is that it?
About
last two. This one says I'm dying. 47 seconds.
I believe so. There was an instance where, Tom, I put up a billboard on Main Street in Taylor by a Family Affair restaurant because I had a really good year in real estate. I think it was 2014.
That's how I ended up taking, that's how I ended up submitting scores for Menza.
I sold 12 million or 14 million, whatever.
Just because I thought it was
ranked second to
taking.
Sunita and the board in terms of over.
Bree? About Bree?
I believe so. There was an instance where, Tom, I put up a billboard on Main Street in Taylor by a Family Affair restaurant because I had a really good year in real estate. I think it was 2014. I sold 12 million or 14 million, whatever.
But didn't have $300 in the bank. 14 million. I'm pretty sure he's lying about this. Every time I've ever heard him talk about how long he's even been in real estate, it's always changing. Some of it doesn't even add it. Sometimes he'll say it, and basically he's been in real estate since he was 14. Like this shit doesn't even make sense. Let's say he got only 3% because he was just one of the agents. That's $400,000, but didn't have $300 in the bank. $400,000 he made in profit that year.
Ranked second to Sunita and the board in terms.
Yes, you would remember you remember your first million and you remember the difference in millions. You wouldn't say like it was either 1 or 2 million I made. You would say I made 2.3 million. That's a big jump, right?
Overall sales, and I put up a billboard and Tom saw the billboard. Million, whatever. And I was ranked second to Sunita and the board in terms of overall sales. And I put up a billboard and Tom saw the billboard. Tom ended up with a much more severe penalty than me. And I think it was sexually based, I think. I'm not sure on that. But it wasn't.
Reckless endangerment.
Oh, that's not sexual? I don't know.
Reckless endanger? What type of weird coming in your pants twice already fucking sexual role play are you into? You're endangering motherfuckers.
Either. You don't even know about my charge, so I don't know what you know. but I'm sorry, Tim. But
I'm dying over here. Do you think that's going to stand up to a judge? None of his numbers ever jive. Yeah, his math isn't math. That's right. You think that's going to stand up to a judge? Him taking swipes at the lawyer that's questioning him? Sure it will.
Office is moving forward.
He's got to figure it out.
They're not dropping charges.
Correct.
This says, oh, really? That's a shame.
Office is moving forward with this case. They're not dropping charges.
Correct.
They're not dropping any charges. They're going forward.
Correct.
And had the judge made any rulings at all at the preliminary hearing? Because if he says you win at the preliminary hearing, the case is over.
Right.
Did the judge say, no, the case is moving forward?
What happened after Bree had pled the Fifth Amendment was...
See, I'm under the impression, me personally, I don't even know if the preliminary. So when he tells the story about the preliminary hearing, it's always different. It's always a lie. I don't even know if it happened. Is that why his story keeps changing? I don't even know if it happened. She could have easily, without a preliminary hearing, she could have went to prosecutor, because he always says she hired some fancy city lawyer and blah, blah, blah. She did this, she did that, and she got up there and she said, I'm pleading the fifth. Then I heard a gasp, and I didn't know who it was, but I later found out it was her mom because her mom had set all this up, and I don't even know if that happened. She could have easily went to prosecutors and said, "Hey, I'm not testifying. I'm sorry, I'm not testifying." And then they started, there was always a plea deal on the table. You can't tell me there wasn't. It's very rare that there's not some type of deal there.
An uproar in the court, so to speak. Everyone was confused, including.
This is his YouTube story, or his stream story, but I don't think there's any reality in it. An uproar in the court, including me, and you heard her mom gasp from the back of the courtroom, but there was also an uproar and the judge didn't do anything.
Me, including Joe. The prosecution was flustered. I remember them opening law books and I don't know what else, but
there you go. How often? I've been to court. Okay, I'm not afraid to say I got fucking charges. Most of them expunged because I was a good boy afterwards, or at least hit it better. If you're not cheating, you're not trying hard enough, and if you get caught, then you're not cheating hard enough. Okay. Never once have I went to court and seen anybody else in trial, or been in trial myself, or been observing a courtroom, and like, someone comes up to the case and someone says something that they didn't expect, and they're like, "Get the law books! Get the books!" They just bring out manuals, and they're like, "Can we charge him with this? What can we do with this? What about, have you seen this one? This one was just," what do you mean they got out the law books? They know what the fuck you're charged with, you dumb fuck. They're the one who made the law books. Scramble to the library. We'll meet up there. Come up with a plan.
I remember them opening law books and I don't know what else, but.
Well, you saw Patty Lafferty, right?
Patty Lafferty was across the prosecution table as well as Michelle Mancuso. I believe they were the only two there.
Okay.
And their books.
She's a detective.
Oh, and their book holders. Michelle Mancuso was a detective, and she was sitting at the what? She was sitting with the prosecutor? Anyways, don't forget, who did they have carrying their books? A team of mules? A team of mules in an old-timey covered wagon, just full of law books? Ha! Get over here, mule!
Only two there.
Okay. She's a detective, Michelle.
Michelle was.
She still is.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
That's a shame. For the community, anyway.
The judge works with these people. Keep cracking jokes, bro. The best thing that you can do when you go to court, a couple things, okay? Just judging from Phil's videos, then we'll read these comments and wrap it up. Never answer more than you have to. They ought to be dragging these answers out of you. If you can answer in one word, a yes or a no, do it. Okay? If you have to use I do not recall, I don't remember, do it. Don't try to explain their job to them or go into more detail. Well, what I was actually, if you're asking my opinion, well, at the time, what I was thinking, but now I think that this. Never forget when you called a person a lunatic and then uncalled them a lunatic when you were trying to fuck them for 3 years and then called them a lunatic again once the case started. That'll get you every time. Dress up nice. Right? Always wear something nice. I don't care if you have to spend your last bit of money. If you're facing a serious charge, you have to spend your last bit of money to buy a fucking suit or something and wear it every goddamn day. Wash it in the sink. I don't care. Dress up nice. Okay? Stick to the answer. The lawyer, no, I don't ask a question. When I have Phil on for an interview, I don't ask a question I don't already know the answer to. And the lawyer knows too. He knows probably what you're going to say, probably what the truth is, and then what's the most likely middle ground that the judge would probably agree on, or a jury. Dress up nice and be respectful. You got to kiss ass. That's how the game's played. Even the lawyers kiss ass. And you got to remember, here's another thing. You got to remember, the lawyers and the judges, they're part of a club, okay? They see each other every day. They talk to each other every day. When you're out of there and in fucking prison or back home or whatever, trying to figure out how to pay the lawyer's bills, when you're doing whatever, they're still going to be together. So just because a lawyer does something or does something that that doesn't seem abnormal, if he makes a little joke to the fucking what's her name, stenographer, or says something, you know, to the judge about his fucking golf score, and that doesn't mean you can do it, okay? That doesn't mean you can do it. They are friends. They know a lot of times, especially if it's a prosecutor. They're friends. They know each other. They get along. They talk to each other. They have a different relationship than you do. Don't have some out-of-pocket fucking bullshit that you're going to say because you saw the lawyer make a fucking joke. So if the lawyer says something, joke. If it's informal, then you're getting ready or you haven't started yet and the lawyer makes a joke, that doesn't mean you can make a joke or you can say something weird. You're not on that level. You're not the same. You are lower and different than these people. Just embrace it. Kiss ass. You don't want to be making jokes about people. I had to repeat that I called a state trooper a dyke bitch one time. That's a direct quote. I'm not trying to be, whatever. I'm not trying to get everybody riled up. I said that one time. I used air quotes. I had to recount that the fact that I thought that she was a man for probably the first 2 hours of the interview that she did with me because I was so fucking high and had been knocked unconscious in a car wreck. Like there's some things that you don't want to do in court. Just don't do them, okay? Don't do them. Just go in there and kiss ass. Be as respectful as possible. Yes, sir. Yes, ma'am. Oh, I'm sorry. I apologize. I didn't know what was going on. If you do something wrong, just immediately say, don't argue the point or argue that they should do their job or argue their job for them. Just say, I didn't know. I was under the understanding of this, but I'm sorry. I apologize. Go. Jesus Christ. Trying to tell a lawyer, like, are you saying there's not level 1, level 2, level 3, level 4? No, there's not. There's literally one. It says misdemeanor level 1. And then the new law says that it can be upgraded to a felony level 3, but there's not. What are you talking about? Well, you don't even know my charges. Oh, that's a shame. I can't. He's fucked up. All right, here we go. So Phil says, Phil shares from Chris. I'm starting to think my cousin Vinny might have done better questioning Phil. I've watched and have been deposed in the past. To watch Phil's confidence and competence was outstanding. They are grasping at straws and know they messed up. He shares a sunglasses emote. The videos Phil posted are priceless. If you don't believe him after watching those few minutes, you are lost. He wouldn't perjure himself and lie about info and or sources. Yeah, he would. Patriots Rising says, well, I'm starting to wonder how much involvement with D-Class Phil will actually end up having. Maybe he's already started. Sunglasses emoji. After watching Scranton Times deposition video, it's safe to say that Phil won and ST lost miserably. Damn, that was from Phil Welch. You win for a surprise, bro. Oh, that's probably Phil anyways, but sunglasses emoji. Hi, Phil. My husband and I are long-time grateful followers. Several months back, we took your suggestions, check into money from the Cabal by filing for ERC for our business. We just received word yesterday that we will be getting $185,000 returned to our business in the next 2 months. This has been an answer to desperate prayers to keep our business, which is God's, not ours, afloat. Thank you very much for, may God continue to keep you safe, richly bless, and everywhere. That's a fake comment so he could drop his ERC shit again, because immediately he says, many ERC refunds are coming back into our followers. If you haven't applied yet and you own or owned a business during COVID-19 pandemic with at least 5 employees, what are you waiting for? The IRS has already paid out this money. Get your share. You can do this on TurboTax. You don't need his firm. You don't need him to make 10% of like the $600 to make you pay off the bat plus a percentage of your return. Just do your own thing. Up to $26,000 per qualified employee. You must be the business owner and have payroll statistics to show. He shares his link. A forward from Debbie says, I must admit I enjoyed your videos, Phil. They undoubtedly tried to intimidate you. You fired back with, I think they sat back and let you hang yourself. That was the definition of give enough rope, and this dumb son of a bitch will tie a knot and tell you about it. They undoubtedly tried to intimidate you, and you fired back with force. I was smiling from ear to ear throughout, everyone thinking, boom, you had him speechless. So proud of you, Phil, for standing your ground. Oh, and the watermelon thing, just priceless. If you enjoyed the watermelon thing, there's something wrong with you, Debbie. Ginger Bomb says, listening to Phil in the deposition shows how calm, cool, and collect and very intelligent young man. He is a calm, cool, and collect and very intelligent young man. He knows his stuff and never once answered a question that sounded as if he was floundering. Very impressed with his confidence. You didn't watch them all then. Sunglasses emote. So all of, this is from VU. So all these videos that Phil Godlewski posted of him in court are very interesting. But the thing that stood out to me right away was his Maui hat. The timestamp is 2 weeks before the fire. That can't be a coincidence. It's proof Phil's sources are legit, no doubt. Why would the White Hats let all these innocent people burn if they knew this attack was coming? How many more innocent people have to die? How much longer till this movie comes to... Are you all fucking stupid? You're claiming that he knew in advance about the Maui fires and he's so upset about it, but he didn't warn anybody again? Again? Also, Phil just moved to Hawaii right before the fires. Also, his $1 million mansion wasn't fucking touched. Are you sure that he didn't bring the fires with him? Phildo started the fire. Jennifer says, in my opinion, they were asking these questions to try and discredit him as a liar, but it backfired and he got to present the truth the same way Trump will get to show the world truth. Sunglasses emote. At Phil Godlewski from Brian, going to start calling Phil Shredder. He totally shredded that attorney. Sunglasses emote. Phil says, if you guys haven't realized by now, I think you can see finally the amount of shit I've been dealing with the last several months, hence my lack of posting live streams and sometimes delaying canceling them. I spent upwards of $500,000 on the Scranton Times defamation case, and that number will likely continue to rise. Well, you would think. It takes a great deal of my time, but I need to clear my name, and I will clear my name. Simultaneously, I'm about to take down a radical left-wing newspaper conglomerate, which has been poisoning the minds with NEPA people for decades. We got them. Okay. Michelle Story, at Phil Godlewski, my grandson who's 13 wanted me to pass this message on to you. He said he schooled that attorney, and he's a total badass dude. He loves watching you, and he said that he learns more from you than he does at school. Be careful. 13 is right at his preferred age range, and he recently got both his ears pierced. Okay? He'll be thinking about that badass. Wow, at Phil, you will love this one. Brevard County is where NASA resides in Florida, and it's a TikTok. I don't know. A man who tells the truth doesn't mind being questioned. A liar does. Seemed like he minded. North Face slammed over ad featuring drag queen, urging viewers to come out in nature. Yeah, come out to nature. Another boycott, Phil says. What's Ezra? Special Operations Forces. What's that, Ezra? Special Operations Forces, another video. I just finished watching all the deposition clips Phil posted, and I truly think that after all this political junk is over, we should nominate Phil Godlewski to a seat on the Supreme Court. From John. Phil says they can't afford me on the Supreme Court. Janine Jackson says, hi, Phil. My husband and I are totally grateful followers. Several months back, we took your suggestion to check into the money from the Saving Cabal business. We just received yesterday 185. That's the same one you already posted. He posted the My ERC link again. Something about, let's see, traffic lights and warning sirens. These were just installed in my area, all part of an alert system. You won't miss anything. You'll know when it's all going down. Stay frosty, Captain. Oh, is that from Captain Kyle or whatever his name is? Captain Kyle Patriots, yes. Drove my GoPro. That's not it. Donald Trump deposition, April 13th, 2023. Then he shares this fucking meme. I don't know what the hell's the matter with him. Look at, or this video. It's like a hot video. I always call them memes, but it's like a hot Trump hot video. Look at this. That's Phil right there. He's the ghost cowboy. of these hot videos.
So
this was the day after he left Deposition. You guys remember how fucking defeated and look at the bags under his eyes. Look how horrible he fucking looks in this. Talking about how well it went. He shared less than 30 minutes of an 8-hour deposition. How do you think, if he only shared 30 minutes, how do you think the other 7 hours and 30 minutes went?
I was just deposed in my lawsuit against the Scranton Times, and it took about 8 hours, roughly. So I've literally been talking all day. My voice is really killing me. However, I'm not going.
Look, if I destroyed the deposition, if I stood on the truth and everything matched the stuff that I had said, and I stood on my ground and I destroyed them and they couldn't get a single thing on me, and it matched what I'd been telling my followers, I have an 8-hour video. I'd post an 8-hour video.
To cancel tonight's live, I'm still going to do it. I just don't know if I'm going to make it home in time for a 7 o'clock start. So what I am going to do is try my best to get there and start by 7. And if not, I will get there. I'm not even going to put a postponement time on it. If I don't get there by 7, I'll just start once I get home, whatever that may be. I'm only about maybe 20 minutes from my house.
Easy now.
Sometimes there's traffic right up there, though. So, I can't see it being any past, like, 7:30-ish. But I just wanted to let you guys know that I know there's been no Telegram activity from me today, and everyone's probably questioning, oh, well, he's not posting it all, so here comes another cancellation or whatever. And rightfully so. I don't blame you guys for saying all that stuff. But, I will be going live tonight. I have some important stuff to say and needs to be said, so I'll be there. I just may not be there on time.
He doesn't look good.
Because I really didn't think I had to sit through 8 hours of depositions on myself. But we slayed him today.
Play Queen.
Slayed him. So I'll get into that another time. But
Bill's
yeah, looks like 7:30, the latest, possibly 7. At the latest, 7:30. Could also be in between. I'm not going to say, hey, 7:30 is the new time, because I don't want to wait till 7:30. I just want to do it. So it could be any time between 7 and 7:30 p.m. Eastern. Boy.
Defeated, he looks like. Guys, while we're offline, if you've never commented on the show, please comment. I'm trying to reach a goal to where I can apply for a partner, which means I have to have 300 unique chatters in a month. I'm currently at 167, but there's more people in that watching tonight. So if everybody just comments a fucking period or something, if you've never commented before, then we would be up closer to 300. I would greatly appreciate that if you can. If you want to contribute to the show while we're offline, go to coldbeer.fund. All the links are there, and me popping out of this nice young Asian man's butthole. All the links are here, the square links. All my social medias are there: Twitch, Kick, YouTube, Twitter, Instagram, Telegram, Facebook, TikTok, Rumble, and Bovada. Bovada is an affiliate link. Use the donation links over here. Even when we're offline, I'll just read it or play it or whatever when I get back in. Come support us. Keep the show going. Keep it for free. Make sure you have a Kick account. That would be great, because we'll be back here again tomorrow. Kick only. Fridays, Saturdays, and Sundays. Fridays, Saturdays, and Sundays on Kick only. Come join us. We'd love to have you. We'll see everybody on the next one. Thank you. And don't do anything that Phil would do as a Supreme Court justice. Everybody have a good night. I'm out. It's too late.
But I can tell you this about if this douchebag happens to see this particular show.
Yeah, 300 unique chatters in 30 days. So earlier today we had over 300 people. If everybody would have just commented one thing, I should have asked a poll or something. But if everybody just commented one thing, I would have made that one already. But that's definitely the hardest one. I've met all the other ones within like the first probably 5 streams or so.
Get the place in the best, you know that stage is set. You better buckle up, cause you ain't seen none yet. Here we go, I think I started some shit.
We're at 167 out of 300, but those will fall off as the 30 days hit.
Know that stage is set. You better buckle up, cause you ain't seen none yet. And they say that I'm a lunatic. Well, listen, bitch, I came equipped with a quick wit and a 6 cents for the...
You know, until like 2 weeks ago, they hadn't fixed the thing where you could have multiple tabs open and each tab counted as a viewer. That's wild. But
for a throat deposit, swinging fucking meat hammers like four in a thong. He's strapped to the shaft, eating his chest like he's King Kong. Starving for attention, I'm gonna make you
support the show while we're offline. We'll keep doing great content like this if you enjoy it, if you're able. If you're not, just sit back and watch it. But if you're able to support the show, I'd greatly appreciate it.
Climbing up 5G towers, cause you told him if he did,
I think we do a good job. I think I'm gonna lose my voice too. Talking too fast and too much.
The place in the best, you know that stage is set. You better buckle up, cause you ain't seen none yet. Here we go, I think I started some shit. Piss him off, it's about to get lit. Get the place in the best, you know that stage is set. You better buckle up, cause you ain't seen none yet. I used to find clues too when I was high on shrooms. I found myself a tunnel that led to Jason Q's bedroom. Open his closet, I found some of his meat rockets. I strapped them to my shoes and then I flew through the roof. I found myself in orbit strapped to an F-16. High on amphetamine, with Trump in between. Put on a light coat of baby oil and saluted the troops. He tapped me on the shoulder and said, "This is gonna be it." Whoa, wait. Stop. What?
Phil's teeth.
I'll get my files. Wait.
Good night, everybody. We'll see you in the next one. I'm shutting it down. Gotta go eat and go to bed.
Dude.
Have a good one.
Seriously.
I like Kick. I hope you guys do too.
Give me a... Oh, my God. Damn it. Here we go. I think I started some shit. Piss them off. It's about to get lit. Get the place in the best. You know that state.